have the camera out on social media and in our viewing room and in Zoom, etc. And hey, we're just coming out to welcome you to the Global Oneness Summit. We're getting ready to start our Shout Out Love program, and really just wanting to come out, a little before the bottom of the hour here to welcome you all and to say, don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss the next half hour. We've got just a real inspired half hour. It's live. We're coming to you live here as we start the 14th annual Global Oneness Summit. And you can see on the screen all of these beautiful, esteemed guests that are here with me. Everybody's going to come in and share briefly. And if you like the idea in social media or where you are out on viewing room, etc., leave comments, share your inspiration. This is the 14th annual Global Oneness Summit. And share what is on your heart, what you're inspired to say. Now, as we get started, I want to just share that the whole idea behind Global Oneness Summit, and this is our 14th annual, is to bring forward what Albert Einstein, among many others, shared so many years ago, actually 102 years ago in 1921, when he shared the greatest illusion in the world is the illusion of separation. And that's a big illusion, because when we walk around thinking we're separate and we're primarily just a physical body and just we have one lifetime, we really, it's appropriate to just gather unlimited treasure and not have a lot of thought or love or service to the whole of humanity of which we are a part. And then, of course, the remedy is when we understand, oh my God, of course, there's a lot of current science that is affirming exactly what Einstein shared so many years ago, that we're actually all one, right? This is spiritual universe of which we are a part, a universal intelligence that's animating all of life, that we are one, deeply interconnected and interrelated. And it's game-changing, as you know. It's why you're watching this program now, is because once we live into that and see that it's not just our nuclear family, it's the whole of humanity and all of us here, not just in metaphor, but in reality, we're a part of each other. And as we shared before we came onto the program, if we don't want to believe that now, as our medium friends and near-death experience friends share, we're going to know it with certainty when we go back to the non-physical realm, because that's what it is, right? We're a candle in the sun. So our invitation then with the Global Oneness Summit is just to live into ultimate reality. We're not trying to change ultimate reality. We're just trying to live into ultimate reality because it's game-changing, and it creates this delicious life where we feel so good. And in some ways, it's like a raft sort of floating up above the up and down world. So that's our invitation with the Global Oneness Summit. 4 days, it's free. Invite you to watch as much of the summit as you can. We're going to begin now with a beautiful prayer from our dear friend, Don Oscar Miro-Quesada. And thank you for being here, brother. And he's going to start us off with a prayer.
Sacred salutations, beloveds. Nyokanchis kanchis, kamachik, kamaska, kamakona. In the language of my ancestors from the Andes of Peru, that onomatopoeic expression of Quechua, of Runasimi, the mouth of the people, literally translates into, we are creativity creating creations. And understanding that we have this ineffable power to be able to transform in an uplifting manner our own role in the co-creation and fashioning of peace on this beautiful planet of ours known as Gaia Pachamama, is the key component to a commitment to a path of service, 7 generations and beyond. Hence, it is a great honor. Thank you, Stephen, and thank you all who have been present in creating these global summits over the years, to have a catalyst, a seeding of what is possible for humankind to evolve into, to become to become shining ones. And humanity's team is an exemplary presence of that upon planet. Thank you for your good work, my dearest. So I invite you to open your hearts, take a couple of deep breaths, feel into your bodies, and bring yourselves into resonance with something that is much larger, much wider, much wiser than yourselves. Call it by whatever name you want, or allow it to be nameless. If you choose, you may close your eyes. Just simply be receptive, open, and willing to awaken deeply. And listen to the following Quechua invocation. Kausay niyoh, munay niyoh, kanchay niyoh, hayliwil ka hanak pachamang, tikchikanchik, chaska pungkumanta. Praises and victory to the sacred heavenly stargate of our origins. Tiyayukui teksemuyok, hatun kaipang. Welcome, great power of the universe. Sumak wilka, pachakamak, nyokaiku, sonkoikuna tupakui, kausaikuna kawakui. Sublimely sacred creative source of all worlds, meet yourself in our hearts. See yourself in our lives. Hamaina, siwa kenti sonkotikak, futuininta apumui runakunak. Please, royal hummingbird of the heavens, bring the blossoming of the flower of the heart to humankind. Kausay niyoh, munay niyoh, kanchay niyoh, amuray ko una. With life, with love, and with light did we come here. Nyokay ko kanchay pa runakuna, pachamamak churinkuna. We are people of the light and children of the earth. Haili ayu runakuna, umkupi chaskapunku teksemuyuk, hampi kamayokuna, aknana muyupi. Praises and victory to all our relations, born from the star center that is this sacred universal gathering of global peacemakers upon planet. Hinaya, so mote it be. As you well know, these words resonate from the past that is an eternal present known to our ancestors, who modeled and still point the way of how we can come together as one on this good earth, understanding the following notion, expressed so brilliantly by Michael Meade. Only those convinced by their own dreams can see the hidden designs behind the troubles of the world. And as you all well know, my beloveds, we must dream big, and we must understand that what is externally being represented through the chaos, the breakdown, the dissonance that blankets this planet is but an illusion that can be remedied through the concerted effort of a loving, spacious, open, service-oriented path that is our birthright. Peace, tranquility, ease, calm, repose, serenity, stillness, equanimity, and bliss are the medicines for these times. With great love, it is an honor to share this opening prayer. Thank you.
Beautiful, Don Oscar. Wow, thank you so much. Oh, what a gorgeous way to begin this program. And we're going to go over now to Brian. And Brian Christopher Hamilton is it was actually his idea to create this Shout Out Love moment. So, Brian, you want to share briefly your inspirations here this morning?
Sure, Steve. Thanks. So a couple of days ago, a friend of mine actually called me up and asked me to give him my elevator speech on Shout Out Love Day. And I told him it would probably be more like a slow escalator speech, but that I would do my best to try to capture it in a small package. And what I said to him is that the foundation of Shout Out Love Day had to do with raising consciousness on the whole planet, not just individually, but collectively, until everyone can experience this state of oneness that we all here obviously feel today. And then the second thing that it was founded on was this idea that where you focus, energy flows, and that thousands of people all shouting out love at the same time seems to create a lot of positive energy that the world needs more than ever, obviously. And I also feel that the whole idea of shouting out love encourages people to focus some energy on the better world they want to live in instead of just the darkness, which is also, I think, a critical element in all of this. Some people tend to get a lot bogged down in the darkness, and shouting out love is all about the light. And for me, that better world involves hopefully hearing people engage in random shouts of love everywhere I go in the world. And over the past few years, I've been shouting out the window of my car at stop signs occasionally, or out the window of my office. And while I have yet to hear anyone echo love back to me, I'm committed to shouting out love once a day until I do. And I thank everybody for shouting with me today and with all of us. So I'll hand it back to Steve.
Thank you, Brian. That's beautiful. Yes, and that day is coming. It's actually here today because we're going to do some serious shouting. So all of you on social media and in the viewing room, this is the best part, right? So in about 17 minutes, we are going to shout out love. And please be here, not to just watch us, but open your window and into Zoom, you shout out love with us. So we're going to rock the whole world here in about 17 minutes. So let's go briefly around the call and invite people here to share for maybe 30 seconds or so we can go around as much of the call as possible before we get to the shout moment, which is about 3 or 4 minutes before the top of the hour. And we'll start with Emmanuel Conselman.
Thank you, Steve. And thank you for this opportunity to shout out love together. As we contemplating shouting out love, we might consider how hard it is to really do that in the depths of our heart, to get beyond our intellectual ideas and the hardness of our heart, and uncover all those layers of deep karma. Scarlett Lewis of the Jesse Love Choose Love Foundation has pointed out that children find their number one character value to be forgiveness, because it's a kind of superpower. It feels so good when we let it go. And today I urge us all to dive deeply into the core of our soul and find forgiveness, overcome our grievances and grudges, and connect again with the true spirit of human nature, which is love, and find that in the depths of our heart and send it out with all our being. A whisper, a shout to the world. Let's share that unconditional love with everyone we can. Thank you.
Beautiful. Yes. And so be it. And so it is. Unconditional love with all of those, all 8 billion people on the planet, and the earth herself, and animal and plant life. We're all one, right? It's all offspring of the Most High. Dee Meyer, would you like to share for 30 seconds or so?
I will make it shorter than that. It's just a big thank you to everyone who's contributed and continues to share the message of oneness and love. So thank you. Back to you, Steve.
Okay, thank you, Dee. And she celebrated her birthday yesterday. So hooray, we're still celebrating with it. Okay. And Karen, would you like to share?
Oh my gosh, I have no prepared comments, but thank you. 2 years ago, I found the summit just by chance, and I was so moved by it that I joined Humanity's team, and last year I helped prepare for the summit. And this year, same thing, the website and the graphics, it's been amazing. And just to see so many people come together under the name of Oneness and all the different things that all of you do on a regular basis, it's truly amazing and inspiring and keeps me going every day. And just want to thank you and welcome you. And I'm glad you're here. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you, Karen. Boy, and aren't we grateful that you showed up so many years ago to part of the Global Oneness Summit, because she is a major leader in the humanities team now. Okay, and there's so many other incredible people here. Andy, maybe, and Carissa, if you two want to go next.
Sure, I'll keep it short and sweet. I just want to thank everyone here in the Zoom room for being such an instrumental part, and then everyone else out in the world watching this, whatever time it may be, for being here. Being here means a lot, and just saying yes to the call. So I'm just very grateful to be able to be a part of Humanities team and to be sharing Oneness, and just so happy that there are so many people that care. So yeah, that's all. Thank you. On to you, Carissa.
Thank you, Andy. Woo.
Thank you, Andy. So yes, I'll share a little bit. Just something that's coming to me is, before we shout out love, just maybe close your eyes and feel that love that connects every human on the planet, that only energy that keeps us connected, and then shout out from the depths of our hearts so that people can feel it all over the world. And we all matter. Each one of us, when we feel that love deep within our heart and soul, there's a ripple effect. So when you shout out love, really feel it with all of your being. Thank you. Namaste.
Oh, beautiful. Carissa, thank you. Yes, and I'm with you. Let's definitely feel it. That's let the emotion out. Beautiful. So Nanette and Ava and Christine, if you all want to go next.
Happy Free Global Oneness Summit, everybody. My name is Nanette Kennedy, and I am thrilled to be here. I've enjoyed this love promotion for quite a while now. It's really fun. So if you're nervous, don't be. Say that, excuse me, in November, I get to start my 17th year with Humanities team. Yay.
Yay.
Also, I want to say that love is a choice, and love is now. So thank you.
Oh, man. Thank you, Nanette. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Yeah. And we'll just keep going. Ava, if you want to come in.
Hi, everyone. I wanted to wish everybody unconditional love and alignment. Remember who you are every moment of every day. And I am very thankful to be here and creating this oneness with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ava's the volunteer coordinator. So for anybody out there that is like, oh, I want to be a part of this nonprofit that's all about awakening oneness in the world, making conscious living pervasive worldwide by 2040, reach out to Ava. Christine.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. I'm so grateful that we're all here together as one. Throughout the gift of a new day, I like to pause, and depending on where I am, I like to balance my chakra systems. I'll use peace today because to teach peace is my life's work and my gene key profile. So I'll start with the root chakra. I am peace. I feel peace. I do peace. I love peace. I speak peace, I see peace, and I understand peace. Peace is who we are when we live with an open heart. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, thank you, Christine. And Christine is the coordinator for all of the world's regions. So the 65 country coordinators all work closely with Christine. And thank you for doing such a marvelous job always, Christine, and for the lighthouse that you are. Suzanne Hubbard, Barbara Marx Hubbard's daughter, is here with us, and also Connie and Andrew. If you all can share a few words.
Oh, I'd love to. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the wonderful invocation and for everybody being here. And I would like to channel my mother, Barbara Marx Hubbard, here with her whole idea of synergistic convergence with the SynCon. And what I'm really seeing is what you're talking about is this value system, a new value system that's based on mutual thriving, which is rooted in love. And that instead of really thinking of, as she did, different sectors of society, that people who operate in the different fields are a part of this other body whose value system is love. And so when I think of conscious creativity, that the highest creativity that I can see is how can we meet, how can we match needs with resources that that really support that value system, the whole body, and take each individual part that we've been working on alone off of life support system and reanimate our whole body by coming together. And in the center of the wheel is the value system of love. So thank you so much for being a part of this already.
Suzanne, oh, thank you. Wow. And Barbara is always close with all of us in the humanities team. I can promise you that. And I know she is on the other side right now, just bringing energy all over the planet to this work we're doing. Okay, so many other beautiful people to get to. Juicy, do you want to come in?
Absolutely. Thank you, Steve. Hello, world. Grateful and an honor, privilege to be here to share my unique genius and my unique offerings in the world. So thank you for tuning in for the Global Oneness Summit for transforming our lives through conscious creativity. And part of that conscious creativity for me is an expression with programming and using technology and right relationship to serve the evolution of consciousness. And so this year we have a special treat of using this technology that I've been developing for a number of years to have the, Steve calls it the Galileo moment, or I love the pale blue dot where the astronauts look back on the planet for the first time and saw the world without boundaries and without borders. And so I'd like to share very briefly this global heat map that we'll have for the Global Oneness Summit. So we'll see the world light up with consciousness as people tune in to the Global Oneness Summit. So I'd like to offer one quote going into the summit to inspire all of you. An artist is an instrument through which the universe reveals itself. And so I invite everybody who's tuning in to be more deeply inspired to really taking on that role of being an artist, being a conscious creator in the world. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Steve. Thank you all for joining.
Thank you, Juicy. Yeah, and that's brilliant. And those little red dots were the people right now that are actually watching this program. And so we'll be able to see the whole of the planet watching the summit for the next 4 days. So thank you for that, Juicy. And Connie and Andrew.
Yeah, I'd just like to acknowledge the mention of Barbara Marx Hubbard and the idea that she's on the other side. Well, if we're all one and there is no separation, Barbara, you're right here, aren't you? Thank you. And I wanted to just mention something that I mentioned last year as well, which is this word love, which I think might be one of the most misunderstood words in the English language, because it's not misunderstood, but it's interpreted in so many ways. I want to talk about love with a capital L, which is way beyond human love. Love as the primordial energy that creates, sustains us. It is the only thing that exists. It is the primal energy with a capital E. So I just wanted to think about this. E equals mc squared, the most important equation in physics. If we want to know how much energy there is in the universe, or in a gram of material, whatever it is, that's the equation that does that. Here's what I'm coming up with, and it's crazy and fun, and just food for thought. What if we took that E equals MC squared and came up with a variation on it, and we said L equals MC squared, love equals MC squared. Want to know how much love there is in the universe? Take the mass of the universe. We know what that is. It's the same as the mass of the proton from Nassim, and the square of the speed of light, and you now know how much love there is in the universe. And that's actually all there is in the universe, because it's all love.
Yes, indeed, it sure is. And as we open our hearts and act with compassion and kindness and empathy, we're adding love to the universe. We've been transmuting the energies, the lower vibration energies of scarcity and fear and separation for millennia. And we've been doing a great job. And now we're in the final stages of opening our hearts to the love that contained therein. And all of creation is awaiting that moment when we get to that place where we act from the oneness, from the love in our hearts. And the humanities team is doing such a wonderful job in creating forums for catalyzing this last stage into knowing that we are indeed one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andrew and Connie. Woo! Okay, just 30 seconds now. Andy, Sheila, and Summer. And Summer is representing Summer and John Raymer. So, boy, great to have you here. Yeah, just 30 seconds each of you, because we're coming right up on the shout now. And Abby, if you want to come in.
So I'll go first. I just want to give you all a huge hug. And as we go into the shout for love, just a big hug to the whole world, to all of your hearts, and all of the amazing things that are happening in the next 4 days.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Summer. Oh, and love to you and John. Sheila?
Okay. Yeah, I'll jump in. Thanks, Steve. I'll just make this really quick as well, that I have really come to understand how our collective capacity for love has grown because of the global nature of our world now. We've gotten the opportunity to love other people's cultures, their uniquenesses, and especially being in spiritual gatherings so often as we are right now, we get to share that new level of a global love. So it's just to remember that we have a vast well to draw from, and it's a big opportunity for some big love to happen.
Okay, thank you, Sheila. Whoa, thank you. Abby, did you want to share briefly?
I would just like to add that love is not love, which alters when alteration finds. Oh no, it's an ever-fixed mark that looks on tempests and is never shaken. So in this world that we live in, meet everything with love as often as you can, because love is never shaken, even when we have tempests going on all around us. So I want to say a big shout out of love to everyone out there who's being shaken right now by what's happening in our world. And remember, we're all one. Yeah. Thank you for that.
That is perfect, Abby. Thank you. Oh my gosh, yes. And there are so many that are shaken. So thank you for bringing that in. It's a challenging moment out in the world, and which is why Shout Out Love is so perfect and important. And so let's just do a countdown: 10, 9, and then again, viewers. So yes, watch us and enjoy, but oh my God, join the shout. Open your window, right? Shout into the house, like make yourself known, because love is our basis. This is not just some Horton Hears the Who moment. It's more than that. We really, this is our basis. And if we don't know it now, when we return to the non-physical realm, we'll surely know it. Why wait? Come on. Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Love.
Love.
All you need is
love.
Love to all.
Love to everyone.
Love.
Lots of love.
Bring your love in.
Love.
What the world needs now is love.
Love.
May love always reign.
Love. Oh. Okay. Wow. Oh, thank you. So, and again, gosh, let this not just be a moment. Okay. Let's carry this like into our lives for the rest of our lives. It's why we're here. It's why we embodied, right? We incarnated to be here during the great shift, this pivot into this whole new way of living on the earth, creating a sustainable and flourishing planet. So the youth on this planet and future generations can enjoy what we have. A lot of us are boomers and we've had a great life, but wow, we've got these beautiful future generations. Let's complete this. We're already well into the shift. So carry this love, which was so beautifully expressed by everybody here. And a lot of you that we can't see out on social media with us everywhere. So, and I'll just share, this is the beginning of the Global Oneness Summit, the 2014, the 14th annual Global Oneness Summit. And the next panel is Bruce Lipton and Shamini Jain. I host them. It's a beautiful panel that talks about how we can flourish in this time of chaos. And isn't that what we all want to do? So be sure to watch the program that's immediately after this shout. And then there are 4 free days. So invite your coworkers, friends, your family, people to tune into this Global Oneness Summit. It truly is. There's a remedy for us individually and for us collectively that addresses all of this challenge in the world. And it's simply to live consciously, to understand that we are all one. We're part of a spiritual universe. We're souls. And yes, we incarnated and we have a body, but we're souls called here to do something much more important than just eat and sleep and serve the body. Okay. And with that, enjoy the Global Oneness Summit. Thank you, everybody. Thank you all that came on camera for sharing your inspiration, and Don Oscar for that, wow, gorgeous prayer that started us out. All of you, thank you so much. And here we go. We're going right into the Global Oneness Summit. Enjoy, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Blessings to all of you. Hi, I'm Steve Farrell, the Worldwide Executive Director for Humanities Team, and it is my great honor to get to host our next panel, a discussion on the science of oneness with my distinguished panelists, Dr. Bruce Lipton and Dr. Shamini Jain. Bruce and Shamini are both highly experienced and accomplished scientists whose work investigates the connection between science and spirituality, and they've both discovered some extremely exciting phenomena that show us just how important oneness will be to the future of humanity. Before we get into our conversation, let me tell you a little more about our panelists. Dr. Shamini Jain is a clinical psychologist, scientist, and social entrepreneur. She is the founder and CEO of the Consciousness and Healing Initiative, CHI, a nonprofit collaborative accelerator that connects scientists, health practitioners, innovators, and social entrepreneurs to help them lead humanity to heal ourselves. Dr. Jain is an international keynote speaker and teacher. She serves as adjunct faculty at University of California, San Diego, where she is an active member of the UC San Diego Center for Integrative Medicine's Research Committee. Dr. Jain is a member of the Evolutionary Leaders Circle and serves as a board member and advisor for several nonprofit and social benefit companies. She also teaches regularly at retreat centers and shares her research on the science of healing with diverse audiences worldwide. And welcome to you, Shamini.
So great to be here with you, Steve and Bruce. Thanks so much for having me be part of this beautiful discussion.
Oh, really? Yeah, I've been looking forward to this. And Dr. Bruce Lipton is a New York Times bestselling author and internationally recognized voice in new biology, whose work bridges science and spirit. After receiving his Ph.D. in cellular biology from the University of Virginia at Charlottesville, he taught at the University of Wisconsin School of Medicine and later performed pioneering studies at Stanford University that revealed the impact of environmental factors on the psychology of cells. Following his passion, Dr. Bruce Lipton began examining principles of quantum physics and how they might lead to a better understanding of the cell's information processing systems. His discoveries have contributed to one of today's most important fields of study, the science of epigenetics. Bruce has been a guest speaker for hundreds of TV and radio shows, as well as keynote presenter for national and international conferences. And welcome to you, Bruce.
Oh, goodness, Steve, I'm so happy to be here with you and especially my dear friend Shamini, but more importantly, the audience that we have, because everybody knows something's going on here. There's a gut feeling something's going on, and it is something big. So we're going to talk about what's happening in the world.
Oh boy, are we ever? We're going to dive right in here. And again, Bruce and Shamini, thank you so much for being here. Wow, this is such an important panel here during this year's Global Oneness Summit. So this first question is to both panelists, so maybe Bruce and then Shamini. And I want to start by talking about our theme for this panel, the science of oneness. A lot of times our understanding of oneness can seem spiritually based or even philosophically based, yet both of you are extremely accomplished and highly educated in scientific fields. So I'm curious to know, was there something you encountered in the scientific world that drew your attention to the concept of oneness? And that's first to you, Bruce.
Well, for me, it was very exciting because I grew up in the world of Newtonian physics. And you say, so what is that? And I go, well, it's a science that separated the universe into two realms, an energy realm and a material realm. And said these are two separate realms in the universe. Well, when we start teaching that, and all of a sudden the idea of energy and spirit and energy fields and all that is not relevant because in a Newtonian world, what's made out of matter is affected by matter. What's made out of energy is affected by energy, but matter and energy don't interact. And then all of a sudden in 1927, a new physics comes, quantum physics, and the profound difference is, well, Newtonian physics sees the universe in two realms, matter and energy. The overriding and more valid science, quantum physics, says there's only one realm. Everything is energy. And I go, well, what does that mean? I say, well, when we look at the physical world, what we perceive to be a physical world, which is an illusion, we see physical things and objects, and we can talk about objects as separate entities. But if you understand quantum physics, an atom is not matter. An atom is actually energy. It's a vortex of energy, like a nano tornado. It spins and it makes waves. And I go, so why is that significant? I say, well, consider this. If it's raining and raindrops are falling on a pond, every raindrop creates a bunch of ripples, that's the equivalent of quantum energy. I go, so what's relevant? I go, well, when it's raining on a pond, guess what? All the ripples ultimately are all interconnected because there's no edge to a ripple. And I say, so what does that mean? I said, well, we're energy, we're ripples in space. And I go, significance? I said, we're like the ripples on the pond. I go, so what was the point? And the point was this: all the ripples are interconnected. Everything is interconnected. It's one universe of all energy. And once we understand that, then it changes the way we look at the world, because we can look at the world as separate things. I go, there is no separate thing here. And this especially comes to an important understanding because we've always focused on the physical manifestation of life and everything we perceive. What if you didn't see physical, but your eyes saw energy? And I say, oh, well, if it's all energy, everything is ripples. There's just energy waves everywhere, and everything is interconnected. And all of a sudden, the idea that there are separate entities that have polarities, positive and negative, male and female, right, left, and all these things, it's like, no, they're all part of the same unity. And once you start to recognize this, and the separation between people and the people, between the people and the planet, all of a sudden says, wait a minute, we're all interconnected. And to make this thing work, we have to understand the big word. The big word is called community. Community of every living person on this planet, that we are all the equivalent of cells in a larger body. Like a human is made out of 50 trillion cells, and you look in the mirror and you say single entity, and I go, no, an illusion. A human is made out of 50 trillion individual sentient cells, but they form a community. And when the community is working, health is what we experience. And if there's a breakdown in community, then we get disease. And what we have to recognize is all humans are cells in a larger organism called humanity. That's a super organism. And each of us is a cell in the same body. And when you understand that, the idea of separation of people, separation of politics and communities and worlds is like, that's an illusion, and it breaks down community. And this is why this whole effort that Steve is bringing to the public right now is to say, okay, wait a minute, that separation that the world's been built on, wrong. Time to come together and recognize unity, support each other. Excuse me. Shamini.
Bruce, I couldn't agree more. And what I think is absolutely wonderful is that science is finally evolving to shed light on this truth that indigenous communities and spiritual wisdom communities across the world have been saying for millennia. So as we know, in pretty much every spiritual tradition and even these indigenous forms of medicine, like Ayurveda and Chinese medicine, Tibetan medicine, African medicine, and more, have always talked about the science of interconnection. And they came to that from both observation and direct experience. And, you know, in our culture, especially in Western culture, which has sort of dominated the landscape of medical thinking, especially and scientific thinking to a degree, we really didn't, it was really hard for us to see beyond that lens of separation. But now mainstream science is really moving forward to explore the realm of interconnection. Now, as you guys know, and I think many who know me on this call, you know that I've been exploring this in how it relates to healing. That's really been the thing that I've been most interested in for decades of my life as a clinical psychologist and a researcher in an area called psychoneuroimmunology, which 60 years ago didn't exist because we were so steeped in these models of separation that we didn't even believe our emotions affected our health or our bodies. So we're beyond that now. That's the good news. We know all about neuroimmune communication. We know all about how our emotions can affect our bodies, but we've been going even further. And that's in the realm of what we've been spearheading here at the Consciousness and Healing Initiative for some time, the exploration of what Western scientists are calling the biofield. And the biofield is really getting into a deeper layer of understanding the energy and information that is ever present, that we can access for our own healing and for the healing of others. And the studies are very real. I myself have looked at this in the realm of energy healing, what's been called energy healing, which the scientists are now calling biofield healing. Why? Because it doesn't seem to just be energy the way we define it. It doesn't drop off at a distance, right? So there are studies with distant intentionality, distant healing that are showing effects. And any energy healer you talk to will say, well, duh, yeah, especially during the pandemic, you know, I was doing my work at a distance. Well, is that real? Well, it seems like it is. And you know, I've written a whole book on this, so I won't belabor all the scientific details here, but I want people to know that whether we're looking at this from the clinical realm, where we're looking at things like Reiki and healing touch and other practices, you know, ancient practices, laying on of hands and others, when we put all that data together, powerful healing is possible. We can actually be a healing force for others. It takes intention, it takes an open mind and heart, perhaps some training. But we all have this beautiful fundamental capacity to come into oneness and facilitate healing with each other, human to human. And that's beautiful. But biofield science is telling us even more than that. We're learning about the connection between the plants and tree life, the connection between, you know, the fungi underneath, the connection between us and trees, and how grounding and connecting with the earth can help foster that vitality and energy that we need in a world that can be quite chaotic. So, you know, I could go on and on and on. There are studies now showing on the community level that our cells are communicating bioelectrically, of course, all the time. And that bioelectric communication between cells proper bioelectric communication between cells seems to have a role in preventing cancer. So cancers in a cancer cell, the cells aren't talking to each other. They're not in community. But in healthy cells, there are. And it seems that we can foster this, perhaps even with our own energy. So, you know, while we're emerging from this idea of disconnection, which really has been totally false, based on limited models, modern science is now waking up to the reality of our deep interconnection. We can explore that physically, chemically, energetically, and perhaps even beyond. Perhaps finally, even spiritually.
Yeah, beautiful. Well, you all have done a beautiful job of setting the table here. So, and as you mentioned, boy, science is it ever now affirming this notion of connection, of oneness. It's that this science is everywhere, even Nobel Prize for Physics here in October of last year when it brings in entanglement, which is a feature of oneness. Okay, so Bruce, let me come over to you. Your work concerns not only oneness, but the science of consciousness as well. From your background in cellular biology and your work in quantum physics, how does science currently understand consciousness, and does the science explain what it is and what we know about it?
Well, maybe we have to really start with the fact is, where is consciousness? Because everyone would think, well, consciousness is built into your head right here. But it turns out, no, consciousness, as my dear friend Shamini says, is an energy field. It's ripples all over the place. So your thoughts are not in your head. And this becomes really important because when we start to recognize that the energy of thought is actually what is shaping the world we live in, you go, wait a minute, thought is creating this? I go, well, quantum physics is the most valid science I mentioned. And principle number one of quantum physics is consciousness is creating our life experiences. If you change your consciousness, you change your life experiences. And all of a sudden it's like, well, then these thoughts that we have, which are our consciousness, are not just random things running around in our head, that our thoughts are actually altering the field we're in. You know, it's interesting when people want to read brain activity of a person or their consciousness activity, you put wires on their head, and it's called electroencephalograph, EEG, and you could read the brain activity inside the head. And that led us to believe, yeah, our thoughts are contained inside this skull. But a newer device reads the brain functions just the same, but it's called not electroencephalograph, it's called magnetoencephalograph. I say, so what's the difference? Well, MEG is different because the probe doesn't even touch you. The probe is out here. I say, why is that important? I said, your thoughts are not just in your head. Excuse me, you're broadcasting your thoughts. And this broadcasting of energy, remember, ripples are going out. Connect to the ripples of the world in which we're in such a way that our thoughts are actually shaping our life experiences. And this becomes so profound because this is the concept of people, oh, thinking is going to control you. I go, you know, we always left the mind out. That was a Newtonian belief. Body's made out of matter, mind is energy, Newtonian physics, matter and energy don't talk to each other. So if you want to work with the body, get rid of the energy, just talk to the body, give it chemistry, give it pharmaceutical drugs, all that kind of stuff like that. When you bring quantum physics in, it says, wait, those two are one. And that your thoughts are manifesting this experience. That's a scientific reality. And the significance is, well, does it really work? And then, as Shamini could attest to, the fact is very important. There's something we call the placebo effect. And I go, what's that? I go, well, a person has an illness, then the doctor says, we have this special brand new medication just for you, and it's great just for you, and you take this medication and you get well, and you go, wow, thank God for that medication. And then you find out it was a sugar pill. I say, there's a profound, important insight to this. I say, what was it? I said, where'd the healing come from? Not the sugar pill. It came from the consciousness that healing could occur. Whether it was a sugar pill or no pill, it was all up here in your head. And this is the powerful insight of how our positive thinking, our positive nature of healing, positive thinking actually affects our physical body. And everyone goes, yeah, the placebo effect. It's almost 100 years since we've known it. But I say, add this fact, positive thinking and the placebo effect. Yeah, that really works. But no one talks about negative thinking. I go, well, there is the biggest problem on the planet, in the sense that negative thinking is equally powerful in shaping our life as is positive thinking, but it takes it in the opposite direction. A placebo is positive thinking that can heal us of any disease. The scientific term nocebo is the negative thinking that can cause any disease. So the idea is, or we used to say, cancer is caused by genes. Well, let me give you a scientific fact. There's not one gene that causes cancer. It's not the gene. You got this gene, you got cancer. I mean, women are so afraid of the BRCA gene when they get that breast cancer gene. They go, oh, my life is, I'm going to get cancer. I got the gene. I go, 50% of the women, excuse me, that have that gene never get cancer. The point is simple. The gene didn't cause the cancer. If it did, they'd all get cancer. So what's the point? It was a life that's not in harmony. And matter of fact, genes are responsible for less than 1% of disease on the planet. And I say, we have a health crisis all over again. Then what's responsible? Stress, is responsible for over 90% of disease. What's stress? Consciousness. And all of a sudden you start to say, this consciousness is affected. I said, quantum physics, rule number one, it is creating everything, including your health, your happiness, or your disease. And all of a sudden it says, then it's not just a random thing going through the air. I say, no, your thoughts are going out into the world. Magnetoencephalograph will read them. And those energy waves interact with all of the things that we even call matter, which are energy waves. And this is why it's so important, because no one gives the emphasis of how your thought is manifesting an experience and how our collective thought is manifesting our world status at this point. And this is where the world has to stop and start changing its thinking, because at this point we're facing an extinction process. I'll give you a simple reason. That's just mathematics. At the current rate of how civilization is using the planet, for the resources and the waste and everything that's going on in our interaction, it takes 1.6 planet Earth to support the current civilization. Well, there's a mathematical issue here. There is no extra 0.6 planet Earth to provide. And therefore, all of a sudden it says, then this is not sustainable. And I go, and that's why the civilization as we see it in our eyes right today is collapsing. And I go, why is it collapsing? It's not sustainable. And I say, is that the scariest thing? I say, no, the scariest thing is if it doesn't collapse, because then we will hit the end. And the point is, the collapse is the opportunity to build a sustainable civilization. And that's why being here with Steve, whose organization is all about that, and with my dear friend Shamini, whose work is all about that, is that we're here to just sort of say, we have to wake up now, because this nightmare is approaching, and only we are going to change it. People have created the problem, but people are the ones that have to solve the problem. Steve mentioned Einstein. You can't solve the problems with the same thinking that we're using now, and that's why the world's changing. So as a just simple conclusion, yes, it's falling apart. Yes, there's chaos all over the place. And I go, should I be afraid? And I go, no, because if it doesn't fall apart, then you should be afraid. Falling apart is our opportunity. And if you follow the humanities team's programs, then you're going to see all the ways of the different directions and attitudes and persuasions that we need to bring into this world to move from the current state of collapse into the new civilization that is manifesting. So the humanities team is a wonderful collection of knowledge. And I say, why is that important? Just simple. Knowledge is power. And if we understand the knowledge, then we have the power to move through this change and actually see the future of how beautiful this planet will become.
Oh man, beautiful, Bruce. And I'll just share here in a moment, as we're gonna talk some more about consciousness and oneness, et cetera. But we're going to come back to this notion of flourishing in chaos, because we've actually worked closely with Bruce and Shamini on a program that is named exactly that. We'll tell you more about that here in just a moment. So, but Shamini, let me come over to you. I'm going to go a little deeper on something that you already brought in. You've worked as a healer in many areas, including clinical psychology, as you mentioned just a moment ago. How does the science of consciousness impact psychological healing, and are there other areas of healing that are particularly affected by consciousness?
It's such a great question. And this is very difficult, Steve, in one way, because when we're really talking about consciousness as it relates to oneness, it's actually beyond the mind, right? And yet we use all these mental constructs, and that's what science has typically done. So, it really depends on your frame of reference. I wrote a whole chapter on this in my book, because people get really confused when you say consciousness. Is that the mind? Is that awareness? Is that sensory integration? What is that? So I want to name that. It depends on how a scientist is looking at it. From the perspective of oneness, though, and when we tie together the exploration of what I often call big C consciousness, that unitive experience that is beyond the mind, beyond our conditioning, then we really get to see where the roles play out between touching into the larger big C consciousness and its effects on our psychology. And in a nutshell, when we allow ourselves to have these experiences of oneness, whether they're with soul, spirit, guidance, however we describe them, right? With something that is larger than what I would call my small self, even my roles and responsibilities. I can say, I'm a mother, I'm a daughter, I'm a scientist, I'm a this, I'm a that. Well, really, I'm not any of those things, right? None of us are. We're not actually anything, but those roles that we play aren't actually what consciousness is. Those are just roles of how consciousness in embodied form is playing out in the universe. Once we can actually have the experience of that, then we can start to sort of disentangle from the micro traumas and major traumas in our life that keep us small. And it's those traumas in our life that we're so connected to because we haven't 100% resolved them that are playing out in the world today. This is why, sometimes, unfortunately, greed is running the show in many of our systems of, whether it's healthcare or climate change. We know that story. We know that song. We don't have to keep singing it over and over again. I think we see how traumas, both individually and collectively, are leading us to this place of chaos that we see now. Here is the good news. The science shows us that when we engage in consciousness raising, consciousness reconnecting practices, and Steve, there are so many. I went over all the evidence in my book because I want people to know that it doesn't matter which practice you choose. There are so many examples, different forms of meditation, not just mindfulness, but many different forms of meditation, singing, drumming, chanting, yoga, tai chi, qigong, even conscious conversation brings us back to an experience touched by oneness, big C consciousness, so that we can disentangle from the conditioning that is plaguing our ability to flourish both individually and collectively. So the practices are here. They've always been there. And it's really important in these times that we're very aware of the science and we just to remind ourselves how real this really is, the oneness. The science of oneness is very real, and it empowers us to then come into practice, because as we come into practice, we unravel the traumas on the energetic level, as energy healers talk about it, and even some psychologists, and certainly in the ancient traditions. What's happening? Whether you talk about this on the karmic or the energetic level, we're literally releasing things that bind us, things that bind our energy, that bind our flow, that bind our ability to connect with the larger consciousness. So, and as many on this discussion here who are watching and joining with us here know, the collective practice is joyful. So what is the antidote to chaos? It's actually coming back into our joy. This is not a bypass. This is essential. Your fundamental nature as fundamental consciousness, as we describe it in the Vedic tradition, Sat, Chit, Anand, ever truthful, fully conscious, and blissful. This is our natural state. That gives us energy to change the systems that we need to change. This is why coming into Big C consciousness is absolutely essential for realigning our planet. We don't have to feel bad about it. It is not a bypass, and it all starts with our practice. And yes, the science supports all of what I'm saying.
Yeah, boy, beautiful. So I love that you're both bringing in these perspectives that are real, important, and urgent, but also hopeful. And that's our journey to this sustainable and flourishing world that we Bruce, what you call this heaven on earth, which we know we can create, but we've got some there are going to be challenging moments, which is on this journey to get there, but delicious moments as well, especially if we really pay attention to the science of oneness, of consciousness, these things that we're talking about actually here in this panel, and that you all share when we talk about these new programs we've created. So I'm going to come to the panel here now, and Shamini, maybe you can go first, and then Bruce here with this question to the panelists. So something that excites me about both of your work is the idea that we can all use our conscious minds to create immense change in our lives and in the world around us. What are some of the things that you've encountered in your research that our viewers might not know are possible to do with their mind?
Oh, well, Bruce, you talked about placebo a little bit. So let's just unpack that, because what we're learning about placebo and what I have learned as I really dug into this concept, first of all, honestly, Steve, it's an outdated term. It makes no sense. And, I've spoken about this and sort of written about it in more depth, but placebo, when we understand what placebo is telling us, and Bruce really touched on this earlier, it's incredibly powerful because what placebo actually is, I call it, is heal. Holistic elements that activate life force. And what I mean by that is when we dig into the research behind placebo, we find that it's not one thing. It's not even just the conscious mind. It's expectation, which is how much do I believe that this trajectory that I'm on is helpful, this medicine I'm taking is helpful, this food I'm eating is nourishing, my conscious expectation. So that's only one part of placebo. The other parts are conditioning. If I go to get a massage, how's my body going to respond? What's the last thing that happened when I had a massage? Well, it turns out if I enjoyed the massage and I found it helpful, my body's going to relax the minute I walk into that room. That's why when we come into conversations like this, all of our bodies individually and collectively just literally breathe a sigh of relief because we know that we're about to be nourished. That's a really big part of what we call placebo. It's the subconscious mind and the energetic experience that's also at play here. Relationship. Our relationships are key to our healing. When we unpack what's called placebo, we learn that even a positive interaction with our healthcare providers, with the community around us, can actually reduce inflammation in the body fairly instantaneously, right? Reduce the stress levels like cortisol in our body, harmonize our nervous system. So that's very real also. And ritual. Ritual is key to healing. And all of these are facets of what we call placebo. Now, the ancient cultures knew this, and this is why ritual was always a huge part, because it was a part of expanding the big C consciousness, allowing for spiritual guidance and spiritual energies to help flow through for healing. All of that is available, but we're engaging in rituals all the time. So if our ritual is for the alarm clock to go off at a certain time in the morning and we say, oh shit, and we jump out of the car and jug a cup of coffee and run to our day, guess what? We just created a ritual. And what do you think that ritual is doing for us? Whereas if we take a moment when the alarm goes off or whatever to just take even a few seconds, put our feet on the ground as we sit in the bed, take 2 minutes to breathe into our bodies. How am I doing today? What's here? Can I invite spirit to be with me in my very busy day? That's a ritual that we're creating for success. So all of these facets of what we call placebo relate to connecting with big C consciousness, and they're available to all of us. Turns out the science of placebo shows us it doesn't matter whether it's drugs, surgery, acupuncture, or even just our interaction with our doctors. All of these placebo facets play a role in our healing. So actually what we've been calling the medicine isn't the medicine. We are the medicine, right? It's our consciousness that's guiding the healing process. And I think, Steve, when we really get that, when we really know it in our bones, it realigns our entire world and even the way we see each other.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful. This is what we call conscious living. All these things that you just talked about where, when I go back earlier in my life to when I didn't really understand all of this, hadn't really paid attention, awareness wasn't there, daily practices weren't there. It's what you described, oh boy, alarm goes off, choke down the cup of coffee, but no more. That's the beautiful thing. That's the delicious thing about conscious living, where we bring in all of these practices that you so beautifully just described, Shamini. So Bruce, over to you on this question.
Oh, Steve, it's interesting because we keep using the word consciousness and consciousness shaping our reality. And then we have to connect consciousness to the mind. And I go, well, this is where an unseen problem is manifesting the problems of the planet, the whole thing. I said, what is it? I say, there are two minds. There are two sources of consciousness, and they're very different, but they're interdependent. They work together. And I said, but they're very different. I said, well, what is it? I said, well, we have, Shamini mentioned, we have the conscious mind. And then we talk about what is the subconscious mind. I go, the mind is two things. And all of a sudden, because if you said mind is a conscious mind, I said, well, yeah, I want to see health, happiness, joy. I want the planet to live in peace. And I go, most everybody wants that. And I go, well, if that's our conscious mind, then why don't we have it? And I say, because, and this is a number, please people recognize, the conscious mind is creative. The subconscious mind is habitual habits. And just to defer away from Freud's belief that the subconscious mind's all the evil stuff, I go, no, the subconscious mind's a hard drive in a computer, cold hard drive. Is your computer good or evil? And I go, it's not your hard drive that is doing that, it's the programs that are in your hard drive that do that. And I go, we have great programs in our subconscious. We couldn't live without our subconscious. I'll give you a simple point. How long did it take you to learn how to walk? Now, you were before too, and it took, quite a time to learn how to stand up and not fall over and all that. And I go, what if you had to wake up the next morning and then start again? Then you spend the whole day learning how to walk. And that by the end of the day, maybe you got to walk. And I say, the next morning you wake up, you got to start all over again. I go, no, you see, this is a subconscious mind's job to learn how to walk. And the point is simply this. Look, all of you out there learned how to walk before you were 2. Are you still walking? 50, 60, 80, 100 years old? Yeah. You know why? Subconscious has the program. It's the habit of how to drive a car without thinking about it. The habit of learning how to play an instrument and then playing it without having to go over all the, the steps of learning it again. And so habit is good. If it's a habit that supports you, and then of course, if it's a habit that, is counter to your positive world, then that habit's not so good, but they're in the subconscious. So here's the point. The conscious mind has wishes and desires. I can ask anybody out there, tell me what you want. And the conscious mind, oh, I want to be healthy. I want to be happy. I want to have a great relationship. I want a great job. I want the world to be peaceful. I go, this is great thinking. And if conscious mind's creating a world, then why the heck don't we have that world? Because almost everybody out there has the same desires of peace and happiness and health. And we don't have it. I go, so why not? And here is it. Because only 5% of our cognitive activity, of our brain activity, only 5% every day is coming from the conscious wishes and desires. I go, well, then where's the rest of our thinking coming from? I say, 95% of our behavior is coming from the subconscious, which is programmed, just like the computer. When you bought a new computer, the first thing you had to do was put programs in it so you could use it. And the brain is a computer. And the first thing is, before a child can use this brain, you have to put programs in it. So the first 7 years of a child's life, the brain is in a state not of consciousness, it's actually lower. It's called theta. Theta is subconscious. And I go, what's happening? It's hypnosis. I goes, what's that mean? I say, how is a child to learn the rules, to be a member of a family and to be a member of a community? I mean, they can't read a book. They can't go to school. They're infants. How are they going to learn? And the answer is the brain is in a state of hypnosis for about 7 years. And all it does is observe mother, father, family, community, and observe their behavior, boom, and download it. That's how it works. And that's how a child can learn all the rules necessary to be functional in the world in which we live. But then I say, well, yeah, but what if the people we're downloading the program from, they have a behavioral problem? I go, well, then you do too, because you just downloaded that. So, and then I say, so what's the point? I say, our conscious creative mind operating 5% of the day is the wishes and desires. And the subconscious program is conforming to the rest of the world, whether it was good or bad, we downloaded those behaviors. And I say, well, how's it working out? Well, you can see 95% of the thinking of the public has created the chaos and the problems of this planet. It's not their conscious creative thinking that is functioning. And so what's the point? It says, well, the movie The Matrix, it's not science fiction. The movie The Matrix is actually a documentary, in the sense that the premise of the movie is that we're all programmed. I go, oh, well, that's a scientific fact. We're all programmed. And that 95% of our life is coming from that program. In fact, the Jesuits have told their followers for 400 years, they said, give me a child until it is 7 and I will show you the man. I said, what does that mean? And the point was, just as I said, 7 years is programming, rest of your life, 95% from that program. And that's when they started to recognize programming of children will control the fate of the rest of the world, because whatever program they got before 7, they're going to manifest that 95% of the day. And all of a sudden I said, oh my God, we're in the Matrix and we're all running from these programs. And then I love it because there's a part where they say you can take a red pill and you can get out of the program. And I say, Most everybody on this line today has taken that red pill at least once. I go, what does that mean? I go, I'll tell you the story. Your life is blah, 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 blah. And then you meet somebody and you fall in love. 24 hours later, your life is not the same, folks. 24 hours later, life is, oh my God, so beautiful. I'm so in love. The world is great. Even the job that sucks is not so bad. I love my life. I'm in love. And I go, this is called the honeymoon. I go, you went blah, blah, blah. And then 24 hours after you met someone, your world changed from blah, blah, blah to heaven on earth. I go, you know what? The reason was falling in love is the red pill. You stop thinking. And when you stop thinking, that's when the conscious mind is not in the brain thinking, but it's out in the front creating. And the point about that is then when you fell in love and you took that red pill called love, your life changed in 24 hours and you created heaven on earth. And the fact was, guess what? It was always there. But your programs have kept you from getting there. And the moment you fell in love, you experience what would life be like if I was actually using my conscious mind to create? And the answer is, well, you manifest heaven on earth. I go, it's always there. But even if you have honeymoon experience, at some point you revert back into subconscious control. So the point here that it's really important for all of us to understand, and Shamini will speak about it, I'm sure, is a simple fact is this. We're not running our lives with a conscious mind. We're running it with the subconscious mind, and that's been programmed. And if we have good programs, then fine, our life is going to be better. But if we have conventional programs, we'll end up with problems in our world, sickness, and all other kinds of things like that. So basically, what are we talking about? And the answer is this. Are you using your conscious creative mind, which manifests heaven on earth, or are you operating day to day to day with a program that was passed down through your parents, your teachers, your clergy, those people, and we're living their programs? And the answer is, well, everybody out there, sorry, almost all of it is from your subconscious. And no matter how many wishes you have when you wake up, and today's the day, today I'm going to create the greatest, wonderful day because I'm the creator. And then you go to work, and at the end of the day, you come home and go, well, it didn't happen today. And I go, that's because you didn't notice that when you started thinking about what was happening and where you're going and what's going on, where's your life, and you start thinking, conscious mind is not in control. Because when thinking is happening, conscious mind is looking in. When you're not thinking, conscious mind is looking out and driving you to that direction. This is what happens in the honeymoon. The honeymoon, you stop thinking. And all of a sudden I said, what does that mean? Well, then you're not defaulting to the subconscious, because now you're creating with wishes and desires. And I go, that world was always here until you go default back again. So I'm sorry I talked long about.
No, it's great. I'm so excited, Brucey. I just want to connect more with what you're saying because
please,
it's powerful. It's
you
so
are my friend.
And there's something in me that really wants folks to know how, from the neuroscience perspective, this is also reflected in our cutting edge discoveries today. You just mentioned default. So a lot of what you're talking about, Brucey, as you know, relates to what we've been exploring with what's called the default mode network, this sort of running of our programs. It's called the me network. And it's literally, a way that the brain just sort of runs itself over and over. It represses certain emotions for us because we're just kind of running our programs in what we call the default mode network, which is a network of brain activation that kind of goes in a loop, focusing on me and kind of the small self, as I mentioned, the conditioned mind, keeps running. Here's the great news. There are so many practices that interrupt that default mode network. And not only that, I mean, whether we're talking about meditation, people are looking at it, of course, with psychedelics. I want to remind people that plant medicines are very powerful, but not the only way to disrupt the default mode network. Ancient practices have been doing this forever, and there are many studies looking at meditation in interrupting that default mode network, interrupting that program in the brain that you're talking about, Bruce. And I want to tell people that even our understanding of like that 7-year mark is changing because, Brucey, as you know, when I was at Columbia University studying neuroscience as an undergraduate, they told us the brain didn't change after age 7. And now we know that's not true. We actually have critical neuroplasticity periods in the brain, even in adulthood. What are those? It's exactly what Brucey's talking about here, that honeymoon experience, that coming into consciousness, that oneness can help us actually realign the patterns in our brain. This has been shown through studies that we have these times, even in our adulthood, where we can rewire our brain for more connected experience, as within, so without. So we actually see this in the brain, where we can connect our neurons more robustly beyond just the default mode network. And that is when we're getting out of these programs, when we're expanding our consciousness. So even if we had a really hard time up to age 7, I want people to know that you still have resources available to deprogram. All is not lost. Hope is not lost at all. We are learning more and more about how adaptable and plastic we are, even down to our brain cells. And that's what the science is also showing us.
I'd like to just add one thing to this, Steve. I know we're talking a little long on this question, but this is really critical. The point is, I just said, look, when we are thinking, we start playing these programs that we got from other people, and they may not be good behaviors at all. In fact, that's where all the problems generally come from. And then people say, but I would see that I was, playing programs that were not helping me. I go, no, you see, you don't understand. When the conscious mind is thinking, it's not looking out, it's looking in. So whatever behavior is coming out, you don't see that behavior because you're thinking inside. Let me give an example. Most of us drive a car. And I say, when we first learned how to drive a car, we paid so much attention, all the details, the mirrors, the pedals, the speedometer, the gauges, the sounds, like driving a car. And I said, today we get in a car, put the key in, you don't even think about the details. But let me give this point, because many of us experience it. So it's like this. You're driving the car, and either you have a friend in the car or you're really thinking a lot. And I go, let's pretend I have a friend in the car. And so Shamini's in the car, and I'm driving down the street, and then Shamini and I get into this great discussion. Yeah, right. Yeah. And we get all excited. And then at some point I look out the window and I realize I haven't paid attention to the road for the last 5 minutes. So, I always joke and say, hey, Shamini, guess what? I haven't been paying attention to the road for 5 minutes. You don't tell your partner that. But the point about it is simply this, is that I can ask 2 questions. What was the conversation that I had with Shamini? I go, oh, we talked about this and this and this. The next question is, and what was on the road during that 5 minutes? And you go, I don't know. I go, why not? And I say, because you were not paying attention. The subconscious program of driving was working. How was you driving? You don't even know. The car might behind you might see it, but you don't see it. I say, why not? Because when the conscious mind was focused on something else, the subconscious took over driving. And I go, and that was the whole point. You cannot tell me how the driving went, because when the subconscious took it over, it's because you weren't paying attention. So I say, so then what does that mean all day long? I say, well, 95% of the day, you are not paying attention. And whatever behavior is coming out, you're the one that doesn't see it, but everybody else does. A story I've told 40 years, and I'm still waiting because I'm looking for the next best story, but it's 40 years. I say, you have a friend, you know your friend's behavior very well. You happen to know your friend's parent. One day you see your friend has the same behavior as their parent. You go like, hey, Bill, you're just like your dad. And I say, back away from Bill. The first thing Bill's going to say is, how can you compare me to my dad? I'm nothing like my dad. And I say, this is the most profound story. Why? Everybody else can see that Bill behaves like his dad. Who's the one that can't see it? Bill. And all of a sudden I say, we are all Bill. Because 95% of the day we're running programs, we don't see them. Are they good programs or bad programs? The only thing you'll know is the end. Did it work or it didn't work? Whatever it was you were trying to do. You only see the end. You never saw the consciousness from the subconscious that took you to that end point. It's invisible. And this is where the biggest problem in the world, in a sense, comes from, because a person wakes up and says, I'm going to create my life today. I'm going to get healthy. I'm going to find a relationship. I'm going to find a great job. They go out, 5 o'clock, they come home. None of it happened. I say, what is the consciousness of that person when they come home? They go, well, I wanted to be successful, but these people got in the way. And you point to all these people, and you don't realize you were the one who started the conversation with those behaviors you didn't see. So we take on the role of victim because it didn't work the way we wanted it, without recognizing we were the cause, because our subconscious was acting and didn't give us the ending we were seeking. And if you understand this, and all of a sudden you realize, oh my goodness, I am manifesting it, but I didn't see I was even involved. And I go, when we wake up, we do. And as Shamini can tell you, when we wake up, that's the opportunity to say, oh, maybe I don't want this program. I go, yep, you can change it.
All right, and I'll come here now. So such an important point. And as we know, this is the wisdom, all of these things we've been covering. We said, how do we scoop up this wisdom and bring it to the humanities team community, to all of our teammates? And so we're going to segue over now. Shamini, I'll ask you this question first, and Bruce, and I'm going to come to you. So, of course, so together with humanities team and Bruce, we've worked to create this brand new free program called Flourishing Through Chaos. Activate the power you were born with, but have never been taught to use. And then a masterclass that follows called Become a Conscious Creator, the science of co-creating a better future. Just from a humanities team perspective, these programs are mind-blowing, and they're going to immediately follow the Global Oneness Summit this year. So Shamini, you first. Do you want to tell us a little about the series and what you're most excited about?
Absolutely, and such an honor to be asked to be part of this, Steve. Thank you so much for having us put this together with you and co-create it. It's been a real joy. Well, everything that we've been talking about is so incredibly important for us and for our times, both individually and collectively. And yeah, we need to be empowered by the science, and we also need to know those key practices that help us to release our programs and come into the full C consciousness, which is love itself. And these practices, these resources are really important. I've been really excited about this program because here we're not only marrying the modern science, but we are having this opportunity to really bring it together with the ancient wisdom traditions and the practices so that we can be fully resourced to be the conscious co-creators that we all are. I cannot stress this enough. All of us need to recognize that beautiful creator, creatrix, I like to say, within ourselves. This is key to us realigning our future as a global humanity. And it doesn't have to be a heavy thing. It actually is a very joyful thing. And key to this is coming into awareness of a broader sense of our energy so that the energy can guide us into the experience of broader consciousness and fill the wells of our being with abundant joy and energy to carry our creative impulses forward in a really cohesive way. So that is really, what we have worked on with this program. We, of course, as you all can see, are real thrilled about the science. So we do share a lot of the cutting edge discoveries, but we also share practices because we want to make this really real down to the consciousness in ourselves so that we're really empowered to move forward collectively.
Yeah, beautiful. Yes, 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 and yes. These are all the things we scooped up into this program, Flourishing Through Chaos, and then this masterclass that follows. And Bruce, what are you most excited about in this series that we created together?
Well, I think the most important thing is the offering of knowledge that's at the front edge of science that all of a sudden says, oh my goodness, you didn't even understand this, but now here's this new science that empowers you. Knowledge is power. And what I emphasize in the program is a lack of knowledge is a lack of power, and that we have been misprogrammed to believe that we're victims in a world where we actually are the creators of a world. And so given this new knowledge gives the tools and opportunity to say, wait, if I'm creating this, and why is this happening in my world? Because it's not what I want. I go, oh, if it's not what you want, that's because your program is creating and not you. And so this whole series is the science, the knowledge, the application of what information do we now know in science that could take us from a world that's in this chaos and have us have a honeymoon experience every day of our life. Look, you created the honeymoon. And unfortunately, you also uncreated the honeymoon, but that you didn't have the conscious awareness of how I created the honeymoon, and you didn't have the awareness as why you lost the honeymoon. And what this whole program offers is both sets of science. How do you create it, and how do you keep it? And the idea is, so what does that mean? I say, well, then that gives you an opportunity in the midst of chaos all around you. You could be walking on a heaven on earth right in front of your path, wherever you're walking. Why? You're a creator of this. but you've never been programmed to be empowered. In fact, most of the programs that we got in that 7-year period when we were downloading programs were disempowering or self-sabotaging or actually limiting beliefs that were downloaded in our mind. And then 95% of our life is coming from those problems of a lack of knowledge. And so it's not like, oh yeah, we have a lack of knowledge, it's not working, folks, that's our program. And no, our program is you have a lack of knowledge, it's not working. Do you want it? You want to have that power? Do you want to be able to wake up every day, every stinking day? I love that. Every stinking day, and wake up and go, oh my God, it's the most wonderful experience to be here on planet Earth. Does it really work? Well, and I grew up watching my father's behavior. Well, my father and my mother had dysfunctional relationship. I say, so what? What do you think? I downloaded great behavior? No, I downloaded dysfunctional behavior. 40 plus years, I couldn't get a relationship off the ground. Why? The invisible 95% of the day behavior that I was creating, that I wasn't observing, was pushing people away. And I say, oh, that's Shamini and I present in our program of, well, you can change these programs. I go, oh yeah, I changed this program. And I met my partner, Margaret, when I
Welcome to this Global Oneness Summit presentation on transformation and children's books, Love and Wonder. I'm Dr. Kurt Johnson, a Global Oneness Summit host. This is a special topic sparked by a project among the synergy circles of the evolutionary leaders on the importance of transformational messaging for children. And you'll not only hear about that and get a visual tour through some of the children's books, but also at the end, hear about urgent issues regarding children worldwide. Our panelists are the inspirers of two of the children's books, renowned cosmologist Dr. Jude Currivan and best-selling author and social scientist Dr. Riane Eisler. We'll also be joined by Tezekiah Gabriel, Executive Director of Pathways to Peace. Our co-host is children's book writer and illustrator Victoria Friedman. Victoria is a co-founder of Vistar View, a nonprofit organization dedicated to self-discovery, collective consciousness, and spontaneous creativity. Graduating with a BA in Fine Arts, she worked as a ceramicist, selling to galleries across the United States. And she founded the Clayway Art Center, offering clay classes to as many as 70 children a week for over 10 years. So now over to Victoria.
Thank you, Kurt. Thank you for that introduction and for everything that you do. And thank you, Humanities team, for putting on this initiative of oneness, the wonder of oneness. And we're going to be hearing some stories today, and I'd like to tell you a little bit of background of how these stories came to me, because it is the wonder of oneness. And that is that in my 35th year of my life, I was not doing too well. I tell the children I was very, very sad, and that I met a wizard. But we know that when the student is ready, the teacher appears. And so the teacher appeared, and his name was Charlie, and he was doing a program on the Gurdjieff work, which I entered. And shortly after I came into it, he asked me if I could do a children's class with clay, which was not at all something my personality would be interested in. My mind didn't exactly enjoy that idea, since I was doing one-of-a-kind pieces, and I was doing the biggest show in the country, and I had a one-person show at Saks Fifth Avenue, and my studio was pristine. So it wasn't so easy, but I think at that point, willingness was my middle name. So I was willing to do it, and I did. And in the second session with these small children, they were about 3 years old, they had come to my studio early, and I walked in, and all I can say is that I walked into what I would call a magic kingdom, or the middle kingdom. I don't know. I was just a bigger form, a bigger body, with a lot of wonderful beings. They were smaller, and I seemed really large, and I'm only 5'2". So I just seemed very large, and it was magical. It was as if I could see everything they wanted, like what made them happy, what delighted them. So that was beginning of working with children for many years. And one thing that Charlie said to me at one point, that I should study Rudolf Steiner, and he said I should start telling stories. And I said, oh, you mean like Beauty and the Beast or Cinderella? He goes, oh, no. He said, no, you'll get the stories. You'll receive the stories. And so I did. I received the stories, and really they were amazing because they were always based on a spiritual principle. For example, there was a story about peas in a pod, and it was really based on the parable of the sowers, on the parable of sowers from Jesus and how they fell out, and also the 5 wills from the Master Game by D. Rope. So if any of you are familiar with these names, another book was based on a princess that wandered into a cave, and it was really the story from Plato. And then actually moving on to the parable of the prodigal son. So they were all like that. And Clarissa the Fish was based on Rudolf Steiner's 4 Temperaments, and non-dual ending. So you can imagine how excited I am to be working with Riane Eisler, iconic, and Jude Currivan. And just a little note on the doodling, the illustrations. I've been doodling since forever, before the beginning of the universe. And it's just a natural thing for me, and it's a flow, effortless expression of no mind. And you know, all of children's art is doodling. All that they do is doodling. They just doodle when they do art. That's their idea. They don't even know the name for it, but they're all doodling. So that was a little bit about what we're going to see. But also more important, I really think it is so imperative that we have books by evolutionary leaders and luminaries and spiritual teachers for children, because mostly they get Walt Disney and I don't know, you know, and it could be worse than that. So, you know, just the fact that they're hearing messages, incredible messages that really come from consciousness. And also, if the voice prints, like it would be so wonderful to hear the voice prints of people that have more of a holistic, more of a, you know, personally involved conscious evolution tonality. And I did a spirit club for children for 8 years, and Barbara Marx Hubbard came. And so she was there, and she was the fairy godmother. She definitely was the fairy godmother. Believe me, it was true. And she asked all the children, you know, what they would want to do for humanity. You see that? And it was this incredible conversation. So I'm very excited to what's going to be happening here and the stories that are coming out. And in the Middle Kingdom, they think I'm Tori, the fairy queen. So I love being Tori for everyone that wants to meet her. Thank you. Oh, now let's go over to Kurt to introduce Jude.
Yeah, Victoria, thank you so much. So Dr. Jude Currivan is a cosmologist, futurist, planetary healer, author, member of the Evolutionary Leaders Circle, and previously one of the most senior international businesswomen in the UK and co-founder of Whole World View. She has a master's degree in physics from Oxford University, specializing in quantum physics and cosmology, and a Ph.D. from the University of Reading, UK, in archaeology, researching ancient cosmologies. She's traveled to over 80 countries worldwide and worked with wisdom keepers from many traditions, and is a lifelong researcher into the nature of reality. She is the international author of 7 nonfiction books, including the award-winning and best-selling The Cosmic Hologram, 2017, and The Story of Gaia, 2022. In 2017, she co-founded Whole World View to serve the understanding, experiencing, and embodying of unitive awareness and conscious evolution. She is also a faculty member at Ubiquity University and Humanities team.
Hello, everyone. This is a section highlighting a book by Jude Currivan, inspired by Jude Currivan and myself, Victoria. And I want to tell you how this happened. It happened that I got a call from a synergy circle we'll hear about of the evolutionary leaders called the Unitive Narrative Synergy Circle. And they were working on the Unitive Narrative, a really important document, which I think Jude will tell us a little bit about. And they asked me basically if I would do a children's story on the Unitive Narrative. So, you know, that was something to put that together. And so that's what happened. So I'd like Jude to come in and tell us a little bit about the Synergy Circle and the Unitive Narrative.
Thank you, Victoria. Well, first of all, I'm delighted that we are where we are with this amazing initiative. Thanks very much to you and to Ellen, who very much is primary for the beauty that you've put into this book. It goes back a few years, and Kurt's involved with this, and you too, when a number of change makers who'd been working with United Nations for many years came together, and they came together with a perspective that the Sustainable Development Goals that 193 countries had agreed to implement, along with a timeline called Agenda 2030, was vital for us to transform our relationships with each other and our planetary home. And they realized that the same thinking that created the problems would be unable to actually resolve the behaviors that arose from them. So these 150 or more change makers, including Victoria and your husband, Ron, came together. And in the early discussions we had, the sort of exploration was, what do we need? What do we need to sort of underpin and frame what we might bring to the possibilities for transformational change that might help to change the perspectives and therefore the behaviors that gave rise to the dysfunctionalities that require the Sustainable Development Goals. And it was very clear, and there was a huge consensus and coherence across these gatherings, that what we needed was a new narrative and a unitive narrative. That the SDGs and the way we behave in the world is basically based on a worldview of separation and materialism. And Indigenous teachings, wisdom teachings, universal wisdom teachings, ancient teachings have tried to tell us that isn't the way of the world. That isn't what the world really is. And yet, progressively over the last couple of centuries, that has been our worldview. That has been our paradigm. That has been our narrative. And so when we came together, there was this realization of a new and unitive narrative, which is both ancient, but new in the sense that now, for the first time, leading edge science across all scales of existence and many different fields of research are coming to the same view. They're upending, they're turning on its head this old story, this old paradigm of materialism and separation, and instead agreeing, converging with universal wisdom teachings and spirituality-based teachings to reveal a universe that meaningfully exists and purposefully evolves, a living and loving universe that is non-locally unified. And the science of that was rewarded with the 2022 Nobel Prize in Physics. So this is settled science now. So I was part of the drafting group that came up with a unitive narrative based on this convergence of leading edge science and universal wisdom teachings to offer a cosmological, a planetary, a social, a whole being narrative to underpin and frame potential transformational change in the world. And it began with how that could be applied to the SDGs and Agenda 2030. But it was realized that this is a generic narrative that applies to everything, because when we see through a lens of unity rather than a lens of separation, everything changes. And so, of course, being narrative sharing species, being storytellers from the very get-go of what it's meant to be human, and the stories we tell our children, and we share with them our view of the world, this unitive narrative offers us a new and yet ancient and whole way of educating and sharing this new unitive story with our children. And so the unitive narrative circle, synergy circle, whose basic remit is to share a unitive narrative to underpin and frame transformational change in the world. Who else could we call but Victoria? Who else could we call but the most wonderful storyteller we know to perhaps share this with young people, with children? And so one brightness came from that.
So how do we tell that? How do we tell that to children? That story, that's what I was faced with. And there's no way to figure that out. And so this is a story for enlightened parents, grandparents, aunts, and uncles to tell your children. This is this is a story for enlightened parents. So it starts with, this is the cover of the book. The centerpiece is right down the middle. That's the front page and the page in the back. And it's about one brightness, the eyes of love. And I'm going to take you through a little bit of it. I can't tell you the end, but I can just take you through some of it. So it starts with one brightness. And this started because Jude came out to help me, because I had a lot of questions when you can only imagine doing a children's book about the unitive narrative. So Kurt very kindly asked Jude to come in and support me in reading Gaia. That was an inspiration plus. So one brightness So it starts out from nothingness. And again, enlightened parents, once before time and space, these are 3 to 8 year olds. It could go older. Younger ones love hearing it, seeing the pictures. Interesting to talk to your child about what nothingness, what's something that's no thing. Children know about things. So this is for enlightened parents. And then suddenly there was a sound that came out. And in just 3 minutes, now this is from Gaia, from Jude Caravan, in just 3 minutes, a gigantic light lit up our universe with one brightness. And this happened in 3 minutes of our time, as far as we know. So Jude, tell us, what is that about?
Well, first of all, we now know that our universe began 13.8 billion years ago, which is this beginning from no thingness into the birthing of a baby universe that has been existing and evolving ever since. But when our universe came into being all that time ago, we were taught at school, and it sort of fixed with us, that old paradigm, almost of an accidental universe. You know, we talk about a big bang. We know it wasn't big, but when we think of a bang, it's so chaotic. And yet we now know that it began in the most incredible, ordered, focused, fine-tuned way as the first moment of an ongoing big breath. And so in that sense, in the first 3 minutes after that very beginning of the big breath, that is our universe, that is continuing till this day, our universe was born into being. And incredibly hot. We talk about brightness, thinking visibility, but it was just extraordinarily hot and yet incredibly ordered. And its first moments in those 3 minutes, and then for some time beyond that, it actually sounded. It wasn't transparent to light, but it was to sound. Our universe was sung into being. Its very brightness of being was sung into being.
So out of this incredible happening, sparklings with eyes of love beamed out. And these sparklings, they became planets and stars and solar system. And for a long time, it was very hot. And then it began to cool down. By the way, Jude told me that hot in the universe is blue. So we took a little license here for children. So it began to cool down. This took a long time, a very long time. And on one little planet called Earth, on our planet Earth, a tiny spark came to Earth. And on planet Earth, sparklings appeared on Earth. And they appeared as birds and dinosaurs and fish and you and me. All these sparklings. And one thing we all knew is that we were one brightness. And we started creating. By the way, we started creating. We are the most creating. We were always creating. We were creating force. So we started creating Legos and computers. This is a Squishmallow right over here, this little black and white thing. It's a very popular children's item. So we started Legos and computers. We are so creative. And you know what? We got so creative that we turned our eyes away from the brightness and started getting really involved in what we were creating. And we got busier and busier. Here's a picture of a mother. She's a grown-up who's a little upset. As we started creating that way, a fog started to come in. A fog, a very unusual fog, not the usual fog, very unusual fog. And it started to come in. Now, we've had a lot of discussions, and you'll have to discuss with your children or think about it for yourself if they ask you, where did the fog come from? You have to be honest always. We don't really know. I mean, there have been a lot of people who gave some ideas about it, but I don't know if we really know why the fog came in, because after the fog came in, it got foggier and foggier, and everyone started to feel separate from one brightness. It felt separate. And then wanting more began, and everyone felt alone and scared. Jude, would you like to say something?
Yeah, well, first of all, Victoria, I think you've done this so amazingly and beautifully, because I think this really does share with children what has happened. And this isn't a blame game or a shame game of the journey we've been as a species at all. But as part of that journey, we almost went into more and more sense of individuality. But because of that, we progressively sort of separated ourselves from community and from our planetary home, and from the realization, the remembering, the knowing that we are all sparklings, that we are all microcosms of our wondrous universe and its evolutionary impulse. And maybe that fog was a necessary part of our journey to this point. But it's been with its challenges, as you know, and its traumas, as you know. So I think what you've done here is so wonderful, because you've really dealt with that. You've appreciated that, and the book continues to move on from that. But it doesn't try and deny it, and it doesn't try and the creativity we have is wonderful, but a lot of our creativity, as you say, have focused us on the materiality. But it's also brought in more and more separation. And that is where the fog has really descended. We've forgotten who we really are, not just children. I mean, children probably remember better than adults, but by the time we've reached adulthood, often we have forgotten. So, as you say, for enlightened parents, remembering for ourselves and helping our children never forget that they are sparklings.
Yes, and of course, here's a section about how the plants look sad, the rocks were gloomy, even the air and water seemed dull. I think that's happening. And here also is an opportunity for parents to speak in some degree about pollution in some way. Again, I think what is really important, I know for me, with my background in terms of not a background as a writer or a teacher, but a background as being the fairy queen, is that you can't blame the children, and I don't think we should blame ourselves either. No, so you just can't put that kind of really heavy situation on children. So this is what started to happen, and I can't tell you the rest because you'll have to go to Light on Light website, where it's being published and you can find it, and then you can find out. But I can tell you it's very exciting, and at the very, very, very end, everyone loved happily ever after. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. And I love that the book brings us home to knowing that we are loved, and therefore we can trust in love.
Truly. Thank you, Jude. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Victoria and Jude, for that tour through One Brightness. And I know I'm so happy that it's obviously a happy ending. So now it's my privilege to introduce the next children's book, Fog Busters, and its inspirer, world-renowned social scientist and best-selling author, Dr. Riane Eisler. Dr. Eisler is renowned for her 4 cornerstones for how our world moves from dominance consciousness and dominance cultures to partnership consciousness and partnership cultures. And her first cornerstone has to do with childhood and family. Dr. Eisler's classic book, The Chalice and the Blade, is now in 57 U.S. printings and over 30 languages. And it's been followed by other important books such as Tomorrow's Children, Sacred Pleasure, Women, Men, and the Global Quality of Life, The Real Wealth of Nations, and Nurturing Our Humanity. She is the founder of the Center for Partnership Systems and the Interdisciplinary Journal of Partnership Studies. And a fuller bio for Dr. Eisler is at the Global Oneness Summit website. So it's such a treat to have Riane with us here today. And so I'll hand it over now to Victoria and Riane.
Well, thank you so much, Kurt, for this lovely introduction and for your introduction to Victoria, because you are really the matchmaker here. And I am so grateful to Victoria. I'm known for nonfiction books, not children's books, but children's books are so important. And we have to really help children use what they have, which is their intuitive knowledge of the world, that it can be good, that love is important. And Fogbusters is about that. It's based loosely on the four cornerstones of family and childhood, of gender, of economics, and of story and language. But it is for children, and as Jude and Victoria said, for adults too. It's a story of hope on this lovely, beautiful planet of ours. And the fog is what we're trying to lift, isn't it? All of us. This fog of separation, this fog of exploitation of our earth, of one another, the coding of care, caring connection is what really holds humans and the world together. Love, we yearn for it, and yet we have an economic system that does not value this work of care, which is coded feminine and hence devalued. And these four children in the story of Fogbusters, these children with the eyes of care, come into the world, well, to lift the fog, which is the fog that we must lift of the old thinking, as Jude said earlier in the program. And as Einstein said, we cannot solve problems with the same thinking, with the same consciousness that created them. So children they really deserve new stories. And Fogbusters is such a new story. And I love it. And I love the illustrations, as you will see.
Thank you, Riane. Thank you so much. That was a beautiful introduction. Yes, and so the way this story came about is that Kurt, I guess we call him Kurt, Catalyst King Kurt, the great catalyst. Kurt invited me to meet Riane, who was looking to do a children's story about her work. Again, a awesome goal. And so we got together, and before I even met her, I was reading about the Four Cornerstones, looking up at her unbelievable amount of work, and I immediately thought of four children. Four children just came to me, four corners of the earth, just like that. These things just unfold. So we started working on these meeting together with Kurt, and there were a few other people, and it was really it was like a party every week, and so we began to work together on this story, and it was quite a team effort. People would just say things, and I would write them down and just wait, and then they would just appear. They would come into the story right to the end. They just would appear in the story as they were coming in. And then I just want to mention something about the color in this, because I have a very dear friend, Ellen Mann, who has done many books, and I've done children's books with her. And we get together, I take my doodles that are scanned in, they're just black and white. You can see them at the end. They're in the form of a coloring book for children. But she scans them in, and then we sit together. My God, do you believe this? On Zoom, and we create the universe. We color the universe. She clicks on it. We say, let's make Olivia skin purple, lavender. And by the way, Olivia is a tree spirit. Tree spirits can change their color at will. They can just change the color of their eyes, the color of their hair. When I talk to them about race, about the race situation on Earth, they can't understand it. They just think we're very boring, that we're just, a million shades of beige. That's what they call us. They think we are very boring, the spirit of the fairy world. So also, we're doing these books with Riane. So I look up what is the most famous children's story of all time. Like, what is it? And guess what? It's Cinderella. So, I thought, okay, I'm going to have to ask Riane about Cinderella. So let's hear from Riane Eisler about Cinderella.
Well, if you know my work, you know that I've proposed that we really leave these fragmenting categories of right, left, religious, secular, Eastern, Western, Northern, Southern, which we have inherited from times that were more violent, that were more top down, that were even more exploitive than now, and that we really think of patterns. That's something that I really want children to start seeing. And one of these patterns is the configuration of the domination system. And the other one, and it can be Eastern, Western, Northern, Southern, religious, secular, anything. And the other is what I've called a partnership system. And what we see, of course, in Cinderella is a perfect story to indoctrinate girls and boys into how gender is viewed. Because there are two forms in our species, right? The female form and the male form. Of course, today we know there are others in between, but that's only because there has been movement towards the partnership side, where diversity is valued rather than ranked as superior or inferior, to dominate or to be dominated, and to be served and to serve, which is how the old gender stereotypes are, aren't they? Which are nonsense, because men can be caring and women are sometimes not caring. But get back to Cinderella. Here we have a story that, number one, it idealizes the top, royalty, the prince, right? It also idealizes men. It's the prince who saves, who rescues Cinderella. Talk about learned helplessness, taught helplessness. Talk about really indoctrinating both girls and boys into this passivity is feminine, right? And activity, rescue, there is no agency for girls. They're completely dependent on the prince, and yes, they have to fit into his slipper. Think about that. What does it teach us about what a girl, a woman's role in life is? I mean, it's, as I said, it's a perfect story for domination, idealizing royalty, and the relationship between women. Oh my God, it's a mess. First of all, you cannot trust an older woman. Have you noticed that in these classic fairy tales? She's a witch. She's the evil stepmother, like in Cinderella or in Snow White, right? I mean, but the wisdom is always the male wisdom. I mean, it's a really classical domination fairy tale. And we have to really offer alternatives, because my work is not just about deconstruction, it's about reconstruction. And children deserve stories about caring, about the value of the so-called women's work, of caring for people, keeping a clean and healthy home environment, right? I mean, which translates into our planetary environment. So this story starts with, out in the universe, there's a teeny tiny planet called Earth. It was a place of one brightness. And on this shining planet lived a tree spirit named Olivia. And she was the caretaker, care. She gives care, she takes care of us, of the earth. And she really cared what happens on our planet. But And if you want to show the next slide, Victoria, and maybe you want to take over the narration, because it's about this strange fog that crept all over the earth and washed out all the colors and turned the earth gray. And of course, the fog is really the domination system, isn't it? That we have to really get through to who we really are, who we really can be, which is caring human beings, both women, men, and everyone in between. And that's what this story is about. And Victoria, I leave it to you to tell more of this wonderful story and your wonderful illustrations and Ellen's work too.
Thank you. Yes, so this fog, again, this is it's a same story because it happens in many different, infinite ways on our planet. So what began to happen, again, this is for enlightened parents. These stories are for enlightened parents, and they are for parents who want to have conversations with their children, which will continue. I have books that I remember that my parents read to me when I was very, very young. So there's Olivia, she's a tree spirit, and she's a little sad because these are loosely the four cornerstones. With bad things began to happen. The idea that mothers and children are not valued. You know, I learned so much from this. Of course, I knew that, but I did not know the extent. I did not know his story about this. And of course, the toughest and the richest and fighting. And so Olivia, this tree spirit, she asked Mother Earth for help. And there's Mother Earth. She has a lot of like rings on her. I think she's very happy and very, very colorful, Mother Earth. And there's Mother Earth, and Mother Earth, she went out to the universe. Mother Earth prayed to the universe, and you know, no prayer goes unanswered from the universe. So immediately, 4 children with sparkling eyes were born in the 4 corners of the earth. So here we meet Kathy's from California. See the cable car and the bridge? Oro is from Iceland, the land of ice. Rico is from Brazil, Carnival land, and he's a musician, loves music. And Emu, she is from the east. She's from Thailand and Cambodia. And she does a lot of planting with beautiful flowers. So that's what happened. And then these children were growing up. And when they were 7 years old, Olivia whispered into their parents' ear. She said, take a trip to Thailand. Go see the temples. Take the children to see the temples in Thailand. So they went. It was a very, very long trip. And when they got there, they were soon on a bus to the tree temples. Those are their parents standing outside, getting to know each other. And here's the temple, and they entered that temple. And if you notice that temple is actually a sort of doodle based on Angkor Wat and Ta Prohm in Cambodia, places that I visited. And they are so magical and extraordinary. And there's the 4 little children going into the temple. And here we are inside the temple. Now, inside the temple, see how the roots have gone through this, all broken up to the sky, and the roots come down and they go right to the floor of the temple. And there's all sorts of carvings all over this temple. But they're the 4 children. They're a little scared because on the middle of the temple floor were 4 cornerstones, 4 stones of beautiful color, and they were very scared. And they walked into the temple. And when they walked there, that's when they saw coming out of the tree temple, Olivia, the tree spirit. And she told them who they were. She told them of their destiny, that they have the eyes of care, and that they will clear the fog. And they had to choose a stone. They each chose a stone, and the stone immediately went on their fingers and turned into sparkling care rings. So now these children have care rings, and they know who they are, and they're ready to go home. Oh, sorry, before they go home, they go out and their eyes of care open, and the entire countryside around the land of temples began to be colorful. It all changed into brilliant color. Look how happy the parents are. They're hugging their children. But when they got back, Riane, they got back and things weren't so simple. See, they're still at the airport here. They're still at the airport. And they got back and people wanted to keep the fog. Riane, you just want to say a few words?
Well, I think what we're really talking about in this story is the reality that people who have been brought up to be fearful, to deflect their pain and their lack of care against out groups, they want the fog because they're comfortable and they're afraid. But there are enough of us who want something better, who really want to stand, if you will, reality right side up, because the fog really stood reality on its head. And that is exactly what happens in this story. I don't want to give away the ending, but it's really up to us, and it's very much up to this generation of children to have a new worldview, to see that there is a choice that we can make. And yes, these children can and did really make all the difference. It's an empowering story. It's empowering for children. It's empowering for parents and for grandparents and for anybody. And I'm so grateful, and I want to really end on this note, to Victoria and also to Kurt and to Ellen, because I so want to reach children with this work and to have them know that we can, with the eyes of care, through care, do nothing less than to change the world and stand reality right side up and value care, in starting with valuing those who give care, but really valuing ourselves and valuing this wonderful, gorgeous planet of ours.
And they lived connectedly ever after.
I love that. Connectedly.
So now it's time to move into a little bit of more of the darker part of the fog that's on our earth at times, and that we're all looking into and beginning to lift. So I'd like to introduce Tessakaya Gabriel, and Tessakaya is Executive Director of Pathways to Peace. Incorporated in 1983, Pathways to Peace is an international organization dedicated to making peace a lived reality in our world today. Pathways to Peace is a UN-designated peace messenger organization that holds consultative status with the UN Department of Global Communications and the UN Economic and Social Council. For over 40 years, Pathways to Peace has been engaged in innovation, collaboration, and movement building. Their vision is for a world at peace, and their work is about building a culture of peace. They work cross-culturally and internationally. In all their work, Pathways to Peace demonstrates a steadfast commitment to partnership and collaboration. And I met Tessakaya in Sedona, and of course I've heard about Pathways to Peace for a long time with Avon Madison. And when I was speaking to her, I said, I wish I could do something to help. I don't know what I could help in this situation. So she got in touch with me and she said, I heard you're doing some children's books. And I said, yes. And we started talking about that. And they're obviously trying to raise funds, really trying to raise funds for this issue. And she started to talk to me about an issue that was so devastating and difficult and just makes our species really, challenged. and that is the issue of feminine genital mutilation, FGM. So here we are, and so we decided that I would write a story that could be used perhaps for fundraising about something like that. And I did a little research online about it and found out some horrible facts. In West Guinea, where this is happening, there are 97% of women, girls undergo this particular treatment. So I want to bring Tess on just to tell us a little bit about it, and I'm going to share your story about one girl. Tess, welcome.
Thank you so much, Victoria. I am just so honored and delighted to be here with all of you, such esteemed company. And thank you to those of you who are watching this. And I'm just so grateful for the opportunity to celebrate oneness. So storytelling is so powerful, isn't it? I am here today, as Victoria said, to tell a story, a true story, that my beloved friend and colleague, Victoria, turned into a fictionalized story that together we'll share here today. My true story is about our dedicated peace-building partners in Kindia, Guinea, who lead the War Against Poverty program there. Our partners have dedicated their lives to building peace and ending violence in their community. And in this patriarchal society, they have issued a call to their community members to end gender-based violence in all its forms and the practices embedded in the culture that have brought violence to women and girls for thousands of years. I want you to know that the fog is there and there are no perpetrators, only those who have had thousands of years of conditioning. And out of fear and out of ignorance, that these cultural practices that are violence against women and girls have thrived. Our partners in Guinea are wise, they are caring, they are compassionate, and they're brave. They bring light to the issue of female genital mutilation. So this is their story, and we've been lucky enough, fortunate enough to have worked with them to build peace in their community and have joined them in their vision and their dedication to ending female genital mutilation and child marriage. So it's a story of goodness in the world and how to continue to work for peace when your heart is breaking. So Victoria, will you begin to tell us the story of Fatima?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Tess. Once upon a time, in a strange land far, far away, a sparkling being was born as a girl. She was named Fatima. Now, the land that she was born in was under a spell. The spell was that every girl that grew up there sooner or later had to have the cutting.
Although female mutilation, genital mutilation, or FGM, appears to be decreasing worldwide, this is not the case in Guinea, where this practice is widespread in every region and among every ethnic, religion, and social group. Guinea has the second highest rate of FGM in the world. 97% of young girls in Guinea will experience this torturous practice. As a patriarchal society, FGM is firmly embedded in the culture of Guinea and has been practiced for over 2,000 years. UNESCO reports that despite being against the law, FGM in Guinea is on the rise with little to no prosecution. UNESCO goes on to say that female genital mutilation is not only extremely detrimental to women and girls' health and well-being, it is also an atrocious act of violence.
So Fatima grew up hearing that sooner or later there had to be a cutting. When Fatima was around 3 years old, she started hearing about the cutting. Her parents and sisters did not say much, but whatever it was, it sounded bad. As she got older, she heard more and more, and she began to be afraid. When she was 10, she begged her sisters to explain to her what was coming. They told her that there was a private part of her that had to be cut so someone would marry her. Fatima never imagined there would be about her own body. She was horror-stricken.
FGM refers to all procedures involving partial or total removal of the external female genitalia or other injury to the female genital organs. It is usually performed on girls from birth to age 15. Girls may die at the time of cutting from hemorrhage or infection. For those who survive, the significant physical, psychological, and sexual consequences of female genital mutilation are painful and lifelong.
Fatima approached her parents. Her father explained, the cutting will help her belong in the community and get married. Her mother said it would curb her sexual desire and keep her clean. They were convinced of the benefits.
In Guinea, FGM is deemed appropriate for good marriage and to ensure fidelity in marriage. FGM supports polygamy and child marriage, and Guineans believe FGM will reduce the likelihood of premarital sex, making the young girl more marriageable. FGM is often a prerequisite for marriage. Because in Guinea, women are largely dependent on men, economic necessity is a major driver of FGM as well.
Still shaking and gripped by fear, she sought out the imam, a teacher of her Islam religion. He told her that Islam upholds the holiness of the human body and that the cutting is not spoken of in the Quran.
Although FGM is not endorsed by either Islam or by Christianity, religion's doctrine is often used to justify the practice. Not all Islamic groups practice FGM, and many non-Islamic groups do, including some Christians, followers of certain traditional African religions. FGM is a cultural rather than a religious practice.
She ran away on a dusty road. She chose a tree and hauled herself up into the branches. She spent a long night squinting into the darkness and jumping at sounds, but she refused to climb down and go home. There was danger in the dark, but the dread of the cutting felt even more terrifying.
For girls refusing FGM, there can be severe social consequences. Girls that say no are often rejected by their families, are considered to be a disgrace, and are outcasts in their community. They may also be denied the right to be seen or recognized in public. Social pressure is such that girls may actually request FMG for fear of being excluded or forced to remain unmarried if they do not suffer the practice.
She spent days walking with no food and water, foraging in the bush. After a week, dirty, bruised, and fatigued, she saw a woman walking towards her. The woman picked her up and took her to the girls' shelter. She saw the girls in the yard. The girls ran to her, and led her to shelter. She was safe.
Yes. Our partners in Guinea are compassionate, wise, and brave. They stand to end gender-based violence in the practice of FGM. After hearing our partners call for an end to FMG in their community, 2 brave young girls came forward and said no to FGM. As a result, these young girls were forced out of their homes and came to our partners for help. Our partners were able to find temporary places for these young girls, but it was not enough. It is still not enough. These girls are waiting. Our partners know, as we do, that with 2 girls brave enough to come forward and the ongoing community education, more girls will be brave enough to say no and will need a safe place to go. My heart broke open and I could not turn a blind eye. And thus the Eben Madison Shelter for Girls was born. So this is not the end of this story, but just the beginning of a new story, a bright new story. If you feel called to step into this story with us, please know your gifts and talents are welcome. Together, we can end this brutal practice in India in 1 generation and bring light, love, and hope for a brighter future to these young girls. If you are interested and wish to learn more about the girls' shelter in Guinea, you can visit our website, pathwaystopeace.org, or hashtag I am brave. Thank you, Victoria, and thank you to you all. We are changing our world. We are bringing light. We are acknowledging, embracing, and embodying oneness for all. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Victoria Friedman, Jude Curavan, Riane Eisler, and Tezekiah Gabriel. What a journey that was through the multi-layers of our concerns and love for children and the relationship of their precious lives with the transformative view of our planet and our planet's potential future. Thank you so much for bringing your expertise and your hearts to these topics. Let's hope that indeed the fog is busted and that the future of the world is one brightness. If you want to learn more, check out the books themselves at Amazon and the other booksellers, the bios and links of each of our presenters at the Global Oneness Summit website, and the website of the publisher, Light on Light Press, at lightonlight.us. That's lightonlight.us. And we hope you continue to enjoy all of the amazing programming on this year's Global Oneness Summit.
Are you creating the heaven on earth that you desire? Or are you involved in a chaotic upside down world that's going on all around us? And I go, well, we're participating with our consciousness. If you get pulled into that consciousness, then you become that consciousness. What we really are trying to teach is how you can stand outside, create your own consciousness, and not conform to the existing chaos that's out there.
Then the conscious mind is more in the driver's seat, you see. Then we're actually able to observe what's going on and say, oh, I don't want to go there. That doesn't feel good. I'm listening to my intuition now. I can hear what guidance is telling me. And that sets us off on our co-creative process, not become victims of a subconscious program.
Conclusion is this: whatever you are thinking, the chemistry from those thoughts control your genetics and your behavior. And if you change your thoughts, you change the character of your life.
Hello, everyone. I want to welcome you to this hour-long call, Reaching Beyond the Veil and Unlocking the Intelligence of the Universe, which is part of Humanities Team's 2023 Global Oneness Summit. On this call, I have three distinguished guests, Dr. Eben Alexander, Karen Neale, and Suzanne Giesemann, and I'm Ross Hostetter, your host today for Humanities Team. Just to briefly introduce everyone, Eben Alexander, MD, was an academic neurosurgeon for over 25 years, including 15 years at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, Children's Hospital, and Harvard Medical School in Boston. In 2008, he experienced a transcendental near-death experience during a week-long coma from an inexplicable brain infection that completely transformed his worldview. A pioneering scientist and modern thought leader in the emerging science that acknowledges the primacy of consciousness in the universe, he is the author of the New York Times #1 bestseller, Proof of Heaven, The Map of Heaven, and Living in a Mindful Universe. We also have on our call today Karen Neale, who is co-founder of Sacred Acoustics. Karen is an author and specialist in personal development with a diverse body of work that rests upon the foundation of heart-centered consciousness. As an innovator in the emerging field of brainwave entrainment and audio meditation, Karen empowers others in their journeys of self-discovery by demonstrating how to connect to inner guidance, achieve inspiration, improve wellness, and develop intuition. She is co-founder of Sacred Acoustics and co-author with Eben of Living in a Mindful Universe. We also have today Suzanne Giesemann, who is a spiritual teacher dedicated to sharing the awakened way of living. She's been recognized on the Watkins list of the 100 most spiritually influential living people. A former Navy commander with a master's degree in national security affairs, she served as a commanding officer and aide to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. She now guides people to enjoy a consciously connected and divinely guided life. She is the author of 13 books, 6 best-selling Hemisync recordings, and YouTube videos reaching millions of viewers. She produces the Daily Way inspirational messages, the Awakened Way app, and hosts the top-ranking Messages of Hope podcast. In addition to all this, she leads classes, workshops, and retreats and serves as a faculty with the Shift Network and Humanities Team. She's a member of the Evolutionary Leaders Circle, a group of thought leaders from diverse disciplines who support a global shift in consciousness. So I want to thank the three of you for joining me today for this exploration of reaching beyond the veil and unlocking the intelligence of the universe. What better things could we possibly be talking about than those things? So I want to just begin with just kind of an opening to the group. One of the themes of this call is that we are living in a much larger universe than the flat land of normal waking consciousness. Many of us have had experiences with that larger world. And I'm wondering if we could just start out and whether the three of you would be willing to share some of the experiences that shifted your life and got you into the work that you're doing now. And maybe, Eben, we can start with you and just go around the table.
Okay, thanks, Ross. It's great to be here with you today. And basically, I was gifted with a case of severe meningoencephalitis back in 2008. Now, as a former neurosurgeon, of course, I might not have used those words gifted before, but I promise you that what I went through was a tremendous gift in my life. And the 15 years I've spent since that time reconciling what happened to me and then also using meditation in the form of sacred acoustics to return to those realms on a regular basis has been a tremendous gift to me overall. And it's really enabled a 180-degree flip in my worldview away from that conventional materialism and its false sense of separation between us to one that's much more kind of a quantum-informed notion of consciousness and the world that we all share together. And for me, that binding force of love is an incredible force of healing. And I look forward to the other participants' answers here. But for me, it's a tremendous gift to have that NDE in a setting that should have allowed no consciousness whatsoever. And yet I had the most profound conscious experience of my life. So with that, thanks for having me on.
I want to talk more about NDEs. I've had one myself, but let's go around the table. Suzanne, you're next.
Sure. What changed my life was a reading with a medium the year after my stepdaughter was killed by lightning. She brought through evidence that our Susan was right there in the room with us. And as a Navy commander with that background you described, it would have taken nothing less than facts that that medium couldn't have known to shift my worldview immediately. I had started meditating right after Susan passed to try to connect with her myself. That took more than a year, but in that process, I opened to other realities that I had no idea were there. And since then, open to the ability to connect with other people's loved ones and with guides and with angels and with famous people who have passed with evidence every time, because I wouldn't continue to try to connect if I didn't discern every time information that I couldn't possibly know. So I love the topic of this discussion, unlocking the intelligence that's already here and available to all of us.
Karen, tell us your story.
I guess that's me. So I didn't have one specific event that really caused me to turn the corner on all of this, but I was fascinated with the topic of love. I wanted to understand it. I did not understand it. I thought I could understand it by reading. Unfortunately, there's not much that is written, believe me, I've looked, on satisfying explanations of what love is all about. And I eventually discovered that I could touch that love that near-death experiencers describe. They come back talking about this amazing love. And I found that not through a near-death experience, but through meditation and concerted cultivation, I was able to open a channel to that amazing love. But first, I had to discover these blockages inside of me, these emotional kind of beliefs that weren't allowing me to move to that love. And once I was able to really let that go, wow, the floodgates opened. And yes, when I met Eben, that's what I wanted to know all about. He was telling me all about the science of the brain. And I'm like, what about the love? And so that's what brings us here today.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, we've got these topics, and love is, I think, my favorite topic, and trying to understand what it actually is. So I'm hoping to get into that, because it's a very juicy topic. But before we do, I know that all three of you are working with, probably to the complete limits of your strength, with individuals and groups that come to you for help. And you see lives completely transformed when individuals come to understand and experience without a doubt that they're living in a larger universe, that life is eternal. And I've just wondered if you could share a few stories of the kind of transformations that have occurred with people that you work with as a result of the work that you're doing. And Suzanne, I'll start with you this time.
Well, I wanted to share one that just came to light last week, and it's not somebody I work with. It's a family member, relatively close, who I never would have dreamed would have shifted as he has. He started using binaural beats, which is what Karen and Eben have with their sacred acoustics. It's what I have with the hemisync tones. It's what shifted my meditative experience about 15 years ago. And he set aside time. His intention was different. He was trying to connect with extraterrestrials, but this is still different dimensions of reality. But in setting aside the time and using binaural beats, quieting his mind, he discovered this feeling of love that we've been talking about. And this is a young man who, to hear him talk about
this shift in consciousness and how he suddenly loves everybody and just wants to be the presence of love is so hopeful for me. So all of us are all about telling people there are tools you can do to shift your consciousness, and he's walking proof of it. So if it can happen to this family member, we're all right for it.
So Karen, what have you seen in the work that you do?
Well, I've seen amazing transformations in people. They write to me and say things like, oh, I never thought I could feel this love just like I talked about, and now I can. They talk about how their anxiety is much lower. They're able to get better sleep. But my favorite stories are the ones where they might have an unexpected out-of-body experience or something, and then they're like, that gets their attention. And that's where they want to know, what is this all about? And that's when I tell them, well, that's just a natural part of who you are. And this is something we can all learn. And I have a family member too, Suzanne. It was actually my daughter who used to tell me that she didn't, it was back as a young adult, her early 20s. She told me that it was a big deal for her that she did not buy into my belief system, that we create our own reality. She had had quite a challenging life up to that point, and she decided, no, she couldn't have created this. Fast forward maybe 5, 6 later, she's like, Mom, I get it. I create my reality. And it doesn't work by, someone telling you this. You have to actually experience it. And so when she finally experienced it, she said, Mom, you were right. So it's beautiful to see family members change, especially.
Yeah. I think sometimes with family, it's the hardest thing, because you're so intertwined with them to see it. How about you? I mean, what have you seen since this big shift in your career and the work that you're doing now?
Well, there's been a lot of shift that I've been able to witness. I think for me, one of the beautiful things is in many of the interviews I do, people seem to appreciate the kind of coalescence of thinking, how this is really a uniting of science and spirituality. And a lot of modern audiences are really ready for that. They don't have to wait for the whole scientific community to get on board with approving the reality of this, but knowing that hundreds of scientists and groups like scientificmedical.net or GalileoCommission.org are all contributing to this expansion of humanities and our cultural worldview. That's much more open to this notion of oneness and connectedness through mind and through basically our being spiritual beings in a spiritual universe. And certainly, yes, I've also seen all of that have an impact in both my birth and adoptive families in recent years, especially in our dealing with loss of loved ones, like the loss of my adoptive mother back in April 2019. And so much of the progress I saw in my own family and my sisters, my sons, et cetera, in dealing with that loss compared to prior losses. And I see the same thing unfolding even now as there are other health challenges throughout my extended family. So it's really kind of a broad category of experience that you get to see people growing through this kind of knowledge and leaving behind that bleak and paltry fiction of the false sense of separation that is a part of our conventional materialist teachings. So it's very refreshing to see how people both in my families, adoptive and birth family, as well as in the broader audience of people that Karen and I meet all the time in our workshops and in presentations and in interviews, that this is very definitely making progress in the world at large. Even though people often say, when does this big awakening and revolution happen? I would say it's happening now, and there's been tremendous progress in the last decade, and I think we'll all be quite surprised by the amount of progress I anticipate in the coming decade.
Well, I want to get into reaching beyond the veil, and I've got a bunch of questions about that, but I want to just dive in. One of the themes of this call is unlocking the intelligence of the universe. So I'm going to ask a broad, open-ended question. What kind of intelligence is out there to be unlocked and accessed? And how do we unlock it and access it? I'll just let any one of you go first at this time. Okay, great.
Yeah, so for me, unlocking the intelligence of the universe is really just opening a channel to knowledge that you have within. I know you're all going to have a spin on this same answer because that's where it resides. It resides within. And so the universe is really a larger aspect of yourself. We're really all connected as one. I think that's a common belief amongst all of us. And because of that, we all can access really all the knowledge that exists. It's just a matter of opening our channel and making that available to us.
So Karen, how do you do that?
Oh, how? Well, first you have to get quiet inside, and you need to remove yourself from kind of your reactive thoughts, your emotions, and you find a stillness inside, sort of a pure essence aspect of who you truly are. And once you can connect to that, that's your foundation for further exploration, further opportunities to ask questions, to open up. Sometimes you don't even know what you need to know. And so when I say asking questions, sometimes you just have to open to whatever might be there. It's also an aspect of surrendering, letting go of expectations of how that information might appear, and really just allowing your soul, your essence, your timeless self to be the center of that information flow.
Eben, what have you discovered is out there in terms of intelligence and how to access it?
Well, really that, before my coma, I kind of harbored that materialist conventional belief that my mind was created between my ears, in a 3.5 pound gelatinous mass floating in a warm, dark bath in my skull, that the brain creates consciousness. But my journey showed me very clearly that is false, that consciousness is what creates all of this emergent reality. And so this kind of major flip in our cultural understanding, I think, is very important. And that's getting with the notion that the scientific world is well on a pathway of demonstrating that this is the fundamental nature of reality, and really a coalescence of understanding that's been over 5,000 or more years in terms of understanding. So we're talking about a major paradigm shift, and people who are paying attention to this kind of call are those who have access to this kind of information channel. And ultimately, what we're going to end up doing is discovering that this is not about simply the rational, logical, linguistic brain, our ego mind kind of following the breadcrumbs and coming to conclusions, but much more opening ourselves to the wisdom of the universe, to that feeling of that unconditional love in meditation, centering prayer, whatever ways of kind of going within. And as Karen mentioned, meditation is a very powerful way to do this. And I would say it does so by allowing you to realize that your ego mind, and that's the little voice in our head that so many of us are used to thinking is who we are, is little more than a parlor trick. But that your consciousness, which is your awareness of existence, is a far grander mystery than just a little kind of trick of awareness arising from the physiologic workings of the brain. And this is really sharing the mind of the universe. And that's what we're all doing. And the deepest lesson of NDEs across the board and across millennia has been one of the binding force of love that connects us all. And that, I think, is what we were talking about earlier, this force of love. But the more we can come to identify with that and realize how it truly connects us, not only with all of our fellow sentient beings, but with the universe at large, that is what enables us to really start to gain power in terms of understanding our relationship with the universe, our ability to discern information beyond the confines of our kind of materialist thinking, but going out and having telepathic connections with others, having very deep kind of emotional, intuitive connections with others, empathic connections with others, and that this is really about some emotional kind of sharing and coming into wholeness through defining these principles and then exploring them on our own through meditation and centering prayer. So I think all of this is a very ambitious program of expanding our awareness of the one mind and how we all share that, and realizing how by sharing this, basically the dream of the one mind, we're participating in the evolution of consciousness itself, which occurs through all of these interactions of sentient beings in this process of self-discovery and discovery by self, I mean, of the connection with the universe at large. So in this grander field of thinking, it opens the door for all of us to come into higher knowing and a sense of achievement through recognition of these connections that we share with each other and with the meaning and purpose of the universe at large.
Boy, that was a beautiful explanation, and it's especially a beautiful explanation of that paradigm shift, just that shift, in understanding of causation. And yeah, so Suzanne, I know that you work with so many people in reaching beyond the veil and actually helping people touch persons that are in other dimensions of reality, information that is in other dimensions of reality. So talk to us about what you've discovered in terms of the kind of useful intelligence that is out there that loves and heals. And
well, I'd like to expand on what both Karen and Eben talked about. And I've spent so much time in meditation asking for clarity on what exactly is the mind, because there's very little agreement on that. And one thing that really works for me are metaphors for understanding. And for me, the mind is the activity of this sea of consciousness. If we think of the sea, many of those of you listening to this program are familiar with the metaphor that we are like the waves in the sea. You can't remove the waves from the sea. They were not separate. But I like to picture the Gulf Stream in the Atlantic Ocean. If you've ever seen aerial photos that show the Gulf Stream in different colors based on temperature, you can see that it's made up of many, many eddies or whirlpools, swirling areas. And I like to think of each of our individual minds like whirlpools or eddies in this flow of consciousness. And so when Karen speaks of going within to access all that is, that's like going to the center of each of these eddies that we are to find that stillness that accesses the whole sea of consciousness. But that's why when we get still, we can access everybody else's mind as well. But it's not just pulling data out of the ether. These are all sentient beings, because this sea of consciousness is also sentient, creative, even humorous at times. And so when we want to access information to which we don't have access immediately, we don't try, we relax into it. Just yesterday, my husband asked me to try to remember some piece of information. I don't know if it was a song lyric or what. And normally people say, well, that's in my mind. Well, where is your mind? Your mind is part of this entire sea of consciousness. So I just relaxed and put out the intention, pull that bit of information from the one mind, and I just let it go. And within a minute, there it was without trying. I went on to something else. So that mind we all share. And in fact, when we started, I realized that in my own growth, I've gotten to the point where I now really understand that there is really only that one mind, and it's looking through the four of our eyes at this point. To hear it intellectually, it's hard to wrap your mind around that. But I know that this one mind is having this really awesome experience as the four of us, and now expand it more. Everybody who's watching this program gets to experience ourselves from all these points of view. And that, Ross, is the love, the shared experience.
Yeah. And we may not really know who we are until we get together and relate. It's a whole nother emergent of the field, that's happening in real time. So Karen and Eben, anything that you want to continue to riff on this topic, and in response to all that juicy stuff that Suzanne just put out? Any other thoughts?
Well, I would just concur. I mean, I love hearing Suzanne talk about the one mind in that fashion. That's certainly a way that I've seen it. In fact, using that word eddy currents is something I've often done in reference to, our quote, individual consciousness. But the beautiful thing is we realize that these kind of extremes, like in a near-death experience, where you're in the process of leaving the brain and body, or at least practicing for leaving the brain and body, and witnessing what that's all about, there's no question that what that ends up showing us is the overlap of this mental aspect of the universe, that we overlap with the minds of those who are still alive. We overlap with the minds of souls who have left the physical plane. It's all possible in that mental realm. And of course, that's where we go in meditation or centering prayer, is into that much more kind of a supervenient kind of realm of influence of the mental. But never forgetting that the important thing is that binding force of love. And the love is really, it becomes very healing when it's delivered in that fashion. And so this is just a reminder in this discussion that we really are part of that one mind, of that binding force is love. And the more that the modern world awakens to this profound truth, the more healthy and healing and whole our society and our world will become.
And I would just add, I'll add on to that, Eben, we do this all the time. He talks about one mind. And to me, that's very limiting. To me, that, makes most people think of their thoughts, and what's going on in their individual head. And so I like to say we're all part of one spirit, because the spirit is the non-physical aspect of ourselves. That's what is connecting. And I know Eben uses mind and mental because that's much more accepted in the scientific world than using the word spiritual. But really, that's what we're talking about, that non-physical aspect of who we are. That is our spiritual essence, not our mental essence. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Great.
I just want to add, I'm so glad that Eben also uses the eddy analogy. I used it for a whole retreat a couple summers ago, talking to me, your eddy, your mind merging and flowing with others at all dimensions, not just here in this reality. And I just wanted to add, because we were speaking of humor, one woman who was German came up to me and she said, I am understanding all of this except for one thing. Who is Eddie?
I can see that one coming.
And I have to say, I'll add, when I hear Eben use that phrase, eddy currents, he's usually using it in a huge, long explanation of all this stuff, and he'll throw that in, and it makes sense in that moment. But it was really nice, Suzanne, to hear you sort of expand that idea out, and it kind of gave me a better understanding of what Eben's actually referring to there, because he has a lot of words that can fit into one sentence, and sometimes it's nice to simplify that. So
yes, it is. Yeah, I was just on a call with a bunch of quantum physicists, and their understanding of the fundamental nature of the universe is that it is a field. And we're experiencing that field as love, and that basically all creation are just eddies in this current. And yeah.
So that's another way to describe the spiritual realm, is an information field. So to me, those are interchangeable.
Beautiful. All right. So on the topic of an information field, Suzanne, I want to direct this question to you specifically. One of our topics in this call is reaching beyond the veil. So when we speak of beyond the veil, what does that actually mean?
Oh, I love this. I believe it's Dr. Jeff O'Driscoll made a really great comment. He said, the veil is the flesh. And that makes so much sense to me, because as I know that Eben and Karen understand it, the brain is a filter. It limits our awareness of all that is and all that's available to us. So if you need to part the veil, you go into meditation to get beyond the filter to the best of our ability while we're in a body. So to part the veil is to clear the clouds that are blocking our awareness. The veil is a metaphor for the filter that's keeping us from being aware. Eben had his near-death experience. You had one, Ross, and suddenly, without the brain getting in the way, the veil has parted. And here are other realities that are here now. They're not some far off place. They're available to us when we, as Karen said, shift the channel.
Mm-hmm. So, you deal with a lot of people that are just drilling down on this a little further, that are getting out beyond the veil. So, what is it like for a person to go through the process of leaving human existence, and what do they experience on the other side?
it's going to be two different experiences. I've heard it secondhand from those who have gone through it and didn't come back into physical form. I'm talking to so-called dead people who are not dead. And then you have Eben and you, Ross, who have actually experienced it, but very freeing and suddenly very aware of this total connection with all that is the love. And suddenly no judgment of others, suddenly able to visit and be aware of your loved ones who are still in physical form, know their thoughts, visit multiple people at once. So it's a whole different rule set once you're no longer in a body. Yeah, very, very liberating.
Karen, Eben, do you have anything that you want to add to that from either your personal experience or what you've seen that others experience when these veils, these limitations are lifted?
Yeah, well, there's this whole body of near-death experience data and research that talks about, this is what happened when I almost died. And so all of that has been studied. And so many people will ask us, well, you didn't really die. So how do we know with certainty that that's what happens? And of course, the materialist kind of thinkers will say, oh, it's just a brain effect or have some other physiological explanation. But what answered that question for me wholly and fully with no more uncertainty whatsoever is the work of Dr. Christopher Kerr in a hospice center, Hospice Buffalo. And when he started interviewing and quantifying experiences of people who were actually dying, what he found was exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing. These people, there's three very strong things that are in common between near-death experiences across all cultures, across all time, really, and actual death in a hospice center in modern times. And that is that you encounter the souls of deceased loved ones, that you have some sort of movement between darkness to light, and that you have a sense of traveling to another world. Hospice patients are having these experiences. The other thing that Dr. Kerr has found is that all of these experiences, whether they're distressing, comforting, most are comforting. If they're distressing, they're always transformative, always for a purpose for that individual. But what he finds is the common theme is, no surprise, love. These people are finding love they had in their lives. They're inventing love that maybe didn't exist. They're finding anything they can. They go into the afterlife surrounded with a feeling of peace and love. This is the natural death process. So our bodies know how to do this. None of us need to be concerned about, wow, is that going to happen for me? It happens to all of them. 89% of the people who he talked to were having these end-of-life dreams and visions, but they describe them as more real than real. Exactly how near-death experiencers describe them. Mm-hmm. They describe them as lived events, not memories. They actually start a life review weeks before they die. If it's taking that long, they start remembering events from their early life. People wonder, am I going to have to deal with that, relative that I didn't like so much? And in the hospice setting, you don't. You only are interacting with those that you love. Maybe later in a deeper continuation of your life review, you maybe find out why that person was so annoying or what have you. But I'm very, very comforted that actual death exactly matches near-death experiences.
Eben, anything you want to say about that?
Yeah, I would just a little comment to add on to something Suzanne said, and that concerns this notion of traversing the veil. I will remind people that in that traversal, one of the reasons why these experiences are described as ineffable, beyond words, is that the modes of information acquisition are very different. And the best example of that is when you just hear what people are saying when they talk about life reviews. And it turns out birth, death, everything in between happens in the now moment. It's not like you're talking about it as a distant memory in the past, but in that realm, in the spiritual realm, you encounter those kind of facets of your soul journey in a way that you can make sense of them outside of the normal kind of way that we look at them as a narrative in time, which is living these lives in this material world. But in that realm, by traversing the veil, you're really in a timeless, eternal place where soul and all of its interconnections, past, present, and future, can start to make more sense and be delineated as kind of rules or learnings from past experience that govern how we unfold and elaborate on connections and our understanding of how it all fits together. So by being in that timeless realm beyond the veil, that spiritual realm of eternity, we have access to much greater connections across time and space. In fact, I would say that is where this field of entanglement that quantum physics, just gave a Nobel Prize for. The Nobel Committee back in 2022 was for entanglement, this spooky action at a distance, which is the realistic and concrete proof of information connections beyond our normal thinking of connections of causality in a four-dimensional space-time. So by traversing the veil, we're actually accessing the ability to integrate a lot more of that information and come to a richer and deeper understanding of it than when we look at it as a narrative, kind of from this perspective.
Wow, that's beautiful. All right, Karen, I've got a question for you. You sent me a bio. Thank you very much for that. And, what I've read there, that you've spent a good portion of your life to develop what I might call spiritual sight or spiritual skills, meditation, lucid dreaming, astral travel, telepathy, remote viewing, self-hypnosis, energy healing, depth work with sound and vibration. So, you've been down this road for quite some time, as we all have. But I wondered if you could just spend a few minutes talking with our audience about what's worked for you. I'd love to hear about that. And if you're asked, what can I do to develop my spiritual abilities and my spiritual sight, what would you tell them?
Well, I was very frustrated when I first started to meditate. It wasn't easy. I was a project manager, and anytime I would get quiet inside, I would just be making lists of things in my mind. So waste of time. But I thought, no, meditation is supposed to be really good for you. And I was taking courses like Reiki and some other things that you mentioned, and they always would have us meditate. And so it wasn't easy at first, but what finally turned the corner for me was two things. One was an element of sound. First, it was tuning forks, crystal bowls, brass bowls, gongs. Everyone maybe has heard those at a sound bath or something like that. That really kind of monotonous wah, wah sound. And then binaural beats was the precise production, composition of the same types of sounds, because those instruments that I just mentioned, they're also emanating binaural beats more naturally. And so that's what helped me to get into a quieter state. At first, I would just fall asleep. And I had to kind of train myself to maintain alertness while my body was profoundly relaxed. The flesh is the veil, we just said. So letting your body profoundly relax kind of gets it out of the way and brings your focus to that awareness. And the other thing that I learned countless meditative techniques following the breath and, mudras, mantras, all of those things. But it was a particular form of Sufi heart rhythm meditation, where you would focus on your heart and you would coordinate your breathing so that it matched your heart. And then you would imagine, there's all kind of ways to do this, but for me, when I would imagine my breath moving in and out of the heart in different directions, this really activated my inner world. And I think it was just a way of me setting intention to have something happen. And tuning into the heart was certainly that. And it was actually the remote viewing ability. When I learned that, I used binaural beats to get into a quieter state. And then I would imagine myself that I was breathing in and out of my heart. And that would be the space that I would do remote viewing. And that's where you're given a number and you just write the number down. That's all you're really focused on. And then you wait for impressions to come up. Things like blue or hot or cold or inside or outside, things like that. And eventually a picture kind of emerges and you write those things down, you draw it. And then the teacher in the course shows you the picture that's in the envelope. And lo and behold, most people can pick up impressions just by having the number associated with that picture. That's entanglement. Associating that number with that picture in, I guess, the non-physical realm allows our minds to then connect to that information. And I was really shocked and amazed at the accuracy that I was able to attain through remote viewing. And that's what really allowed me to know that the information that I was getting that felt like I was just making it up, that was really excellent practice to show me, no, I'm not making it up. I actually drew the picture that was in that envelope, even though it felt kind of subtle and not so clear. I had the information. So that's what really built my confidence.
Got it. So Suzanne and Eben, what works for you? I mean, what do you do?
I love what Karen shared there, because it absolutely does work. But when you say works for me, what is it we're trying to achieve? And for me, it is connecting with loved ones who have passed and connecting with beings who have information. So I know that Karen would agree that it's so much more than just getting information off of a picture. That's fantastic. But when you feel a personality of somebody whose eddy is flowing and merging with your own, and then you engage them in conversation, that works for me. That works for me. And you ask them, give me evidence. Tell me something I don't know about you, or tell me something about someone we both know that I don't know. That blows the roof off of everything in your belief system. So what worked for me to get to that point was my initial goal of connecting with my stepdaughter. I had that single-minded focus. I didn't just want to focus on my heart. I didn't just want to focus on my breathing. Susan, I want to feel you. I want to see you. I want to hear from you. Where are you? And so I realized years later, that's what got me to open up, got me there, is single-minded focus on one being that I wanted to connect with. You could make it your spirit guide. And then you start to notice everything that's not that being that arises in awareness. What visuals come up? What do you hear? What do you feel? Well, that's not Susan. That's my to-do list. Well, that's not Susan. That's my mind wandering off. But then something else pops up that's not my mind, and it's not Susan, but it's very interesting. Who is this? Then I engage it. So just keeping the focus on one being, but noticing what stands out from your normal eddy or mind, sensations, thoughts, and feelings that constantly bubble up from the one sea of consciousness, opens you up to so much more than you expect. So don't limit yourself to just one experience that you think will happen. Be open to anything, and just be like I love the Navy ship radar analogy, but just be like that radar, constantly scanning the field for what stands out and is helpful.
You know, it's interesting, Suzanne, in remote viewing, occasionally the picture in the envelope was a person. And I'll have to tell you, those were the hardest ones. And so there is a difference. There is definitely a difference when you're picking up kind of just neutral information to build confidence in your skills versus connecting with an actual person, the meaning there. And we talk about medium. We know there's research in mediums. You guys know the difference. And I know the difference because it's a different kind of connection, I think. And
when you had a person in the envelope, did you feel a personality and sense of conversation? Or
I had very much trouble connecting to people. It was much easier to connect to the information, but I think I had a different intention, just like you said, and there is a difference. And so I just thought I'd throw that in there.
Great.
Good. Eben, is there anything you want to add to this conversation? It sounded like your experience kind of came right out of the blue, as mine did initially, but then there's always the desire to consolidate it and to grow in it. And
it did. I was blessed with something out of the blue, as you say. I think in this conversation, the main things I'd remind people of, one is be very cautious about our societal beliefs, because they are in general far too limiting and constricting compared to reality. So I think when we open our minds to the possibilities and hear these stories and hear people talking about the ways they connect, I think that can be very important. The other thing I would point out, is a trick really that Karen taught me, and that's to pay a lot of attention to kind of the emotional feeling of success, of achieving this kind of whatever the goal is that I'm going for. And by feeling that sense of success in my heart in going into the meditation, and not just thinking about success, but feeling the happiness of and joy of kind of successfully connecting the dots. By having that feeling going in, I greatly enhance my abilities to then come into that kind of knowledge in this piercing of the veil. So that emotional focus, though, I think is very important. But otherwise, I fully agree with what Suzanne and Karen have offered. And I also just remind people that in many ways, this is about acknowledging that that little voice in our head is not, who we are. So many people, as I said minutes ago, tend to identify with that voice and even think that that is their soul. Well, your soul is something far bigger and grander than that actually expands at the time of brain and bodily death. And that kind of expansion is what we can experiment with in piercing the veil. And so we're not going to allow that little ego mind. I love how Michael Singer in his book, The Untethered Soul, he calls it the voice in the head, the annoying roommate. And that is a beautiful way to express it, because if you're really approaching your soul and your ultimate consciousness, you're going for something far beyond that little voice in your head, the voice of the ego, which really has fear and anxiety as its main tools, and is right at the core of addictions and all kinds of other problems. So this is acknowledging part of yourself. And I use the tones of sacred acoustic to do this by stating an intention with that ego mind at the beginning of a meditation. But then I've learned to ride the tones. And that's what allows me, by just relaxing and focusing on my breathing and focusing on what I'm hearing, to step out of this illusion of here, now, and sense of self and pierce that veil and get broadly into primordial mind. But it's by not letting that little monkey mind in the head kind of run away with the show, but putting it into time out and finding that the universe has a lot more to offer us when we can approach that state of what many people call the state of non-self or of no self, which is really wide open to the input from the universe.
Wow. All right. So I've got couple other topics that I want to cover, and I don't want to hit this one too hard, but we've all been professionals. I'm a lawyer, MD, project manager, naval commander. I want to talk just a little bit about the antibodies that come from the professional community to this kind of work and how they might be overcome. My personal worldview is that this new world that we're talking about is going to come to the rescue and liberation of the old. And I'll just tell a quick story about these antibodies. I was a mediator. I still do that work. I've done over 4,000 mediations, court annexed. It's kind of like an emergency room for the psyche. And people come in deeply veiled. They come in anger. They come in the drama triangle, the victim, perpetrator, and rescuer. They come in with all kinds of odd constructs and stories that have been put into their minds. And this is down in Texas. And if I asked the question, what do you think would really be helpful in resolving this dispute? They would honestly say more guns. Okay. That would be the answer that I would get. And I was getting a lot of success in this, statistically significant beyond kind of the realm of what other people were doing. And I was asked once, what do you do that's different? And everybody wants a trick, or they want a technique, or a little meditation thing. And what I said was, I enter into every mediation with the default interpretation that everyone here is an emanation of divine love, including myself. And my goal is to crack open these antibodies, and let that love come through. And to the extent possible, be an embodiment of it to create that invitation. And that's it. That's what I do. And when that crack happens, double down on it, triple down on it, quadruple down on it. That's where your answer is going to be. And all you have to do is get out of the way at that point. So I would say this to professional communities, lawyers, I was training mediation, stuff like that, and the antibodies to it were immense. It was like, we're going to turn 180 degrees, walk, not run in the other direction. We're not going to put that in the CLE, continuing legal education seminar. We're not going to talk about that. That isn't, so I was just wondering, because I would imagine that all of us, and especially you, Eben, take big professional hits and stuff like that going into this world. So I guess my question is, how do we help? How do we break up this kind of phalanx of the the flatland?
Well, I would say it's already being broken up. I've seen tremendous progress in the scientific community over the last decade on this issue of the brain-mind relationship and our understanding of kind of a deep worldview to try and explain as much of human experience as we can explain. And I'll just give one little concrete example of the kind of steps that have been made. There was a contest in 2021 for the best scientific evidence for continuation of conscious awareness after permanent bodily death. And that contest actually has a result of 28 papers by scientific investigators who had to demonstrate at least 5 years of research experience before they could even participate. And these 28 essays are available to the reading public for free right now at bigelowinstitute.org. And I think if people start looking at the information that's been gathered by these scientific experts, you'll realize the question's already answered as to the reality of the spiritual realm of things like near-death and shared-death experiences, after-death communications, being very real demonstrations of active, ongoing spiritual connection with loved ones. This is not some woo-woo nonsense make-believe. This is the way the universe works, and it is scientifically validated. This is where Karen and I went in our book, Living in a Mindful Universe, was extensively showing this unification of science and spirituality. In fact, often pointing out that science and spirituality cannot proceed forward without the other. By recognizing the tremendous kind of openings in worldview that has happened over the last few decades with this kind of work of scientists paying attention to human experience, what we end up discovering is there's plenty of evidence for the reality of these phenomena. And now it's just a question of understanding more about their mechanism and how they work from a scientific perspective. But the reality of them is no longer in doubt. If you read any of those 28 essays at bigelowinstitute.org, you'll see what I'm talking about. They come at it from every different direction, and some are extremely scientific. I would especially recommend Pim Van Lommel, Bernardo Castro, Julie Beischel. They all three wrote very scientifically based essays that prove the reality of the afterlife. So you can, moving forward as a scientist, you can claim ignorance, say, I haven't bothered to read the data, but you can no longer come out and say, I've studied the data extensively and it's all woo-woo nonsense. There's no such thing, because the evidence greatly supports the reality of these concepts of afterlife and reincarnation. And we simply need to work harder to understand how it all works.
And can I just add?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so this data that Eben is talking about, that's us. That's our stories. And scientists who have collected all of these stories, they find some interesting things. And I'll use the after-death communication field, for example. These are spontaneous messages that happen to people when they get messages from their departed loved ones, not through a medium. They just happen out of nowhere. And, just the other day in all the studies I've seen, and just the other day on in a CNN article, about as mainstream as you can get, they talked about people who have dreams about their loved ones. And dreams are a very common way for loved ones to come through. And these dreams are unlike other dreams. They just described as more real than real, the same kind of words near-death experiencers use. And the problem is that more than half of our population is having these experiences, but nobody wants to talk about them, because in the mainstream world, people will think, oh, they're going to think I'm crazy. Right. And so they are doubting their experiences. And so there's no doubt these experiences are going on all over the world in more than half of us, at least. And they're probably vastly unreported. And I feel the more that we can validate these experiences as real, the more that people will just breathe a sigh of relief and say, oh my gosh, I'm not crazy. This is real. And the scientists will catch up. Dr. Kerr in the hospice world, he made all of these discoveries, and he's not been very well received by his hospice medical community peers. Who is receiving him well is the general population. They know it to be true because they're experiencing it themselves. And so that's what we need to do, is really validate to people your experiences are real, and let's get that conversation going. Let's not just keep those experiences to ourselves. Let's share them more, and that will probably bring us forward in wonderful ways.
Well, we're doing our best right here. Suzanne, do you have any thoughts about this topic, about how we can break through this veil?
By just acting on what the soul already knows, that we truly are connected by this light of awareness that is our very center. That definition of love that most resonates with me is lack of separation. When we acknowledge that nothing separates us at our most essential level, we can't help but feel a connection with all others, regardless of what they're exhibiting. And the more you do the practices that we've talked about in this program, the more you live from that place. I have a very nice social following on Facebook, and it never succumbed to the nitpicky nastiness that was so common during the whole COVID period and the political election period. Nobody went down because we just held the light. Everybody who came through was speaking from that heart place. Each one of us is like a light with a dimmer switch, and we turn up our individual lights. And as you do that, if you have a room full of individual lights that are getting brighter and brighter, the whole light turns up. And that's what's happening. So Ross, you may have felt foolish when everybody dismissed you, but you had an effect on that room. You turned up the light. My guides have likened our path to going from the dark ages to the bright ages. And right now, as a species, we're in the dim ages, but that's progress. So if we all just fulfill our purpose, which to me is to be the presence of love, you don't give anybody anything to push back against. If you just are this open, spacious love, people may push back against you, but it just flows right through you. Last night, I had the experience of being in a group, and the conversation turned really ugly. And I literally stood up from the restaurant table and said, excuse me, I'm out of here. And I left. The bill hadn't even been paid. Somebody else was going to pay it. I went outside, and somebody came and joined me, and they said, my gosh, I honor your courage. I wish I had that. And I said, well, you did. You're here with me now, aren't you? We just have to stand for what we know in our hearts and do it with love. And we will, each one of us, have an effect on everyone around us.
All right. Well, the only distress I'm feeling right now is that we're at the end of our 60 minutes. I just want to encourage our audience and our group to get more deeply involved with these light sources. It's really nice to have an example, and it's really nice to have a vibrational attunement. And that's really what we're working on. So just to close our call, and I hope this isn't too reductionistic, if there would be one thing that you'd like to tell the thousands of people that are watching, and to leave them with, what would it be? And I'll start with you, Karen.
I will be very brief and say that one of the highest goals of all, to echo Suzanne, is to be the love that you are.
All right. That's a beautiful soundbite. Eben, how about you?
I think be the love that you are pretty much says it all. I don't know if I can add to that.
You can.
But I
No
remind
soul
people,
left
no
behind,
soul
Eben.
left. Sorry?
No soul left behind.
That's what I was going to say. No soul left behind. In other words, this revolution and awakening is the birthright of all sentient beings. And we all can play a role in this tremendous awakening. You don't have to wait for the scientific world to catch up. They will eventually, because the evidence only leads in one direction. But every one of us is involved in this beautiful love-bound revolution and understanding. So vive la révolution.
All right, Suzanne, you get the last word on this call.
This is easy. It's the number one principle of the Awakened Way that it's my honor to share. And that is, you are not only human. That means you are a soul here and now. And the big news is, at the level of the soul, you are already whole and complete and so very loved.
Well, I want to thank the three of you, and I want to thank Humanity's team for sponsoring this call. And I want to thank the thousands of people that are viewing it, and may we all feel the love.
Welcome to the Global Oneness Summit, transforming our lives through conscious creativity. Today, I have the pleasure of speaking with Dr. Sue Morter, Debra Poneman, Marci, Shimoff, Dr. Anita Sanchez, and we'll be talking about evolutionary women transforming lives. We'll touch on how we can transform each other's lives through our creativity, receiving abundance in all areas of our life, and we'll also go into some brief exercises to help with transforming our lives today. So I wanted to give a brief introduction of all these incredible women on the panel today, and just a little bit about me. I'm Carissa Sims, host of the Zen Success podcast, and I'll introduce Marci Shimoff first. She is a #1 New York Times bestselling author, a world-renowned transformational teacher, and an expert on happiness, success, and unconditional love. What more do you need? Her books include the international bestsellers, Happy for No Reason and Love for No Reason. She has been featured in the movie The Secret and has her own TV show, Happy for No Reason. Next, Dr. Sue Morter, and I just heard her at Agape last Sunday, which is amazing. She is the USA Today #1 bestselling LA Times and #1 Amazon bestselling author of The Energy Codes, the 7-step system to awaken your spirit, heal your body, and live your best life. I'm so in alignment with that. Through the energy codes, Dr. Sue provides techniques to activate untapped energy and neurocircuitry in the body, empower hidden potential, and become one's true essential self. And in fact, we were talking about that just yesterday at Humanity's team, finding your authentic self. Next, we have Dr. Anita Sanchez. Dr. Anita has spent 4 decades sharing indigenous wisdom with executives and their teams from all over the world. And we get to hear her wisdom today. We're so lucky. Now she has written a best-selling book calling upon all of humanity to remember how to work and live together. Anita, you're going to share maybe a little bit about your book, The 4 Sacred Gifts, later. Now I'd like to introduce Debra Poneman. For over 4 decades, Debra Poneman, bestselling author and founder of Yes to Success and Ageless seminars, which I have attended. They're amazing. Yay. She has shared her system used by hundreds and thousands around the world to live not only success and abundance, but profound self-love, deep happiness, and ageless radiance. Yay. Welcome, all of you powerful evolutionary women.
Hey,
It's
great to be here.
Is this a bit of a reunion? Do you all know each other?
We do. We love each other. We not only know each other, but we love each other dearly.
For
lifetimes. We're soul family.
Oh, for lifetime, soul family. Well, that's amazing. We're so excited. to hear from you. And it feels also like a little bit of a miracle getting your calendars all lined up to make it today. So, and I just wanted to say this, I feel, is an auspicious time connecting with all of you and sharing your wisdom, because we had the full blue supermoon energies of yesterday. And today is a powerful day in the Mayan calendar. So it's the 9 Khan day, and the power and wisdom combines with the number 9. It represents life and the divine feminine that gives rise to a day of empowerment through the wisdom of women. Isn't that amazing? And here we are all talking. So the day is associated with body energy that empowers us physically, spiritually, enabling us to carry out our work in the world. So let's get started. First of all, I'm just going to ask you some questions. Would love to hear from you. What is being an evolutionary woman to you, Marci?
Wow. Well, an evolutionary woman is someone who is committed to, I think, her own evolution. To me, this life has been about, how do I transform my own life to live the greatest truth there is? And then through that, to share that with others. And I think that that's anybody who's come to this event is in that flow, is wanting that same thing. How do we live, not the identity that society has taught us to be. That is not the truth of who we are, but how do we live in this energetic state of love and what I call living in the miracle zone, other people call living in the flow. That's what being an evolutionary human is about. And so I think that we're all committed to that here.
That's amazing. Can I just take a moment to say, where are you connecting from? Because it's looking so tropical there.
I am in Maui. Okay. And I am here partially. I'm here because I love it, but I'm also here. I came about a week after the fires, and I'm bringing the tapping solution, Nick Ortner's beautiful tapping process, to the people here who've been affected by the fires and the trauma here. It's interesting because there's a lot of trauma here, but there's also a huge love field that's here. So it's really beautiful to be in the midst of that love field.
That's incredible. And thank you for sharing that love field with all of us so we can feel it. So amazing. I love that definition too, evolutionary human or women. So Debra, what about you? What is being an evolutionary woman to you?
That's well, I'll tell you what I believe is the key to being an evolutionary woman, and that is to be brutally honest with yourself and to do what really moves the needle in your own life and not what's easy. I mean, you can take 100 self-improvement courses or go on 1,000 Zoom presentations, and you'll always get a nugget that enables you to have an aha moment so that you can move your life ahead. And you might even incorporate what you learned. And I love those programs. They're fabulous. I teach them myself. But there's a concept in Kabbalah, the Jewish mystical text, and it's called tikkun. And the literal meaning in Hebrew of tikkun is to repair. And the question that the Kabbalists ask us is, what were you born in this human body, in this lifetime to repair, to get right this time around that you didn't get right last time around, so you don't have to come back? And I think that to be an evolutionary woman, we have to go deep. It's not like, oh, you know what I need to repair is I'm late all the time. Well, that's a good start, but you might want to go deeper. If you want to really go for the gold, ask yourself, am I ready to speak my truth even when I'm quaking in my boots? Am I ready to forgive the unforgivable for the sake of my own self-realization? Am I ready to fearlessly love and not hide because what happened to me as a child? Am I ready to see every moment, no matter how awful or scary or cringeworthy, as a gift? And it doesn't mean that you don't take action and say, oh, it's all perfect. You do need to face your cocoons. But I think being an evolutionary woman is to do the tough stuff and to walk your talk.
Wow. That just got me. That was powerful, Debra. Thank you. Thank you. I agree with you. Well, what about you, Dr. Sue? What is being an evolutionary woman to you?
Yes, well, all the beautiful comments that have happened already are really setting us into a beautiful place of really taking a look at, am I living as the personality, or am I dropping more deeply into myself and truly living as a deep spiritual presence on this planet? Am I operating as the soul, or am I operating as the reactor in life? And I really feel that ultimately we are to evolve into living as the soul, to living as pure spirit that is coming here, awakening to itself fully and utilizing the soulful presence to do so. So when we say things like we're restoring the soul or refining or repairing something, it's really about, can I express in this world, on this earthly plane, as the true self that I am, the true creative energy that I am? And when we land here and we sort of splat and we get dispersed into different pieces and parts of ourselves, what happens is we start identifying as the mind, which then becomes, caught up in its experiences in relativity. And I am enough or I'm not enough, I'm better than, I'm less than. And that whole situation begins to take on this roller coastering, experience in life. And I feel that as evolutionary people, we are here, particularly as women, at a time where we can more easily pull ourselves back into the soulful presence because of the conflict that's going on in the outer world. And that we're ultimately here to evolve into being a creator instead of a reactor, to being a presence that is bringing our gifts into the world instead of hiding them because of the story that we've been telling ourselves, or not even getting in touch with them because we're so busy protecting and guarding and doing all of the things that the personality gets stuck in doing when it is disconnected from source. And so the truth of us is that we are source. We are made of that very energy that is compressed into a form. And we're here in a body doing this thing, but we just don't know that that's what's going on until we do. And so for me, being an evolutionary woman is about constantly as well seeing and sensing and feeling, when is my personality getting in the way of the true full expression of the creative source that I am? And can I love that out of control? Can I love that out of its role in filtering myself? Can I love myself back into wholeness rather than trying to excise and get rid of the parts of me that I don't like? Can I evolve into a loving being that is willing to embrace all aspects of self so that I can get on with being a creative presence, bringing the original medicine and the beauty that we each are? So
thank you for sharing that. I feel that went so deep that I really need to meditate on that concept of letting go of the personality and letting the true light shining through. I'm going to process that later. But so inspiring. Dr. Anita, we'd love to hear from you.
Yes,
what is it to be an evolutionary woman? Go ahead.
Yes, I love everything that I've heard. And when I think of being an evolutionary woman, I want to make sure that the people watching us and listening to us are thinking of themselves, are feeling parts of themselves come alive. Because from my perspective, which usually is an indigenous one, a tradition called Nawa, which is Aztecan, and one that I'm learning more and more about because I'm also from the Amazon, is that we are meant to be good medicine. And it's not like the pharmaceutical stuff that we've been dealing with over the last few years in a big time way. It's about being good medicine to ourselves and to others, that we're one hoop of life. And so to be evolutionary means that you are always putting in alignment as a human being, the spiritual, mental, emotional, and physical. And anyone or anything that does that, puts those in alignment, is good medicine. Bad medicine is anyone or anything that takes the spiritual, mental, emotional, and physical out of alignment. And so for me, that has been the guidance to understand, as Dr. Sue was saying, and actually is embedded in what Marci and Debra said too, is we're our spiritual beings. And we're so rewarded in this life, in this physical life, for just the physical that can be seen and understood. And it misses out on that separation, that illusion of separation has us miss out in living out our evolutionary purpose being here. And so it's everyone, and I'm going to move it a little bit. It's everything. So I am also part of the earth. And when I listen to be clear about what the wisdom is, I don't just listen to the wisdom inside. I listen to the ancestors. I listen to the stars. I listen to the earth. I listen to the birds, to the water, all the beings, because we're all part of this. And when we understand, when I came alive and really began to understand what I was being taught since I remember 3 years old, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm never alone. I have the power and ability to create goodness, to create a life-seeking life. That is the reason, the call to live your purpose. So it's not only for yourself, but it's for all the beings you touch and for generations to come that we don't even know yet. But for us, it's at least 7 generations forward.
Wow, I wasn't sure if you were going to end there. That was so
there's
powerful.
so much more. Like all of us could do so much more.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
Yeah.
I love the indigenous perspective. I actually got a little bit teary-eyed, just the grandness of what you're saying, of who we are. So beautiful. Well, as evolutionary women, you've transformed. I mean, how can we say cumulatively how many lives you've transformed? I mean, does each person want to say like 1,000,000, cumulative?
No way.
I was going to say thousands, but then I was like, oh no, it's probably like a billion.
It's definitely in the millions, but there's just no way, because what we hope is that we share something with someone and they turn around and share it with someone else.
Yeah.
And they share it with their children and they share it with their neighbors. And so it's exponential. Right.
So then it's an exponential formula here with each life you transform, then that maybe it's 100,000. I don't know. After that,
I just want to echo
higher math.
We're talking millions and millions, Carissa, because we are the one hooping, and we get to understand that anything that we think, do, say, all of those forms has an impact on everything else. So whether you're working with a large institution, organization, corporation, or one-on-one, the numbers and that one-on-one could translate to a whole lot in themselves, millions. So that, I think, is part of it, evolutionary thinking too, is that oneness, that unity. That's not just a cliche, but a living of that, an understanding. That's who I am and what I am. And so that gives you the energy, even in tough times, which always will be, just to stay present to what is, but also those possibilities and having all that you need within and without, because we're all connected.
Yes, yes. So what do you think the key to transformation is? Do you want to start, Debra?
Well, I think that my answer before, facing this tough stuff, but and I introduced the concept of tikkun. Tikkun is what you were put on earth to do in this lifetime, to face in this lifetime, to transform this lifetime. And I think that, as Byron Katie says, we also have to realize that even when stuff is tough, everything happens for you and not to you. And everything happens exactly at the right time, neither too soon or too late. You don't have to like it. It's just easier if you do. So when you spontaneously live that way, when you spontaneously live, seeing the perfection in all things, that everything is a gift, I believe that you're there. And also, it's what Dr. Sue said. It's to stop living as the personality you, but as the real you. And sometimes what happens is when we face our tikkuns, we have to not look good. And in front of other people. That's always been my biggest fear, that I'm not going to look good, that people are going to see that I'm not perfect. But that's what it's all about. It's not having this overlay of the personality, but actually, there's this story in Kabbalah that a man goes to heaven and the guardian at the gate says, "What did you do to deserve to get into heaven?" And the man says, "I was the most good person that I could ever be. I was always loving. I was always kind. I didn't ruffle any feathers. I didn't have an enemy in the world. And that's why I believe I should be led into heaven." And the guardian at the gate says, "Well, that's fantastic. You just got yourself a first-class ticket to hell." Because in order to make the change that is so necessary to be made now on earth, we can't worry about people liking us. We can't worry about not ruffling feathers. We got to do the tough stuff, and we have to speak our truth. And not everybody's going to like it if we speak our truth. So I think that those are the ways that we could transform. When we get to that, our friend Shelley Lefkoe just wrote a book called Hitting the Wall. When we hit the wall of our fear, that's when we have to say, this is the moment I was born for, and hold your breath and just go through. And I believe that the arms of the angels are going to be there to catch you on the other side.
Thank you. That's so inspiring, Debra. What about you, Marci? What do you think the key to transformation is?
Well, I certainly think that the first step to it is where we put our attention. We've learned it so backwards in our society. We think that it's about getting the conditions of our life to be just right. And it's really about being in the place internally of truth, of love. And then the conditions of life become right. So it's not, I'll do this and then I'll be happy. It's about, I will live in this truth that everyone here is speaking about. So it's really about putting ourselves in that flow of the truth of life. And ultimately that flow is what we know of as love. It's that field of love. And it's not the love that we think of as romantic or personal love. It's the essence of life love. I was watching a documentary a little bit ago about Carole King. And Carole King was one of I loved Carole King music. In fact, all of us on the panel, I don't know, probably not you, Carissa, but all of us on the panel are in the Carole King era. And I probably listened to my record Tapestry more than any other record. And so I was watching this documentary, and Carole King said, the secret to my success is that I get out of the way. And I let the process be guided by whatever is driving me. And I think that is the key to transformation, is to get out of the way, as what Sue says, is the personality, and be connected to that true essence of who we are. And it's really about, Meister Eckhart said that the soul is, he said something about that the soul doesn't grow by addition. It's not about being better at anything, but by subtraction. It's about revealing the truth of who we are and not what we aren't. So whatever it is that puts us in that flow, that connects us to the truth of who we are. And I think that the biggest thing for that, especially for women, is truly listening, being silent, going inside, listening to what is my truth, and then honoring it. As Debra said, doing even the hard stuff, but honoring the truth of that. And also knowing that love field, including ourselves in that love field. That's a big key.
Thank you for that answer. Dr. Sue, did you have anything to add? What do you think the key to transformation is?
I totally concur that love is key, because we're made of that. When we first come into form from the unified field, the very first vibration that gets created is the vibrational frequency that we call love. And so everything else is built upon love. It is that. And so when we're identifying as the mind is only a part of who we are. And it's only always going to feel like something's missing. It's going to feel like there's something insufficient. And so when someone's having a thought about, I'm not enough, or I don't feel, I feel insecure, or I'm never going to be enough, or something along those lines. It's true, because they're identified as the mind, and the mind will never be enough. The mind is seeking something, and what it is seeking is the soulful self, the true self, the real authentic version of us. And so when we are being that true self, we're not thinking about how do we look, or how's it going, or am I comparing, or am I measuring up, or am I as far along in life as I should be at this point? Those are thoughts of the mind. Soul totally doesn't think that way. It doesn't have that sort of repertoire at all. It's not interested in that. It is interested in the full-on expression of love that is true. It is interested in finding all of the ways that I could live in and shed love upon circumstances that are not vibrating in that frequency at this time. We are truly here as that, to bring light into the darkness, into the densities, into the pockets of ourselves and of life as we see it, which is only a reflection of us, in ways that allow love to expand more on the surface of this planet. Humanity, I feel, is evolving. We're evolving into prioritizing love over smartness. That the smartest thing that we can do is to own and to honor love. That's the smartest thing that we could do, is to find the love in every situation and choose to operate from a place of that. So if it feels like that's not accessible in this moment, that's your moment. If it feels like you don't know what to do or say, that's your moment. If it feels like, I don't know, I don't think this is my time, that's your time, because you're here to create love, love's access into moments of life that don't seem to be vibrating as that frequency. We're here as creators to allow love into places where it wasn't before. And as we do that, we experience a true version of self. And you know what I notice for myself in the moments when that's happening? I'm not worried about how it looks. I'm not worried about if I'm being, appropriate or graceful, or if people like me, or if I'm popular. I'm just loving my life. I love the juice and the passion that comes out of those kinds of choices. And so I personally just keep trying to choose that more, and choose it sooner, and choose it more regularly, until I'm never not. That's my goal, to never not be choosing to impart the loving path in all ways that I can discover.
Yeah, that's amazing. I really resonate with that. And I had that thought a few times before interviewing all of you powerful women. Am I ready for this? Can I really do this? Because I really look up and respect you. And then I got into that, what you said, just letting it go into that field of love. So I applied that.
Yeah, and we are so blessed by having you here. I mean, your love is so evident, right? And so it's the blessing of all of this. So.
Blessing. It's such a blessing. I felt really aligned with what you said. Dr. Anita, what do you think the key to transformation is?
Well, what's coming to me is, one, I just love listening to you all. I miss you and being in person with you.
Yeah.
But the elders, my elders, there are many, they just kind of showed up. And there's this sense of them smiling and nodding. Because one of the things I love about Indigenous elders and other elders from other traditions is there's no one way. And yet at the same time, all the different messages come back to that 4-letter word, love. And so I'm smiling and saying, yes, there's all these different ways. And I just want to add too, because I know people always listen and think you just arrive. But I want to say that you're not only to be still and to truly listen, it's also not getting in the mindset that it has to be your older, wiser self or something. In my life, the 3 and 4-year-old, I still go back to her. She was so wise. She hadn't forgotten. She knew she was supposed to connect hearts all over the world. I don't know how you're supposed to do that. That's all I know. And who knew it was me? But the Mexican indigenous woman going out into the corporate world and the international world, well, you got to have a Ph.D. and you got to do this and all these certificates. And it was just like Dr. Sue was saying, it's like the more isn't more. I'm glad it did that. It allowed me to get into some places and bring people who don't have that into those places, because the reality is it's here. It's about loving ourselves. It's about listening, and connecting to community. And that's both the community in the spiritual plane as well as in the physical, all of that. So I agree about the joy. It's joyful to be here.
I want to add something to Anita. Anita just has a brand new grandbaby. And now you can watch that little angel do the same thing you did when you were 2 or 3.
You better believe it. Yeah, I've taken out a lot of the ways I learn, but besides going to powwows and things, but learning from different things of nature. And so I'm already talking to her, but before she even came out of the womb, and and I'm not going to push it on. I'm like the elders, they just offer and invite. And that's what I hear us doing, is invite, not to tell you there's any one way. It's just to say, it is, you are part of it. And we need you at this time more than ever.
Oh, thank you. That's so powerful. Dr. Anita, I was wondering if any of the elders that came through wanted to share anything, any inspiration or messages, or are they just nodding in agreement?
Pretty much they were nodding, and just what I got very clearly is remind people that there are many ways, because sometimes, again, if we're not listening with this softest part of our ears, expanding heart, listening to our guts, listening to nature, all this listening, if we're not doing that, which sounds like a lot, but actually it's hard not to listen, I find after a while, is that then we again get separated. So I think so many showed up because they're letting me know the hoop of life, the unity, that we're all in this, and grateful for all the different journeys and their different twists and turns, the hard stuff and the good stuff, because we're going to add to what is possible for the 7 generations to come. For Viviana, my granddaughter, and others.
Yes, that bright light that she is. Thank you for sharing that and going a little bit deeper with the elders. I was very curious. So I'd like to know your daily practice. How do you get more connected with your authentic self? Marci, would you like to start? You could share a brief exercise also with our audience. You can talk about it and then share an exercise. Sure. I would love to hear from all of you. Yeah.
So it's whatever puts me in the flow. And for me, it's, I've started meditating when I was 16. So I have a meditation practice that I do. Debra and I have been meditating together since I met her when I was 19. So
that's incredible.
Yeah. Anything that opens my heart, anything, my husband and I do an appreciation practice every day. When we wake up in the morning, when we go to sleep at night, it has shifted our relationship. Something super simple, something I appreciate about you or a few things I appreciate about each other. I do Ho'oponopono, the Kahuna Hawaiian tradition of forgiveness practice. I surround myself with amazing people, the women here on this call. And, so it's really a matter of what do I do moment to moment. There's practices, but there's also the moment to moment choices that Sue spoke about. And I'll share with you a simple practice that I love doing. I learned years ago. It's from the Institute of Heart Math. It's called the Inner Ease Technique. It takes about a minute or 2 to do. I'm going to ask everybody to do it along with us so that we can experience it, because it doesn't really do much if you just hear about it. The Institute of Heart Math is the leaders in the heart and happiness and how they're connected. They've actually found that when we have 5 minutes of anger or frustration, it will suppress the immune system for up to 6 hours. But 5 minutes of love, appreciation, ease will actually strengthen the immune system for up to 6 hours. So it's the little things that we do moment to moment. So I'm going to do this practice. It'll take a minute. It won't take 5 minutes. And I just want everyone to see how they feel different after doing this. So Carissa, will you be my guinea pig on this?
Yes.
Okay.
My pleasure.
So this is from the Institute of Heart Math, called the Inner Ease Technique. And it works better. You can do it with your eyes open or closed. I find it works a little better, more deeply if you close your eyes. So I'm going to invite us all to close our eyes and just put one hand on your heart. And the simple act of putting your hand on your heart starts the flow of a chemical called oxytocin. Oxytocin is known as the bonding or the love hormone. It's what we feel when we feel bonded with each other. But just putting our hand on our own heart right now starts the flow of oxytocin in our own body. Now, the second step is to imagine that you are breathing in and out through the center of your heart. Your breath can go all the way down to your belly, but that it comes in through the heart and goes out through the heart. This is called heart-focused breathing. So at your own pace, imagine that you're breathing in through your heart and out through your heart. And then the final step is on each in-breath, imagine that you're breathing in love and compassion and ease. The exhale, just imagine that you're breathing out through the heart. But on each inhale, imagine breathing in love, compassion, and ease. And you can think of a time when you felt that, or you can imagine someone or a beloved four-legged that helps you feel love. Or you can just say the words love, ease, and compassion. So one more time, breathing deeply into your heart, bringing in love, ease, and compassion. And then on the exhale, you can slowly take your hand away. And when you feel ready, you can slowly open your eyes. And as you're opening your eyes, just be in touch with how do you feel different now than you did about a minute and a half ago? You know, how do you feel different physically? How do you feel different emotionally? And Carissa, you're the guinea pig. So tell me, how do you feel any different right now?
Well, I feel a warmth around my heart and a sense of peace that everything's going to be okay. So
that both of those are signs of being what we call in the love response. It's actually a physiological state that has different brain waves, heart rhythms, and biochemistry that's different than the stress response, which has been well researched. They now know we also have the love response. And doing this one time is just a nice experience. It won't change your life. But what I found is doing this a couple of times a day for the next week or two will start to shift that you go into the default state of the love response. I've done this now thousands of times. And all I do, if I'm standing in the grocery store and I'm feeling stressed out, I put my hand on my heart and it puts me back in that love response. So simple practice. And that's the thing. They're simple practices, but it's about doing them consistently.
Thank you for sharing that. That was beautiful. Debra, what's your daily practice to be more connected with your authentic self?
Well, like Marci, I have done meditation and breath practices for at least an hour a day for over 50 years. In fact, I just had my 51st anniversary of becoming a meditation teacher in 1972. Yes, it's true. I just popped out of my mom and became a meditation teacher. But and I actually believe that those practices clear the impressions, or what in Sanskrit is called samskaras, impressions on your nervous system that actually start. Some people even believe that these impressions are even from past lives. And now the science of epigenetics is saying, yes, we actually do have some scars or stresses in this lifetime from past lifetimes. So, and also from our ancestors, what they're saying is, I'm saying past lifetimes, like when I was a queen in the Renaissance, but actually the science of epigenetics is saying that we carry ancestral trauma. So I believe that these meditation practices and these breath practices do clean my nervous system. So I don't react based on past impressions, but I act more authentically in the moment. When the windows of my perception are cleaned every day, I can see more clearly who I am and when I'm being authentic and when I'm not. But again, it's a moment by moment vigil. When something happens and you feel contracted, you could ask, what just happened to make me feel this way? I know that we all teach to breathe into the pain and then ask why, instead of saying, why was that person a jerk? Instead, breathe into where you feel contracted and ask, why am I triggered? No blaming or shaming or pointing at anybody else, because, when you point at someone else, 3 fingers are pointed back at you. And another thing that I would say is, if you want to be your most authentic self, listen to what the people who love you say to you about your authenticity, because sometimes they see you more clearly than you see yourself. As mentioned, Marci and I have been friends for 40 years, and especially when we were working together full time at those first 5 years of your Year of Miracles, I took to heart many things that she shared because I know she loves me. And these observations, the trick is, don't be defensive. Take a breath, because if somebody loves you, they'll tell you the truth. And the more it hurts, the truer it probably is. If it doesn't hurt, it probably didn't land. It's probably not true. But true friends help you to be your authentic self. So I would say surround yourself with people who love you is a great way to be authentic. They also mirror you. And then also, some good meditation practice. And I'll give you, and breath practices. This is also a breath practice.
Oh, perfect. I was hoping you'd give a breath practice.
Yes, and I'll give a really simple one too, that you could also do in the grocery store line, but you could do it with your hand on your heart. But there is a breath practice called straw breath, and it's actually been scientifically proven to release stress. And it's so simple. So again, everybody you can close your eyes. It's so simple. All you do is breathe in through your nose and then out through your mouth. But when you breathe out through your mouth, purse your lips as if you're blowing through a straw, even one of those tiny Starbucks straws. And just blow through that straw until you empty your lungs, but don't strain. And then again, in through your nose, fill up your lungs, but don't strain. And when you breathe out through that tiny straw, slowly. And when you're done with that breath, in through your nose again. And out through the straw. Don't strain, just slow. Do a few more breaths on your own. And again, you can slowly open your eyes. And while you're opening your eyes, I'll say, I love this technique because sometimes, we could be like on a Zoom call. Maybe it's a board meeting or maybe it's a business meeting. And we're worked up because somebody screwed up. And we're tense. And all you have to do, nobody's going to see you doing it. Just breathe in through your nose and out through that straw. And it brings you right back to present moment, and nobody sees you. And yet you then are able to more clearly see the truth in the present moment. So that's straw breath.
Thank you. Straw breath. Oh my gosh, I love that. I've never heard of that before. Beautiful. Dr. Anita, what about you? What's your daily practice to be more connected with your authentic self, and share an exercise?
Yes. Every morning, it's actually, I love you're all doing breath, because it's with every breath I'm asking myself, am I good medicine or bad medicine? And if I'm good medicine, then move forward. If I'm not, then at least pause, if not stop. However, every morning, I just want to invite you people who are listening. I know it's not you, Marci, because you mentioned that earlier, but others, if you're morning people, every morning for the last 22 years, I wake up to greet the sunrise. And I will tell you that it's incredible. The seeds, I receive the seeds of light. So I'm not asking for anything. I am just listening and being and trusting the great mystery. And I'll just tell you that it's very powerful. It just reminds me again, not just the words, but how I actually am at the spiritual, mental, emotional, and physical part of everything. And that the stages of the light of the sun have been changing a lot. And that doesn't surprise me as we are all evolving. The thing I wish to share, I'm also a messenger of the eaglehood prophecy. And so for Indigenous people, we listen to original instruction, and we also, evolve with what is happening. And I'm kind of a bridge bringing all of those together. And the eaglehood prophecy is a prophecy that came about, doesn't foretell the future, but it tells us the possibility of, and some real help. So this eaglehood prophecy gives us, came about in 94, 27 elders, Indigenous elders from every part of the world, from Africa, Europe, Asia, the Americas, came together in Turtle Mountain. And they did ceremony in their own language, their dances, their prayers, and they built this hoop with 100 eagle feathers. And then listening to Spirit told him, put these 4 gifts into the hoop because you're in a time that the two-leggeds have forgotten. They've forgotten how to create harmony and balance in their own life and then with every being in this hoop of life. So to create that harmony and balance, to be able to really know and be the creative force that we are, I offer you these 4 gifts. So you can lower or close your eyes if you like. And again, put your hands on your heart. And I want to give you the 4 gifts. The first gift that Spirit gave us to remember how to create harmony and balance in our lives and all those around us is the gift of the power to forgive the unforgivable. The gift of the power to forgive the unforgivable. Take that gift and put that in the ceremonial part of your heart, and you know where that is. And as you do so, just check what you're sensing. Maybe things that you've already forgiven, or maybe something like, I don't know if I can do that one. But just know that this gift is yours, the power to forgive the unforgivable. Take a breath, a nice inhale and exhale, like Debra showed us. And then the second gift that the elders put into the hoop from Spirit is the gift of the power of healing. The gift of the power of healing. Take that gift and put that in the ceremonial part of your heart and breathe that in. And we all remembering the things that have been healed over our lifetime. Perhaps we're sensing something that wants to be healed. Or maybe we just saw a sense of, what it feels like to be healed for this time, for this moment. But know that this gift is always here to use over and over again. Take a breath, an inhale and an exhale. And the third gift that they put into the hoop for all of us is the gift of the power of unity. The gift of the power of unity. Take that gift and put that in the ceremonial part of your heart and breathe in that gift of the power of unity. And you could probably feel it in your body or around you, or maybe you're seeing images of all that you're connected to. Family, friends, organizations, nature. And I invite you to also put yourself there. The unity. Is there unity between your heart, your gut, your spirit, and your mind? The power of unity is yours, is all of ours. Take a deep breath and exhale. And the fourth and final gift is the gift of the power of hope, hope in action. Take that gift of the power of hope in action, and put that in the ceremonial part of your heart and breathe that in. When I do that, I always sense all those things I imagined as a little girl and as an adult and all the way through my journey thus far. That at times I thought, that can't be possible, but it just keeps coming up. Well, maybe it is. And then I stopped fighting it and realized that it is possible. This hope is an energy source. It is part of who we are, of spirit. So dream, daydream, night dream, live the dream as it impacts not only you, but all the beings in the hoop of life. Take a deep breath, and inhale and exhale. And you may open your eyes, and you can leave your hands on your heart if you want, or put them down. These 4 gifts, the indigenous elders from all over the world, 27 of them, Spirit told them, we need this because we are entering a great winter time, but we have the answer as 2-leggeds with the help of all the other beings in the hoop. So use these 4 gifts, not just once, but integrate them into their life. And the promise from Spirit is that you will remember how to be in harmony and balance with yourself and the other beings in our hoop of life. The power to forgive the unforgivable, the power of healing, the power of the gift of unity, and the power of the gift of hope in action. Aho. Thank you.
Aho. Thank you for that beautiful wisdom and exercise, Dr. Anita. Dr. Sue, what's your daily practice to be more connected with your authentic self? And I'd love if you'd share a quick exercise with us.
Beautiful. Yes, my joy. Thank you all for everything that you've brought to this beautiful gathering so far. It's wonderful. I'm floating here in the divine, like what else to do? And but I would love to share something that I've been doing for many, many years and teaching for many, many years. It has been tremendously beneficial. I get so many comments sent in about this simple process that has changed so many people's ability to focus up on true self than they were able to before learning this simple practice. And you can do it many, many times throughout the day. Please always be, aware of this. It's called subject, object, subject. It's about being on the self versus being in the dispersal. I mentioned earlier that we land and we splat and we're sort of dispersed, and we get caught up in the movie that we're projecting onto this giant movie screen as we're walking through life, and we start thinking that the projection is real, and we start reacting to it. We get drawn out into the personality layer of our being because of that. And so what I do when I find that happening, and I find myself operating with thought processes that are obviously based in the mind, and it's time to come home to the self again, to come on to subject. So we're going to do this one, and then I'd like to add something to that I have been working with in this past year personally that has been immensely transformational for me to magnify this power of love that we're speaking about today. And so if everyone could just pay attention to something in the room that you sit in. It could be the computer screen, or it could be even further away from you than the computer screen, maybe something in an inanimate object, or here's one that helps a lot. Maybe you put your attention on the doorway to your room, and you imagine that there's someone in that doorway that really gets to you, that is pushing some button that you still possess, that is triggering you in some way. Some unresolvedness is standing in this doorway. And notice how your energy goes to the doorway, or it goes to this object. And just briefly notice how it feels in your body when all of your energy is over there on this object, or this obstacle in the doorway, for instance. And then just secretly, silently, gracefully claim your energy back onto you. You can still be looking at the object, but call your energy back home onto you, onto subject, onto the self, instead of onto other. And when we do draw our energy, just gather it as if we had handed out too many cards and we dealt ourselves out of the game, that we're just gathering some of those cards back onto self. And notice how it feels in the body when we do so. There's a homecoming, there's a rushing inward of billions of bits of information that are encoded truly as creative essence and experienced as love. If we allow that to be true, just come on to yourself again. Notice how it feels. And in the celebration of that sensation, let's take our attention back and throw our energy back into the doorway or onto that obstacle or that object in the room. And notice again how it's draining of our system. Because where we focus our mind, all the little photons, little packets of energy that we're made of, are being forced to follow our focus. Energy follows our focus. And so we're building photon density over there on other, and we're emptying the self in this way. and notice how it feels. Just feels empty, abandoned, feels alone and isolating. And so just secretly, gracefully call it back home where it belongs, responsible stewardship. It's not being selfish, it's being responsible. Claim it back, gather back this love that is the true self, and allow it to be experienced inside of this system the way that it is intended to be. Feel it filling what feels like it's filling this vessel that is you, but it's actually just your mind coming back onto you. And the focus here draws the energies right back home again. These energies are of high frequency vibration. They're made of possibility and potentiality. They are you. So notice how full it feels when we come back onto the self. So whenever I'm stressed, I just notice, oh gosh, I'm on object. I'm giving too much power over to this situation or to this person or to this dynamic or this doorway, whatever it is. And I just need to claim myself back onto the self physically, because we are spirit and we've come to the physical dimension, and we've done so to allow for our physicality to be representative of our true spirituality. And so let us be loving here. And I'm just going to kind of speed this into the other second version of what I want to do, as I'm aware of our time kind of coming to a wrap up. But if you can feel this sense of self in the body and feel this and equate it to love, the love in your heart that you're used to feeling, that love that is expansive and forgiving and capable and fluid and awake, and allow that love that's in your heart to also be felt below the heart in the solar plexus where the mind is anchored. Because if we can draw the same love that is in our heart into the mind field that is anchored in the solar plexus, we are actually embodying a greater sense of love. We are allowing for more love to be in this form than we do when we separate the mind from the heart. And so when the heart and mind are vibrating in the same frequency, we are stepping into and sitting down inside of a greater love. And I do this all the time. Allow the love that is in your heart to also be vibrating in the same way in the space below your heart. Allow your mind to know this same vibration of love. And you'll have to practice this, each day a little bit, because it's not a relationship that's been very friendly. We want this to open a gateway of resonance and harmonic between the heart and the solar plexus. And then once we do that, just invite and allow that same vibration that is in the heart to also be vibrating in the solar plexus, and to also be felt lower than that, deep in the pelvic bowl in your belly. Can my heart and my solar plexus and my belly all be vibrating in the same sort of love? And when this happens, it begins to activate our ancestral patterns, our samskara. It begins to activate the suppressed subconscious emotional residue, which is called karmic residue, and begin to allow it to bathe in the love that we are made of. We begin to allow it to dissolve and to disperse and to drop into a deeper truth. And as that love in your heart is present in your solar plexus and is now present in your belly, drop it all the way down to the pelvic floor. Drop it to the tip of your spine, for here it can represent the fabric of your being. The constitution of your very being here is love. And when we can vibrate in the pelvis and in the hips and the legs and the feet and all the way connecting back to our beautiful Mother Earth with the same vibration that is in our hearts, we transform our physicality into the loving presence that we are truly intended to be. And it makes it easier for us to be grounded in this love. It makes it easiest for us to stay here in the body where love is present and flourishing, versus jumping back up into our heads and overthinking life again. So this is what I do on a daily basis, because it is essential for me to be able to stay present and stay in love, to bring more of me to the game than just my mind, just my heart, with the whole self in form.
Thank you, Dr. Sue. That was an incredible exercise. We only have a little bit, just open to anyone. Does anyone have any tips on tapping into our conscious creativity? Since that's the theme of the Global Oneness Summit, just chime in.
I think everything that we just did in those exercises
did it right.
One and the same. That is how we can tap into our conscious creativity. We do any of these exercises and we have just opened up to that God energy to just speak through us.
And Carissa, I would just like to make one, I know we have very little time. I'd like to make one more comment about why I think we're all here, why we're all together doing this, why everybody's here watching, is that we want a better world. And people always ask me, well, isn't it selfish to do all these processes for ourselves? What about the world? My response is that when we find our own love, we are doing the most for the world. There's a beautiful Chinese proverb that I always love to share. It goes like this. It says, when there is light in the soul, there will be beauty in the person. When there is beauty in the person, there will be harmony in the house. When there is harmony in the house, there will be order in the nation. And when there's order in the nation, there will be peace in this world. And I know all of us, our wish for everyone here is that we know that light in our own souls. And through that, we help create more peace on this planet.
Thank you so much. That was so powerful. What a powerful way to end. It's been such a pleasure learning from each and every one of you. I'm sure we could go for 5 hours. And also feeling your energy from the exercises. I was really getting activated in my crown chakra, interestingly. So thank you all, Debra, Dr. Anita, Dr. Sue, Marci, for joining us today for the Global Oneness Summit. Have a beautiful, blessed day.
Thank you, Carissa.
Our honor. Blessings.
Welcome to Humanities Team Global Oneness Summit. This panel is Creativity at Work, Thriving Organizations. Humanities Team is an international nonprofit corporation. Its mission is to inspire humanity to awaken to the interconnectedness or oneness of everything in the universe. So as a community of energetic beings, we may embody that awareness in every aspect of our life. We have the tools to meet that challenge. Humanities Team including it is this annual summit. We also have extensive masterclass library, streaming platform, educational content, as well as group experiences, watch parties, mentoring by instructors, and online discussion. If you're interested in looking at the full recordings of the summit or any of the other programs that we are involved with, please go to www.humanitiesteam.org. I am pleased to be able to host this panel with two wonderful people who are experts in this field. I'm a longtime Humanities Team employee, analyst, conscious content creator, video production leader, conscious business program coordinator, and I've trained in heart math facilitation, mindfulness meditation instruction, energy attunement, as well as community unitive principles, sociocratic governance methods, and restorative circle listening techniques. So I also have the pleasure of being a graduate of the Humanities Team Conscious Business Change Agent Training and a member of the current design and program group that's putting on the 2023 version of that Humanities Team Conscious Business Master's Degree Program, which we're doing in partnership with Ubiquity University. I have with me two wonderful men, Steve Farrell, who is the co-founder and worldwide executive director of Humanities Team. This organization, as you know, is focused on helping people throughout the world awaken to their deepest self and the interconnectedness of everything in the universe. In the 1990s, years before Steve became involved with Humanities Team, he co-founded and led two high-growth technology companies based in Silicon Valley that were featured in the Incorporated 500 and spanned the United States and Europe. During that period of his life, he was an officer in the Young Entrepreneurs Organization and the Young Presidents Organization. By all accounts, Steve was living the good life. But when he felt a calling to play an active role in creating a consciousness movement that could help people across the globe connect more deeply with the divine truth of oneness and also consciously participate in creating a flourishing and awakened world, Steve followed his heart and left the American dream behind. What he found is a story of Humanities Team,
Steve is a member of the Evolutionary Leaders Council, lives in Boulder, Colorado with his wife, Stephanie, their 2 young children, and their dog, Sadie. Steve recently published his acclaimed memoir, A New Universal Dream, My Journey from Silicon Valley to a Life in Service to Humanity, an inspiring story of finding his true life's calling and the lessons he gathered along the way. I'm also joined by Dr. Larry Clay, the Dean of Humanities Team Conscious Business Programs. He brings expertise from 2 decades in business management, consulting, research, and analytics in sustainable development, conscious business and leadership development, and sustainable value creation for whole systems flourishing. Dr. Clay utilizes qualitative and quantitative approaches to analyzing multi-organizational phenomenon with big data focusing on flourishing enterprises, innovation ecosystems, communities, and cities. Dr. Clay is also an emerging scholar in conscious business leadership and assistant professor of business at Marymount University, where he instructs courses in organizational management and strategic management. Welcome, both of you.
Thank you. Good to be here with you, Adam and Larry.
Hey, good to see you too. Great to be on board with you, Adam and Steve.
Terrific. Well, I thought what we could do before we start on our conversation, that it's common for us in the conscious business world to spend a little time at the very beginning of conversations with some centering. And I know, Larry, that I've been involved with some of your mentoring courses. If you have a chance, a couple minutes just to get us to settle into the topic area, a little bit of coherence, that would be wonderful.
Yes. Usually the way that we start most of our live sessions for the Conscious Business Change Agent program in Master's Training, we like to start off on a good note. And we like to start by simply doing a 2-minute meditation. Now, in these 2 minutes, we just ask that everyone close their eyes and try their best to clear their mind as much as possible for 2 minutes to allow the cosmic energy and the cosmic intelligence to come inside. So you will feel that direct intuitiveness and hear that calling from the greater being and the higher purpose. So let's take about 2 minutes, clear our minds and connect. And let's take our final few breaths. As we open our eyes and we're ready to receive. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Appreciate that. Well, we live in a world of division, domination, and suppression. It's very daunting. There is a powerful driving force for change that's been barely engaged, and that is the enlightened business. Bringing conscious living practices to organizations, nonprofits, NGOs can have a huge influence and whether we evolve from the dog-eat-dog world that we know. Humanities team has designed an intensive master's degree level course for business leaders and consultants that highlights the higher purpose, inner journey, conscious leadership, team consciousness, and thriving in theory and practice. So I want to ask each of you, Steve and Dr. Larry, to maybe spend 5 minutes, we'll start with you, Steve, on just the topic of how we can inspire transformative creativity in business to change the world for the better.
Okay, thank you, Adam, and thank you, Larry, for that beautiful meditation there. Well, let's start with just the context of today's world, and why conscious business, we call our program Conscious Business Change Agent, why it's so important to us. So in today's world, as we know, as we read news accounts, things like the Great Resignation, we'll sometimes read about. Many articles that talk about generations. I'm from the boomer generation, so my generation, but also younger generations that are really very dissatisfied with how our professional work environment, how it's structured, specifically the sense of a lack of meaning, a lack of purpose, a lack of living into our deeper values. This has caused, and then other articles that we all read, a sense of isolation often, a sense of dissatisfaction, of disempowerment, of anxiety, sometimes even depression. So these are things, news accounts we were all probably familiar with. And I think part of the reason for that is, as we then look out in the world at the collective, these were individual circumstances I was referencing, but as we then look out the window at the collective, as we record this program, there's a massive level 3 hurricane slamming into Miami, and last week a hurricane slamming into Southern California, and the week before that, Lahaina was burning. I just came back from Italy, which was nice, very warm weather over there, actually above 100 degrees. And just to the south of us, fires burning in Greece. So, and as we know, the drumbeat of extreme weather tied to global warming is that drumbeat is getting louder almost by the day. And that's just addressing climate change and stewarding our planet and extreme weather. We could talk about Ukraine war, which doesn't seem like it's headed in a good direction, or other things. So now, why all of these challenges? Why these individual challenges and these collective challenges? Well, our thesis in the humanities team is, which follows the latest science, is that we're looking at we're living into and working from, in professional environments, a work environment that's tied to old science, just the physical bodies and a physical universe, not taking into account the latest science at all, which actually, if we talk about leaders out in the world, Plato, Hippocrates, 435 BCE, they weren't scientists. There were scientists that came after them, but we're sharing that there's there's no plural in consciousness. So, which is what Larry's meditation was bringing in, where we're connecting actually with this universal consciousness, which some call the divine or even God. Scientists sometimes will call universe or cosmos. Doesn't really matter what we call it, but that there's this universal consciousness animating all of life, right, in the universe. There's quite a lot of science now here. Even, the physics, Nobel Prize for Physics, October last year, entanglement, which says two things that could be on completely different sides of the universe, no physical connection, deeply affecting each other. Okay, this is getting to a science we didn't grow up with, that we weren't schooled in high school, in college, or beyond, where it was more the physical science. Now what we're learning is it's a spiritual universe, which means it's an energetic universe, which means that we're setting our vibration point. It's an energetic universe, and we can either be at a very low vibration, dense, very challenged, not very creative, or with daily practices, holistic practices that are living at a very high vibration, which is what conscious living is. So there's, if we talk about ultimate reality, you don't really get into too many ultimate reality conversations, but we grew up with this science of ultimate reality was just physical bodies in a physical universe. And now scientists all over the place are bringing in this science that says, again, spiritual universe, one way of framing it is a universal consciousness animating all of life, which is an energetic universe. And where that's ultimate reality, that speaks to a whole different way of living our life than just as a physical body where it's all about accomplishment and acquiring things. That's speaking to, we're, if you will, sort of cells in this body of life, the world around us. Actually, it's the universe, the larger universe that we're cells in, with the same properties as the universe, which means everlasting life and other kinds of things. Where we live into this latest science, it says it's a spiritual universe, an energetic universe, paying attention to our vibration and how we live. Holistic practices, daily practices of meditation, walking in nature, things like this. We live an entirely different life. It's no longer about individual accomplishment and individual acquisition with an over-focus on materiality. It's about, if you will, opening to receiving love and extending love, which is what this universal consciousness is. It's about nurturing life. It's about supporting life first. This is the highest priority in our homes, in our communities, out in the world. It's a different way of living in the world that directly addresses when I was talking about these challenges of isolation, disempowerment, all of these things. When we start living into these things, what the latest science is affirming of a conscious universe, when we start living into that, it's completely different. We are empowered. We are joyful. We are full of life. We receive love and we give love. We understand that this isn't the one lifetime. It's not one lifetime. It's a small chapter, actually, that we're living out in an everlasting life. So these are all properties of this, what we call conscious living. Now, the reason I'm making this contrast here, this comparison, is because this leads right into business. Where business operates the old way, just on physical bodies and physical universe, we're not paying any account to spiritual universe or energy or everything being energy, then we can do it the old way of let's just go, which is how boardrooms operate today. This is my background. I came from Silicon Valley where I was an entrepreneur. The boardroom is all about let's get top line growth and bottom line growth. And that's the whole conversation. That's the conversation. What's our strategy for getting top line growth and getting bottom line growth? And if you're going to remain the CEO, you better be pretty good at that. Now, when we come over into conscious business, so our conscious business change agent program, it's a completely different conversation. The boardroom conversation starts with, and the primary focus is, how is the product or services that we provide creating nurturing and support and in service to homes and communities in the world around us? That's the whole reason we're here as a conscious business. That's why you start it. That's why you grow it. I mean, it's the whole reason you're here. It's not top line and bottom line growth. Now, to be sure, in the conversation, we're going to get into in the boardroom, how can we extend our reach and our impact? How can we do this better? How can we serve communities in the world around us better? And yes, how do we maintain cash flow even as a nonprofit to pay our staff and so on? Yeah, of course, the cash flow is going to come in. But see, it's not the destination of just top line growth and bottom line growth and cash flow. It's a part of the journey. It's a part of the journey that's serving the larger mission of why we're here, which is to support the homes and communities in the world around us. And if we can't do that well in the boardroom, we'll say, why are we ought to close this operation down if we don't have a contribution we can make that's substantial. That's the whole reason a conscious business exists. So I understand what I'm sharing could sound a bit revolutionary in a business context, and it is, candidly, but this is what our Conscious Business Change Agent program is about. It's what Larry, as he's structured, as he's dean of this program, created this whole program. This is what this program is focused on. And my background in Silicon Valley, before they were calling it conscious business, this is what we were doing. We didn't have the term back then in the 90s, conscious business, but this is what we were focusing on: transparency, supporting the community, things like this, not just top line and bottom line growth to enrich shareholders. So that's what we're doing. That's why we focus on conscious business. And candidly, that's why, this is really important and it's urgent. And I'll just say that it's not a sky is falling thing. That's not, when we're conscious, we don't walk around like that, sky is falling. We actually walk around in joyful energy of, I'm here, this is going to be a good day. I'm going to contribute to the max. We're going to extend our reach and impact. So there's a positive energy, that you bring into your conscious business. And certainly we have that in a humanities team and in this Conscious Business Change Agent program.
Thank you, Steve. Larry, your thoughts?
Wow, that's some big shoes to fill to try to follow that. Thanks a lot, Steve. In more ways than others. I will agree with Steve on mostly everything that he said, but I want to frame this in a different framework. Yes, there are plenty of challenges out there for us these days, not only in the business world, but also in our communities and just how we live and a sense of well-being as human beings. And with these challenges, such as social discohesion, less opportunity, fewer people able to have upward mobility, to not only sustain themselves and their families, but on the other side of the coin, we have some tremendous amounts of people and humans that are out there that are leaders of businesses that are not only thriving, we call them flourishing enterprises. Don't forget that although we have all these challenges and how some people say it's a lot of bad things happening out there in the environment, we also have to remember that there is some good and there is some light at this tunnel. And what we want to do in our project and in our program in the Conscious Business Change Agent is to create more awareness around this whole idea of what conscious business and what it means to adopt a conscious way of living, both as a leader, manager, or even an employee for an organization. But we also think that this is something that is useful, that can harness the creativity for whatever challenges and problems a community or even a thriving business or a struggling business can go right back to where most of the magic happens and the innovation happens inside to problem solve. And that's with people, and that's with the organization. So Steve mentioned the whole industrial revolution way of thinking that we've somewhat been locked in over the past few hundred years in our economy. And it has brought a good level of wealth to the United States and other countries with the capitalistic model. However, that's not to say that it's all the way perfect. And what we're trying to attempt to do is to amplify the good and the strengths that we have in all of our communities, whether you're talking about the West Virginia community that's in the rural area that's struggling, that's looking for that next opportunity to work, and they're ready to work, but there's just no opportunity there. We're also talking about the person that lives on the south side of Chicago who struggles with their family, who's looking for something and knows that there should be something out there that they can help themselves, pull their own selves up in a bootstrap, but yet stay true to themselves and their values and what they believe and what they want and aspire to be. This is what this new idea of conscious business is bringing about. And we want to amplify this, meaning we want to spread the word and have as many people touch this great information and this great way of living and understanding how to do business, and even take it to the next step and become one of the creative innovators or the consultant. Or if you're working in an organization currently or leading an organization, you can disseminate some of these practices of how to live a conscious life as well. And so the one last thing I want to leave with you is there are 4 critical pieces to having a conscious business. And our Conscious Business Change Agent program will detail all of this in our series of modules. But the first component of conscious business is the higher purpose. Notice how we started with higher purpose first, not profit maximization, as oftentimes our traditional business models have been, and we've been operating with. Now, that's not to say that profit maximization is not a goal. It's still a goal, because that is the lifeblood of the organization that keeps the company running, is the generation of cash. But it's not the only thing. And that's one of the things that we want to stress, because we know that business is somewhat tied to profit maximization, but we want to get the point across that that is not the only thing. We want to open up the consciousness just a little bit more so you could be attuned to some of those other things, like what are the social impact of your products or services to society? Is it detrimental? Is it harming to society? As you procure your resources, are you putting harm to the environment? Are you doing something about trying to create a business model that has circularity, meaning that you just don't have this linear way of input, process, output, and you just leave? If you create plastics, you just leave it to us in society to do whatever we want or think that's best for it, which is usually ended up in landfills and in the ocean? Or do you take a conscious pause and think about some of these things and go through a process of how can I be better? How can I create a system that's more circular, that's more caring about the environment? And these things are possible. The one critical thing that's needed is the human intellect. And with the human intellect, we're proposing that along with your left and right brain, another element where you can get inspiration and create change and transformation is through direct intuitiveness, which is a fancy way of saying feeling the spirit and knowing the unknown. But only you know that you know this unknown, or if the unknown has spoken to you. Some people equate this with feeling the spirit, speaking in tongue, being at the highest level of Christianity, the highest self. And so these are some of the things that you'll learn in the Conscious Business Change Agent program, as well as some practical ways of how you can incorporate some good ways of adopting meditation and other interconnected practices, while also doing the mechanics and the engineering of business modeling and creating a profit generating organization. And that's at the cusp of what we want to do. Amplify the knowledge that we have so that more people will be able to consciously flourish. I hope I didn't take too long.
Oh, no, that's wonderful. Thank you. I think when Humanities team started building, thanks to you, Steve, the conscious business programs years and years ago, that was at a time when there wasn't such a movement afoot for for-benefit organizations or social impact organizations or dynamic autonomous organizations. There's a world out there that has sprung up that is kind of coming around the edges of conscious business from the point of being innovative, of bringing in new ideas, creative ways of doing things. And I think one of the things that you were bringing up, Larry, is that sort of sense of innovation and creativity comes from a deeper part of us, from that connected part of us. Mm-hmm. So, Steve, Larry, can you talk a little bit about the innovative nature of this connectedness?
So, well, let me bring in the conscious living, which is kind of what the basis is here for this. We started even this program with a meditation, a centering meditation, a connective meditation. So that's what's really at the heart of conscious living, which is a daily practice and holistic forms of living, where we're connecting with this, I'll call it universal consciousness that goes by many names. Nature is part of that. So for me, it's easy to just be on my porch or right now looking out my window at nature. And nature is in this higher vibration state, always. So a daily practice where we morning, noon, and night. And actually, really, it's more than that. I would say it's also throughout my day, but in a really concentrated way, morning, noon, and night. Creating that time of stillness, that time of closing off any ideas. Some call it mindfulness. For me, it's mindfulness that's actually deeply spiritual, because mindfulness can sometimes just be, I'm going to just go into sort of a cavity of stillness. In my way of daily practice, I'm feeling that that loving presence that is what the universal consciousness is. It's what I feel in nature. I can become a resonant circuit, so to speak, in my daily practice, where I come into frequency with it on that high vibration state. It's why these daily practice is so valuable, and especially where we're intentional and even metaphysical. We're actually creating into the future. So where we have a daily practice like this and remain in a connected state, there are lots of things that come out of that. So one is what we're talking about here: creativity, imagination. There are these terms: omnipresence, omniscience, and omnipotence. Omniscience, of course, means wisdom. Omnipotence is power. Omnipresence is connection. So where we have a daily practice that puts us in that state, connected to these things, which when we have a noble cause, which I believe this is, conscious business that's nurturing and supporting our homes, communities, and the planet. We have the universe's wind at our back, so to speak. What do I mean by that? The wind of the universe at our back. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is, so we're Humanities Team. We're a 501c3 nonprofit. We're an educational nonprofit. We have a streaming platform that now we just went out to over 75 foreign languages from our streaming platform. Isn't that neat? I think we're the only one in the industry doing that. We have this whole conscious business change agent program. So these are fairly, I'll call it, noble causes, in the sense that they're supporting all of not only our generation, but generations down the line, kids, future generations. The kinds of ideas and creativity that will come to us, the kind of imagination that comes to us, especially in a conscious, and part of what conscious business is it's a conscious culture where people sit in this connected state and they really listen deeply to each other. They hear each other. They're in this connected state. And then the ideas that will surface, the imagination, the creativity, can popcorn around the group as part of this culture. the incredible vision and ideas where your cause is, I'll call it noble, where you're trying to support just a world that is frankly challenged right now, is extraordinary. That's what I mean by the wind is at your back. So, so how do I make my case that this works this way? I'll make my case on the level of when I was in Silicon Valley doing this with private companies. I didn't have any investment at all in my first company, and we grew it to 75 million fairly quickly. And then the second company to 75 million in 2 years. Humanities team, Neale, Donald Walsch, and I started it 20 years ago. Our reach and impact is substantial all over the world. We now can visually see with little red dots all of the people coming in from different parts of the world that are experiencing our educational programs. How did all this happen? It wasn't because I was some genius. I can promise you that. I was a middle kid that grew up with a divorced mom and 6 siblings. It happened because of these cultures that we created that tapped into that omnipresence, omniscience, omnipotence that is of the universe. The wind was at our back. We were just trying to create better communities and a better world. Larry brings in, that this is about having, instead of profit being the primary objective, there is this higher purpose, right? Is what Larry was saying. This higher purpose. This is what I'm calling when I refer to noble cause. So where we live this way, where we have a daily practice this way, where we create cultures like this of people coming together this way, look what can happen. Look what has happened. Look at what is happening in Humanities team. Look what can happen with you. You're here listening to this program because you're probably wanting to put the tools of conscious business to use in your organization, be it a for-profit or nonprofit. And creativity, imagination, and a lot more will come to you if you use these tools.
Thank you, Steve. Larry, your thoughts on this?
Yes. I actually would I could share some of my lecture slides because I can definitely break it down on a scientific way. But I'll give you all a short synopsis. One of the research projects that interests me that I recently saw had to do with how the brain works and how people think. We actually looked at leaders and did some MRI scanning, and we looked at leaders and their decision making, more of an ethical decision making, and what we found were that when it comes to decisions that are mostly analytical, which we mostly do in business, left brain stuff, we like to get the logic, put the engineering, put the make sense, things that are concrete to us. We like to create things like that. However, you also have right brain activity where that's where most of the creativity, the things that you value, that your socialization, that's where that part of the brain works and operates. And so we found that to be true in leaders making certain decisions about their company, whether it's internal for their employees or something that's external out to the community and other stakeholders. And what we found was it is true when you do take an MRI scan and you're looking at when that person makes a decision and you can see the left brain operating when this was a logical decision. And you can see where some creativity or some socialization or things about human values, it resonates on that right side of the brain. And I said all this to say that it's really that trick in the right side of the brain where we anticipate, and this is where the research that I'm looking at moving forward, hopefully be done in the next few years. But there's this thing, as I mentioned, called direct intuitiveness, which is receiving signals from the external. We simply call it right now cosmic intelligence. which is a quantum phenomena or quantum conscious intelligence, that it's so small that you can't see this. Even with human technology, we can't see it because the theoretic size of this is 360 degrees of 360 degrees. So put that in your calculator and see what you get. But with this research, hopefully, we'll start to see what this level of direct intuitiveness if we can capture it and measure it, how that plays a role into leadership and how people and managers think. And hopefully at the end of this project, we'll start to parse out that and show real evidence that leaders, whether you're talking about someone from a multinational organization to someone that owns a small mom and pop store or diner or a restaurant, if they adopt some of these practices, become more aware and amplify their emotional intelligence, those people, we're going to find, or we theorize, that they tend to be not only better leaders, but their companies and organizations thrive. Meaning not just that leader is and the major stakeholder receives all the financial benefits and they're the only one flourishing, or even just the C-suite. But this is something where if they're flourishing, also that second component of the organization of a conscious business, your organizational culture has a culture of thriving and living a good life and living a life towards a good, flourishing life of well-being. And that's where we think the biggest benefit of harnessing creativity and intelligence in humans will bring about a new consciousness in business. These are the things that will shift the mindset from how we've been taught in school, the mechanical way of thinking, and somewhat unlock the mind and somewhat remind ourselves as humans that we're humans and that we're organic. We're not just machines, we're organic. So it's okay to use words that like flourishing, because we're just as the same as a plant. We're a living being. And so when we get those conscious reminders and those wake-up calls is to say, hey, you don't have to be locked in all this data and thinking logically, and this is the only way to think, and locking ourselves in that type of mindset. There are other ways to create change, to create inspiration. And our hypothesis is that this can be contributed or attributed to harnessing your direct intuitive power.
Yeah, I love that. And a lot of work with Heart Math Institute, talks about how the heart is involved also with exciting the intuition, like sort of looking to the future. And part of that is that coherent field that we can build with each other. And this sounds as though it's kind of voodoo, but it's not at all when you've experienced the environment where this can flourish, as you were saying. That probably is something of an antidote to what you were bringing up, Steve, about the Great Resignation. I mean, it is so true that people who are spending most of their time in businesses, I mean, most of your life is spent in the course of your life in your workplace. And if that workplace doesn't feed you, if you're disaffected by it, that affects your whole life. Steve, in what way is the Conscious Business Program built to kind of address that?
Well, boy, in every way, the Conscious Business Program is substantial. Larry can take us through just the fullness of what it is, but the leaders that were assembled here that talk about so many facets of what conscious living is and a conscious business is, and it's really substantial. You mentioned, and we started back in 2015, as you know, pulling this together. Ken Wilber was one of the key leaders, other key leaders, including some that aren't usually seen as business leaders. Michael Bernard Beckwith out in California. But then Lance Secretan, who ran a Fortune 500 company when he was very young, and many other leaders that came in to create programs here. So, and then the program has been grown and carefully cultured over the years into what Larry has created in this program now. These things that Larry and I are both talking about, and there's a nice contrast, by the way, at least in my perspective. Larry, from he's got his Ph.D., he's teaching this as faculty, and then I'm really coming in more from the entrepreneurial direction. We've got a nice, it's very complementary, I think, here, as we bring in these different dimensions. When we started the program in 2015, we started with a declaration, a conscious business declaration, and you can still see it if you go to consciousbusinessdeclaration.org. You'll see their humanities team. We were in the lead creating this, and then the Club of Budapest with Urban Laszlo, the Goy Peace Foundation. They are based in Japan, and then the school where Larry got his Ph.D. Here in the United States, also an incredible NGO. So, and the four of our organizations came together to create this Conscious Business Declaration. Again, you can see it at consciousbusinessdeclaration.org, and it lays out it starts with that there is, we don't call it a universal consciousness animating all of life, but we say there's one presence really inhabiting the universe. It's a deeply interconnected universe. And then we go down into things that are important in business, like transparency and always making sure that we're doing good, that it's nurturing, that it's supportive, that it's creating, what this higher purpose that Larry was talking about. So we started with just a declaration that says, this is kind of how the universe is put together, and this is how, and when business aligns with the universe, then business can be incredibly powerful and successful. Started there, and then we started building all of these programs out that talk to conscious living and all of the facets of what a conscious business is and how you build a conscious culture and things like that. It's a unique program. I'd invite people to go really look carefully at the Conscious Business Change Agent program in its fullness. We will only cover a sliver here during our time on this panel. If you compare it to other, good organizations out in the world, B Corps, conscious capitalism, et cetera, you'll see that we go in a different direction, bringing in this whole foundation of oneness and this notion that we can create a sustainable and flourishing world. The whole interior aspect is something that we do that's quite different in business. If you're familiar with the all quadrants, all levels work that's been done, it talks about the exterior world, individual and collective, on the right side, and then on the left side is the interior world, individual and collective. What is said, and which we believe is true in humanities team, is we have somewhat of a flat land right now, because most of the focus as we live our lives and in business is on the exterior world. This physical, when I was earlier talking about the science that we grew up with, just what we can see with our eyes, the interior world of connection, where we started this with a meditation. We were just talking about how even creating cohesion, heart coherence and things, global coherence. These are interior world phenomena, and they're crucial. In many ways, conscious business is anchored by these interior practices. And that's something that is absolutely foundational to our Conscious Business Change Agent program. And I would say that's one of the areas where we really differentiate.
Thank you, Steve. Larry?
The one thing I wanted to add to that was that we are at a time where I say that it is a challenge, but it also brings a tremendous amount of opportunity. And the opportunity is for us to actively try and initiate change and transformation. You mentioned the Great Reset earlier today, which is a phenomenon. But if you take some of the underpinnings that go along with this, this almost isn't anything new that we've known about the business and the workplace, especially in the corporate environment. We've probably all heard or even experienced in some part of our life while we've worked in industry that 70 to 72% of people that are at work are either disengaged, they dislike what they do, they don't like their job or their manager, and they want something new in their life. 70%. And this study has been done at least for the last 30 years consistently, and it's stuck around 70 to 72%. And even the global numbers say the same thing. On a global scale, no matter what country you're in, people hate their jobs for some reason. And I have a somewhat of a clue because I've been in the position, I've worked for a few companies and been disgruntled as well. But it goes back to our original way of how we were trained. It's the way that we can be retrained and a way that we can open ourselves up to new knowledge so that we're able to be more conscious of what we're doing, conscious of when we are unhappy, and conscious enough for us to act. Because with the Great Resignation, with quiet quitting and other phenomena that are occurring, we still have 70% of people disengaged at work. People are looking for something. They're looking for their higher purpose. And if I may share one story, and I'll stop talking. I was one of those persons as I grew up, post-college, in my first job, real job. Ever since I worked in sales and made my way up, was a top salesman in the pharmaceutical industry for many years. I can tell you, I operated from ego because I knew that I was great at sales, I was great at relationships, and I made money. But that was all I made. Because even with the nice house, the nice car, you're able to take care of your family, and they're not wanting for anything. I still had a void within myself. Even though I thought those were the things that were going to make me happy, having a consistent job and having a good bonus check and always able to travel. It was a great feeling, but I was still unhappy inside. And it took what I call a wake-up call, and to lose everything, job, house, wife, family. And I had to start over again. But what that made me do, it forced me to do something that I had never done before. And that was to find my higher purpose. And that was just the universe's way of giving me that wake-up call to say, you're not following your purpose. Let me guide you in the way. Let me give you a knock over the head so you can get back on track. And yes, it took close to a decade, but in a decade, I went from absolutely having nothing and moving back in with my parents as a grown adult and having to bring myself back up to find out what I wanted to do for my life and what my higher purpose was. And it gradually assisted as I had meetings with myself. I adopted meditating even before I knew conscious business or conscious business change agent existed. And after adopting these practices, I started to learn for myself, or hear from myself, or I can say, hear from the God within myself. It could be interpreted. And I started to feel myself grow. And I knew I was growing, and I knew my conscious power was amplifying because other people in the environment were telling me. They were saying, hey, it's something about you. And so I went on and got an MBA. And the MBA just wasn't enough for me, because now I knew I love business, and I love strategy and entrepreneurship, and I love consulting. How can I take it? I need to know more. And so I got a Ph.D. From Case Western Reserve University, again, keeping the momentum of growing myself, building, designing self, which, by the way, I think I'm going to coin that and make that a theory, designing, self-designing. But it became a transformation that I was going through. And during the transformation time, I get introduced, from my advisor at the time to Steve and the other people, made great high quality relationships at Case Western Reserve, the Cleveland area, people in Colorado, California. And it just became a contagion to where now I'm able to sit here and look back and reflect on my life and like, wow, I transformed. And it's a good feeling. I'm now, I can gladly say that I feel as though I am a flourishing individual, and I work for a flourishing organization, because I know that Steve is over there in a sense of flourishing, in a state of flourishing, Adam in a state of flourishing. Yes, we have disagreements and we have different approaches and ways we want to do things. But the beauty in that is that we still can talk to each other. We still conversate, and we still move forward and become constructive, because we're constructing a flourishing society as a whole, not just for our organization, but we want to spread and amplify this, not just throw things at people, just the linear way. But we want you all to flourish with us. And I hope my story inspires you.
Thank you for that. I hadn't heard that story before, Larry. I appreciate that a lot. And I would say, that I have some parallels in my life too. When you're open to the universe, these things start to fall into place. That's part of the deal of letting go of what you think you're supposed to do from our training to allow what will occur. And I think bumping into Steve years ago was for me that kind of, this is what I've got to start doing. I can't be in the corporate world anymore until I have the chutzpah to make a change. So yeah, very good. So we're down to a little bit of time left for kind of closing comments. Is there anything, Steve, that came up in the conversation that you want to highlight before we close up?
Well, let me say, Larry, I learned a lot there too. What a beautiful personal account there. Thank you for being so vulnerable and sharing. And I'll just say, I think that was, there was the invitation. You were kind of sharing that in the first person, but I think maybe that's all of our invitations here right now, on there. I think, and if we listen to that still small voice, which is what you did, you could call it your soul's calling or call it what you want, but where you listen to that, you will be guided. We will be guided to play the role that we can play, a constructive role. In humanities team, we're calling this the Galileo moment. So Galileo, of course, was this man back in the early 1600s with his telescope that said, "Oh my gosh, the Earth is actually not the center of the universe." He was corroborating what some other science that had come out before him, that the Earth is revolving around the sun, and we're in a solar system over at the edge of the universe, so it was a whole new ultimate reality that he brought forward in his research. And he paid a price back then. He was one man, and he was under house arrest to the end of his life because of that research. It was not very popular at the time, but it did change the world. Likewise, we're saying in humanities team, this is a Galileo moment, kind of the Larry moment. I had my own moment like that in Silicon Valley, where we're just called to the higher purpose, to something more. We have a new understanding of ultimate reality, of a new way of living on the earth. It's a delicious way, candidly, of living on the earth, but the journey has challenges, and that's part of why the Conscious Business Change Agent program was put together, was to support people that are on this journey. So if you have that calling, if you're feeling that personal calling, that maybe to go deeper into this, become a conscious business change agent, find a more fulfilling way to live your life, find a way that supports the community and the world around us, just invite you to get to know this Conscious Business Change Agent program better, and this incredible team that Dr. Larry Clay has assembled.
Thank you. Larry, a parting comment.
Yes, the first I'd like to say, I wasn't the only one that made it. I had tremendous help with Adam and Dee and other people that worked on the project with me. So I won't take full credit for it. I have to share. But last words that I would pass on to you is, I would love for you all to join us, and if not this cohort, the next cohort that we'll have for the Conscious Business Change Agent Masterclass. For one particular reason, I can't wait to share with you how to create collective intelligence and harness it through a strength-based methodology so that you can ideate, create new things, and solve problems. And yes, this is called AI, but I'm not talking about artificial intelligence. I'm talking about appreciative inquiry. And through appreciative inquiry, through our learning modules and through our live session, you're going to learn how to use some of these practices so that you can have better brainstorming activities and brainstorming engagement with your group, better problem-solving approaches where you get all people on board, as many people as you can, different perspectives, so that you can come up and be a part of the problem-solving with all the challenges that we have in the world. And I can't wait to show you how to be a change agent.
Beautiful. Thank you both very much.
Welcome to this Global Oneness Summit presentation, The Spiritual Lives of Scientists. I'm Dr. Kurt Johnson, a Global Oneness Summit host. This is a very special topic sparked by the success of the Gold Nautilus Award-winning book, Science, Being, and Becoming, The Spiritual Lives of Scientists, authored by our panelist, Paul J. Mills. Our panelists are Dr. Mills, the author of Science, Being, and Becoming, and Michael Lennon, social entrepreneur and senior fellow at George Washington University's Center for Excellence in Public Leadership. So let me start by telling you a bit more about each of us. Dr. Paul Mills, author of Science, Being, and Becoming, The Spiritual Lives of Scientists, is professor of public health and family medicine and director of the Center of Excellence for Research and Training in Integrative Health at the University of California, San Diego. He has over 400 scientific publications in the fields of pharmacology, oncology, cardiology, behavioral medicine, and integrative health. And his work has been featured in Time Magazine, the New York Times, National Public Radio, U.S. News and World Report, Consumer Reports, the Huffington Post, Gaia TV, WebMD, and many more. He's presented his work at hundreds of conferences and workshops around the world, including at the United Nations. Our second panelist is Michael Lennon, senior fellow at George Washington University's Center for Excellence in Public Leadership. and a social entrepreneur specializing in prototyping insights from the human-centered scientists into positive impact. His latest action learning research, informally described as me to we to all, centers on activating and amplifying self-organized prosocial collective intelligence, weaving leading collective learning and expertise development practices with collaborative approaches to using artificial intelligence. This action research engages scientists, engineers, influencers, venturers, and other emerging leaders into self-assembling action learning ventures and networks which advance the personal and collective frontiers of knowledge, adaptation, and competence. Communities contributing to me to we to all include prosocial.world, Earth Regenerators, We All, Complexitive Adventures, the Deep Transformation Network, For the Good of All Now, humanenergy.io, the Presencing Institute, and more. So a quick note about your host. I'm an evolutionary biologist, comparative religion scholar, and co-author or editor of numerous books in both scientific and spiritual disciplines, and a co-founder of the Light on Light Press, which published Paul's award-winning book, as well as the autobiography, A New Universal Dream, of the founder of the Global Oneness Summit, Steve Farrell. I'll be moderating the discussion and also taking part from time to time. The three of us have done several programs together on this topic across a number of venues, including sessions at the Complexity Science Summit and at World Unity Week, among others. Full bios for us are at the Global Oneness Summit website. So let's get started. So Paul and Michael, in our programs together, and in the many programs that Paul has been doing about science, being, and becoming the spiritual lives of scientists, we have stressed that for many centuries, there's been a perceived divide between science, that is measurement-based thinking, empiricism, objectivism, and so on, and such things as spirituality, intuition, or consciousness, or even values. However, this mindset is beginning to change, and just at the time when our world is entering into such a challenging historical period. So can each of you take a turn talking about this divide between the subjective versus the objective, science, spirituality, and all the rest? What has been the nature of this divide? What consequences has that had? And is it changing now? And if so, what are some of the implications, and why does this change matter? So let's start with Paul.
Happy to begin. And thank you, Kurt and Michael. It's good to be back together with you both. And for me, this is such a highly relevant topic to the Global Oneness Summit. And the reason is because this divide, as you were saying, Kurt, I'd like to call it an apparent divide between science and spirituality, has been really adverse in many ways to oneness, meaning to we as humanity understanding and perceiving the nature of our own oneness, as well as our oneness in relationship with the natural world and really the universe beyond. So I think it's important for us, certainly at this summit, to understand this and to see where it's all going. And that's, I know, the purpose of our conversation today. I think we'd be hard pressed to find many scientists, people out in the lay community who don't take this divide between science and spirit as a kind of a fundamental truth, because it's been around for centuries. And this embedded attitude has kept it going for all these many, many years. We'd be hard pressed to find many people who don't believe this. And as I've thought about it, it wouldn't matter that much if it hasn't been so consequential over the course of decades, and again, going back centuries, and particularly consequential for us in the West. I think science as we know it, and it's fair to say most of science has been more this materialistic mindset, meaning all that exists is matter, and things such as the spiritual world, the mystical, the metaphysical, doesn't even really exist. And some of these consequences have been more mild, some more severe. I think a really good example of a more severe consequence has been what's often called these days scientism. And people have been describing scientism as maybe the hardest core example of the materialistic sciences. And anything with an ism gives us insight into that it's a very fundamentalist kind of attitude about the process of science and the belief and the role of science in the world and in our societies. Dr. Leon Koss, who was chair of President Bush's, the first Bush's Council on Bioethics, he wrote a lot about scientism. He called scientism soulless scientism, and he viewed it as one of the greatest threats to humanity, beyond, climate change and all these other things, a great threat to our very human nature. This divide, as we're calling it, I look at it as kind of a historical artifact, maybe a temporary detour of science doing what it was really meant and designed to do, which was really to give us insight into, I think, all dimensions of human experience. But it was curtailed, as many of us know. I mean, what's an artifact? Why do I use that word? Because in science, an artifact is any kind of error that has crept into either the design of the experiment, or how the experiment was conducted, or how the data was collected, or how the data is being interpreted and written about. So there's a fundamental artifact and error, I think, for science and how it got started. Maybe not how it initially got started, because many of the earliest scientists, I mean, Galileo, Bruno, others, they were deeply religious people, had deep faith, and they were using the beginning, the science in its infancy to really to understand the nature of the divine and how the divine had created and manufactured and maintained the functioning of the universe itself. How does the divine bring expression? And that got sidetracked. And I think I would say it was the Roman Church that introduced this artifact. And many of us know this history. The church basically said, science, you can take the material world, everything of the five senses primarily, and we'll take care of the rest, and don't cross this boundary. And that boundary has gotten solidified greatly over the centuries, and that's what's led us to what we're talking about today, this apparent false divide. But Kurt, as you said, this has been changing lately, and we're all very fortunate for it. And for me, my approach to really exploring and trying to remove this artifact has been interviewing scientists who have themselves been negotiating this kind of change. Many of the scientists I interviewed in the book had been materialists, but some things happened for them. They had what we often call a metaphysical experience, a mystical experience, or a transpersonal experience. And that opened them up perceptually, experientially, to something beyond just the material that scientism and folks who adhere to that say is the end, that there's nothing beyond that. But personal experience brought many of these scientists and others to realize, oh, there is more. And that transformed their own lives, certainly, but it also began to transform the science. And that's really been turning things around for themselves and their work. I also find that many people who begin to venture into this in their own personal life tap into much more creativity, because they've opened themselves to another dimension of human experience, dare I say reality, and there's so much more energy and insight available to them. And Michael, one of the things, Michael, I admire so much about your work is that, as Kurt said, and I want to read this, it focuses on weaving personal growth and transformation into a collective learning edge, intelligence, and pro-social impact. And these scientists I interviewed, they've had such transformative experiences, and they're trying to find ways to make a change, to bring change into the world around them, a pro-social kind of impact. So I'm looking forward to our conversation, your thoughts on this and how we can move this forward. Thank you.
So thanks, Paul. Yeah, Michael, now over to you.
Thank you. It's such a privilege to be here with you. And one of the things that I love about these conversations is as we grapple to sharpen the language and co-discern where the boundaries are that we're trying to make sense together. It's such a metaphor for where my understanding of the science is coming. And I think the way that I would start this is reminding folks that when Copernicus talked about that the sun was not at the center, that the earth was not at the center of the universe, there was something very jarring to our intuitions about what he was saying. He was like, what do you mean? We all watch the sun go over the earth every day. And it was simply that how we perceived it and what was familiar and intuitive did not conform to the science. And that there's something equally shocking at play in the realm of consciousness and of knowing. It's actually even more fundamental than that. It's of being. And that this is arising, one of the places it's arising is in the mathematical modeling of intelligence, of consciousness, where you could almost say that the mathematics pulls from two different classes of mathematics. One is the mathematics of boundary formation, and that the formation of boundaries don't occur in a self, but they occur in collectives. And that the learning and adaptation then is also something that is the interaction between the inside of the boundary and what's happening outside the boundary. And so to make this concrete in a kind of analogy, the practice of happiness is something that in our culture, particularly in the United States, but it's been a global phenomenon, is something that we have this saying, the pursuit of happiness is an inalienable right. And so we spend all this time learning and practicing how to be our best, kind of like learning how to drive on the right-hand side of the road. And so because it's so familiar to us, it doesn't occur to us that there might be a completely different way of driving on the road or other ways of moving around. And that science is revealing that some of the most important drivers of flourishing lives, of not just of happiness, but of training, of therapy, of all kinds of things that we consider and we use the language of individualism to describe, are predicted by collective factors. And so it's not just important to be our best, but it's also important to learn a new vocabulary about how to interbe our best. That it's really a completely different game, the one of skillful mutualism and skillful participation, whether that is in a collective that is a small group, an individual pair, or a small group, or larger groups. And so it's as much as with any scientific revolution, sometimes it's the blocking ideas that get in the way of the revolution diffusing, rather than that the idea is not available to us. And so what I'm asserting here, perhaps strikingly, is that the self that you are is part of what's getting in the way of what there is to learn about interbeing. And it's very disorienting. I might as well tell you that the sun is going, in a strange direction. But once one becomes curious about this, and it's particularly helpful when in dialogue with others, they offer mental models that give us other ways to understand, and the learning journey of shared transformation can begin to surface. So I think I'll stop there.
Okay, so recently, Michael, you and I have been a part of programs at Pro-Social World, bringing together nearly 200 scientists on the subject of this straddle of our scientific knowing and our more subjective spiritual or values-based ways of knowing. And it will interest this audience, and it also parallels exactly the themes that Paul emphasizes in his book. Especially these scientists now discuss in detail and give fascinating examples from recent research on such questions as the unity and interdependence of all life, and that life likely occurs across the entire cosmos, with its origins and relationships being fundamentally interconnected. And particularly this life leads to manifestation of intelligent life, like us, perhaps in many, many places. So it brings up, for example, the question of the repeatability of evolution going on in similar ways across the entire universe. And the question, are there other likely centers of life around the universe? So let's take a turn this time and bring up some of the fascinating things that represent the frontiers of what science is discovering today. Give us some examples of what would really excite our audience to hear about. Now we'll start with Michael.
I again return to this idea of the mathematics of being and the mathematics of learning both coming together in a way that a term that I didn't use was that it's a fractal, that it's something that keeps on repeating at different levels of collective action. So it turns out that the way in which the quarks form into neutrons and neutrinos and protons, and the way these form into atoms, and atoms into molecules, and molecules into complex molecules, all arise from certain states of collective action, from certain conditions. Because it's also true that if you will, one of the reasons why we've been describing the science as a kind of fixed and static, lifeless kind of way of knowing is because the side of the coin that we've been looking on has been primarily the one that views everything that we look at and uses a noun to describe it. And so a noun is something that let's say I describe my own personhood. If I say that I am me, then the boundaries of me is described by whatever I understand that noun to be. As I understood myself as a verb, that's something that is interbeing or flowing between, then all of a sudden the contents of what I am and how I am interacting, again, it's a different rule book. It's a different way of understanding. And so extending this idea of describing reality through verbs rather than nouns has to do with the way things are flowing and the way they're interacting, as much as the way in which we described them when we were using in geometry. It's very, very normal to say you make certain declarations. There's point A, point B, and then you get a line by adding C. And there's a way of making sense and of reasoning that works very well. And it's kind of like talking about water where all water is still. But if all of a sudden you begin to describe water as flowing water, so you're no longer in a pond, but you are on a stream, then all of a sudden phenomena that do not arise in ponds, but in fact are very common and very ordinary, need to begin to be faced. And to give you an example of this, so when water flows over stones, excuse me, the friction between the water and the stones gives rise to emergent forms like whirlpools. These things are made of water. They are water, but they are something other than the water. And this is kind of the enigmatic. So when everything and every way that you have of making sense of everything is in still water, then you don't have the vocabulary or the language to deal with whirlpools, even though they're perfectly ordinary and they're arising in the in-betweening of things, in the dynamic flow between things, rather than when you're defining everything as being on a pond. So this is one of the both disorientingly, because it fragments those of us who have become very skillful in still water. It can be very disorienting, right? It's like, oh my goodness, some of the things that I knew are, including cause and effect, might be broken. And how crazy is that? And yet it opens us to experiencing our lives with a richness. I call it entering into a state of goosebumps becomes available in a way that was not possible. And so the language of spirituality, the language of awe, the language of terror, all play a much more salient role in these spaces where describing not just nouns, but the uncertainty and the in-betweening is treated greater sophistication that we have to date. It's a very exciting and enlivening challenge to take on. So I think I'll stop there.
Okay, so here's where I get to take a turn and act briefly. I've thought of two that I want to mention. And the first is the recent advances in our knowledge of UAPs and UFOs, unidentified flying objects and unidentified aerial phenomenon. And not because of any particular fascination of my own about them, but because of the data sets that are indicating craft or phenomena that have capabilities far exceeding anything that we've known of on Earth. And I'm particularly thinking of scientists with the governor and the attorney general of Utah and the former head of UAP research for the Department of Defense recently reviewing footage of craft or phenomena coming out of and back into the solid rock of a mesa in Utah at 3,600 miles per hour. It's interesting because it points to these phenomena as being transdimensional phenomena, able to penetrate both liquids and solids. And this points to the type of transdimensional phenomena reported so widely for millennia in the literature of the great wisdom traditions and in the stories of many of our indigenous peoples, including some of them precisely at this location in Utah. And another is footage of a NASA-based team of neuroscientists who are studying a man who claimed that he could summon up UFO or UAP phenomena. Now, when this was recently tested, not only did the UFOs appear large and close and readily filmed by everybody, but the brainwave patterns of that individual precisely at that time showed a flow state that's only similar to that of Buddhist monks who can control their blood pressure and control their heartbeat. As the scientists noted, a possible explanation of the relations of this man with whatever these UFOs are comes from string theory, where dimensions can exist side by side, and some people, perhaps in consciousness, are able to connect them. And this also reflects the content of the two most recent Nobel Prizes in physics regarding non-locality and quantum entanglement. Now, on the human side, what was really surprising from this footage was the surprise of the participating scientists. One of them said to another, "You should see your eyes. They're like banjos." And he said, "Oh my God," he said, "I am really blown away." So recording such phenomena truly sheds new light, as they said, on the fundamental nature of our reality and our experience of it, all that are a part of this emerging scientific research today on the straddle of science and the realms of the subjective, spirituality, and so on. Mastering these connections could really lead to incredible implications for our human future. So, Paul, over to you.
Wow, I'm really enjoying our conversation. As an example, Kurt, bringing that into something which, and Michael, what you were saying, this idea that there's a block there, there's something we don't believe, it's completely foreign to our experience, and then something's presented to us. In this example, Kurt, evidence, apparently, of footage, and then people who are experts in the field testifying. And I hope we can speak a little bit more, Michael, about this shared transformation you spoke of and moving into as a collective phenomenon. I think that's so important because the scientists I've interviewed, and Kurt, I don't have any recent scientific research to cite in this discussion, unless I use the scientists themselves as their own experiment, because they're the ones personally delving into their own inner life and uncovering a reality for their own experience. Again, back to the idea of they're having these metaphysical experiences, mystical experiences that were foreign to them at some point. And then they've entered into their life, into their life stream, and now they have a very different reality. And I think collectively, ultimately, as more and more scientists come into this, and everyone socially, then we'll have more of these so-called phase transitions that are spoken about in physics. So I think this is such a valuable conversation because we're needing to move from all these things that we've called unordinary, non-ordinary, and begin to have them to be understood. You know what? Actually, it's ordinary. It can be ordinary. It's just that we need to acknowledge them, number one, and then open our own consciousness to them experientially. And that's what, again, many of these scientists have done progressively as they've moved forward with these experiences, and beautifully their own work. And I don't know of any of them. None of the ones I interviewed have been working in this area of UAPs and UFOs, at least not that they spoke about. Maybe go under some kind of clearance. I don't know.
Yeah, so what I actually would invite us to do now, because we're doing great on time, is the three of us, let's talk more about that. Different frontiers that we're excited about, data sets that we're aware of, where we see these frontiers really being pressed by mainstream scientists. I think you're aware that there's a new prize now of $100,000 for peer-reviewed research on consciousness outside the brain, which in consciousness studies now is divided about 50-50 between people who think consciousness is only a product of the brain, or those who believe that there's a wider field that the wisdom traditions always have. So let's just open it up here. I know from Paul's book, he's aware of many other examples from his own book, and Michael as well. So since we're doing really great on time, let's talk about it more.
Well, yeah, question, please. You just mentioned this 50-50. I wasn't aware of that. And that's movement, isn't it?
Yeah, it used to be 80-20. When consciousness studies started in about 1970s, 80s, it was 80-20, 80% saying it was only a product of the brain, 20% that there was a shared field, often called the Akashic field or the Akashic record, as you know.
Okay, so Michael, is this shared transformation some kind of collective phenomenon? I mean, some people who work in the area of consciousness studies and the influence of fields would probably argue that's the case, that the more it's being evident in individual consciousnesses, then it'll be easier for others to tune into it. But I don't know. What do you think?
Thank you. Part of what makes this whole thing so very disorienting for me, and how I try and make sense of it. I'll come back to the UFO, which is not my experience either, but why it's no longer as implausible as I once thought it. For example, in traditional physics, when you drop a drop of ink, for example, in a clear glass of water, the diffusion of that ink over time turns the water blue. Now, there are certain conditions where if you drop a liquid in water, instead of disseminating, which is the way the second law of thermodynamics works, is things self-assemble. Like if you drop a drop of oil, the oil self-assembles into a drop that remains and persists in the face of those same forces. And so there are certain conditions where existence of a different kind comes about and persists. And this is kind of the thing that I am describing turns out to be a fractal that reoccurs. I used right now a physical example, but that idea of the boundary formation and then something that persists is part of those core mathematics that when we say consciousness, we often think of human consciousness, and then it's like, is everything human, not human, our human story? But if we begin to look at this as what keeps something in existence and what has it learn and adapt, those two mathematics have been what seem to work against the three laws of physics and lead to greater and greater complexity. We've now witnessed it here on the planet. The emergence of life goes against the laws of physics as we have understood them earlier. Those same principles, as we're now understanding more clearly, it's like, well, if they're laws of physics, right? If this is happening not only at the physical, so part of what's disorienting here is that there's some primitive form of awareness and response to environment that is happening strictly at what we call pre-life. And that you have things emerge, greater self-organizing order, whether it's, as I was describing earlier, the quarks, the atoms, the molecules, and that these open up entire new pathways of being and of emergent phenomenon. Now, I hope I'm articulating this with sufficient simplicity that it resonates with our intuitions. So these laws of mathematics make it entirely possible for life to emerge anywhere and everywhere. It's like we've had a story that it's like, oh no, it's on Earth. There are unique conditions on Earth, and it is entirely possible that there's some very special, just like some ecosystems are deserts and only grow a little, and others grow very, very rich systems, but they all have certain amounts of life emerging, and they all have these rules unfolding. And this is where I was saying these are the rules of the flowing water rather than the rules of the still water, and that these things are plausible. So I tell the fellow skeptics, bring your skepticism, but keep your curiosity active. Consider that you may have become familiar with a particular way of sense making that can break open in fascinating, novel, and interesting ways, and that it is staying conforming with the science, or integrating more completely. So when you hear me, for example, describe this boundary between, instead of subjective and objective, the mathematics of what's happening inside the entity and the mathematics of what's happening outside create the boundary, but they're both mathematically described. And so just to consider that there are tantalizing ways to not just be breaking open in what is familiar, but the way in which you practice interdisciplinary work with other scientists, with other collectives of other groups of knowing beings. And that can include other human beings and possibly other forms of consciousness beyond human-centered consciousness.
Yeah, and so I'm going to make some comments and then invite Paul to give some examples from his book, because there were many. But the comment that I want to make is sometimes this margin between what is mainstream and absolutely kosher and then what is still on the frontier is very fine and very murky. I'll give you a good example. Everybody's familiar with Rupert Sheldrake's idea of morphogenetic fields, which would be this larger idea that there is a shared field, and in that shared field, there are influences that involve everything else in that field. And that's considered, let's say, controversial or whatever it may be. But mainstream everywhere in every university in sociology is what's called discursive theory. And discursive theory is real simple. You get a book, Mein Kampf, and you end up with the National Socialist Movement. You get a book, Common Cause, and you end up with the American Revolution. Or you have all of the corporations. There's a book about the unintended consequences of corporations going green, that once they started using the language of going green, they started having the unintended consequences in their culture, in their activities. That's an incredibly fine line relative to what's mainstream about the effect of a field or an idea and what's going on if you looked at that, let's say, in some of the ideas of physics. Now, Paul, in your book, you had some amazing examples of scientists who had really transformative and surprising experiences that changed their lives, directions of their research. And you might want to mention a couple of those, which I think would really fascinate the audience.
Okay, I'd be happy to. And that phenomenon, Michael, I started finding myself thinking about the phenomenon of emergence when you were speaking, where out of a system comes something that was highly unpredictable. In fact, it doesn't even seem like it should be able to exist. And scientists typically don't predict what's going to emerge out of complex systems. We can only observe it once it's there, mostly with admiration, I would think. So as far as experiences, you're right, Kurt, there are so many. And I mentioned earlier, many of the scientists I interviewed, I think it's fair to say initially they were more in the materialist category, meaning they did their traditional training. Most of them were PhDs. Some had a MD and a PhD, but their training was in the materialistic sciences, just the five senses. And they had then some experience out of the box that opened them to something different. And of course, it gave them insight into the nature of consciousness as being different, more an experience of the universality of consciousness, the shared consciousness amongst not only all people, but really all of nature. Really a direct perception of the oneness of all life. But that wasn't everyone. Some actually had these kinds of experiences as children. Some were highly clairvoyant as kids, or clairaudient, or had both of them. Or some had psychic experiences as kids, and that's what led them to become a scientist. And those were fascinating stories. I so appreciated them. One of them, for example, Dr. Christine Peterson. She grew up in the mountains of West Virginia on a farm, fairly isolated, from the town and so forth. And when she was young, she would, when she was finished her chores, she would climb up to the ridge line behind the barn, up through the trees. And there was a clearing, she said, almost like a small opening in the trees. And she would go there and she would just lie on her back and look up at the blue sky. And after a while, she had discovered a way that she would basically have a transpersonal experience. She would go beyond her own sense of typical identity, and she would come into a oneness of the entirety of nature around her. And she would come back to the farm and be in a very different perceptual state. And it wasn't until later when she started learning, she went to graduate school and learning about other traditions, and she learned that, well, that's a very specific technique in Tibetan Buddhism. And they call it sky gazing. And it's a specific technique to help us move out of the personal into the transpersonal. And as you know, many of the scientists I interviewed too had these awakenings through practicing some forms of meditation also, some psychedelics, some traumatic family experiences. The point is, it can happen in so many different ways. It's our nature, from my point of view, always seeking to find its way out. And the more mental we are, and the more we have been kind of indoctrinated in that way of perception, it's just a little bit harder for it to find emergence. But when it does, most people recognize it as a kind of fundamental reality of their existence. Some don't. Some, as you know, I mean, my wife does a lot of therapeutic work clinically. For some, when we move into these experiences, it's a crisis, because it's so different from what they had believed and expected their own self and experience to be. And luckily, there's people to speak with about these things and get guidance. There's centuries of literature. You made some reference to that a bit ago, Kurt. The wisdom literature. This has been written about for millennia. We just have to look into it, and that helps give us some direction and understanding of where we're heading. So that's what I'll
Michael, if you wrap up on that before we move on to moving toward concluding.
I think I would add a personal anecdote that is also that is not in the realm of something I can explain, but I've had to either repudiate or hold with how might this eventually come to make sense. And that is the story that I was in Madrid, crossing a very big street with a bunch of friends at the age of 12. We had just left a movie theater, and as we're about to step off the curb, I have this bone-chilling feeling, something like a feeling coming down the back of my spine, and going all the way through me. And in the back of my mind, I saw this little blonde girl getting hit by a cab, and I blurted out in Spanish, "Una niña rubia la va a atropellar un taxi," which is what that means in Spanish. And my friends all looked at me like I was crazy. I thought I'm crazy. We crossed the street, and the street is a very wide street. It's like eight lanes wide. And as we approach the other side, we hear screech. We turn around, and already a crowd is gathering around the front of a cab, and they scoop up this little blonde girl and put her in the cab, and they dart off. Now, I did not see. I was walking in the other direction, but I was standing actually where it happened, and And I can tell you to this day, I still feel it. When I remember it, I feel that moment, and I can see in the back of my mind what happened. I am not one of these people that that can do this on cue. There have been very few times, although it's not the only one, where something that this does not fit in my sense-making model has happened. Now, as I've come to understand this idea of like, oh, maybe time is a perceptual thing. And so it is possible to jump in ways that we didn't understand. I can't make sense of any of it, but that experience and that felt intuition remains true, even if I'm a little leery to put myself in the box with a bunch of people who dial 1-800-VISION and it's a very scary thing. It's like, I don't want to open up that box and be seen in that space, but it happened. And I've had other similar things that have happened. And this is why it's really an invitation to come out of a closet of courage, that we can be, there's this term collective trauma, these agreements that what we agree to see or not see, to say or not say. And these can be around what is racist or not as racist, what is genderist, not genderist, what is scientific and what isn't. And it's only by surfacing these norms that we can begin to rework, okay, maybe that's patriarchal in a way I didn't understand. Maybe that's racist in a way I didn't understand. Maybe that's non-scientific in a way that I didn't understand. And this is exactly the invitation to open. It's not to discard our senses, but to really de-traumatize them from ideas that we accepted as true because we didn't have anything better to work with. So thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And this is perfect because we're down to about 15 minutes for our last concluding question. But I wanted to mention, I've had to refer a lot of people with those experiences to different Zen masters and other people who might understand it. And one of those situations, very much like yours, that particular really well-known Zen master said, well, first you saw it in nonlinear time and then you experienced it in linear time. Certainly would be one way to understand that bigger picture. So let's go on to conclude now. We want to talk about the spiritual lives of everyone, what this all means for ordinary people. What is the real takeaway for ordinary people and for non-scientists who are hearing from us about this emerging understanding and likely this deeper real partnership between the world of science and our daily lives, including our spiritual and values-related lives, and especially in a challenging and rapidly changing time like now. So after all, this is affecting all ordinary lives, from all the dimensions of our technology that are emerging across all the arenas to the ones that you work with, Michael, in artificial intelligence, which we're all hearing about. And we're surrounded by these new developments, and they're really just all over our media. We're even hearing about the things that we mentioned earlier in the recent Nobel Prizes in physics, non-locality and entanglement. And the worlds, like Paul said, that we actually traditionally called magical or miraculous may actually be quite real, but just so far elusive to the realm of what Michael called measurement-related thinking. So to wrap up, I want each of you to take a turn and talk about this possibly fundamental change in the relationship of science and daily life and what it means for all of us and for our future. So we'll start with Paul.
Okay, thank you, Kurt. Before I do, I want to mention something. I found your story really interesting, Michael, and it reminded me there was a fellow named Harold Percival, and he wrote a book back in the 30s, I think. He had a similar experience. He was actually in New York City, and he was just stepping from the curb down to the street, and he had this radical shift in consciousness. And I'm bringing this up because it's one of these inexplicables as far as how we understand science now in the brain. It's kind of akin to savants, people who just absorb so much information, on and on. But he had what's often called a download. All this information came into him in literally a split second, things he had never known. And then he proceeded to write volumes, this thick, about all this information that came into his mind. And to me, these are fascinating examples of things science, no, does not understand in the least, but there's multiple, endless examples of such things. And I'd like to understand them personally. And I'm hoping that what we could call the new science is going to be able to do that. What's the new science? Well, as I said earlier, I think science took a detour for a couple of centuries where it was really derailed from, let's say, more its fundamental mission, and that mission being to be open to exploring everything. And I'd say in particular, or maybe especially, the nature of the human being, what we often call the mysterious nature historically in religions and so forth, or the spiritual nature. And my hope is to see science begin to open more and more and to embrace that. Individual scientists are doing it, and then have some kind of collective phase transition in the materialistic sciences. I mean, imagine the possibilities. Science as an endeavor now is untold tens of billions of dollars a year worldwide. If we could just take some of that and begin to use it to understand our true nature, to understand, well, Michael, how did you have that cognition? Okay, perhaps it is related to the fact that time actually doesn't exist in the way our Western mind tends to perceive it. Or maybe there's some other aspect of this universality of mind consciousness. And where will we be as human beings as we can tap more and more into that? What kind of creativity will be exposed? Will more meaning and fulfillment be expressed across human beings? We all know one of the big maladies of today is anxiety and depression and loss of meaning. And I think that is fundamentally a symptom of being divorced from our essential nature. So I want to see science have just a reawakening. And back to this summit, the Oneness Summit, science will be able to give us so many gifts around this nature of oneness, of non-separation. And to me, that will really be a healing, actually, for people, individual people, and for humanity itself.
Yeah, Paul, thanks so much. So, Michael, over to you.
Yeah, I think I'll offer two examples, if only because there's this question of whether or not the learning journey needs to arise within self, Michael, or within the collectives within which I participate. And so I'll share two examples, one from each. When I brought up happiness, for example, and that I've been in a vocabulary of self-happiness, it's been very fruitful to become a better student. And one of the most transformative, eye-opening kind of moments was to learn that, for example, a range of emotions, take, for example, love. Everybody's like, love, love, love. You know, the science of the emotion of social love has a genetic regulator, has neural circuits, has a whole series of properties that one can become more skillful at. And that it is not just a me thing. It turns out that as I become more skillful at the practices of social love, that it is a co-regulatory practice that transforms my own experience of well-being, but also can be you can see the ripple effects of this emotion diffusing in systems the same way that you see diffusion of disease, the diffusion of ideas. It's really it's similar to it. And so it's like, oh, this was one of the things that was blocked by the experience of thriving and flourishing, and love is blocked by some of the cultural ideas that we have, that it needs to look this way and practice that way. And I could go on with forgiveness, that it works differently for me than how I was taught. But I just leave that out as a kind of become curious and go sniffing around. You'll be blown away. I find. The second is how it applies within groups. One of my, so in some ways I do this as a community activist, and others I do it as a practitioner in academia and or in business. And there's a whole other range of attributes, how groups make sense better, how they perform better by paying attention to systemic dynamics in ways that and I used earlier the examples of racism and of gender, but those are just two that are human anthropomorphic centric. There's very strong research that the most important innovations arise not from groups that are already, if you will, formed and have agreements about what are their common blind spots, if you will. We're all in the same discipline, so we have the same strengths and the same weaknesses, but interdisciplinary, so that they push up against the assumptions of each other's ideas, is where these breakout ideas often arise that push the learning frontiers for humanity in field after field after field. And so, as I say, there's an aspect of this that is poetic and beautiful and full of goosebumps. And if you don't care about that, there's a performative dimension. I want to pull people out of performative, because that's where one of the blind spots has been. You know, it's like we're too much on efficiency and not enough on experience. And so, but that's my own bias. And still, I invite those who are all about efficiency to become curious that, oh, there might be something here, and how might I go on a learning journey? Who might be some others, not just me as an individual, but who might be others that I can form into learning clusters and go on a shared transformational journey.
Well, Michael, thanks so much. Now let's do this. Let's give you each a chance just to make a final summary comment about this amazing hour that we've just spent together. So let's just start with Michael, and then we'll go to Paul.
So I think what I would share is the project that we've been working on. This idea of me to we to all is the layers of consciousness that are each changing on their own on their own pathways and interacting with each other. And so my own waking up is also tied to the waking up of those around me. And then as I become more skillful at what are my mechanisms, I can become more agentic in how I interact with other individuals and with groups of individuals. And so this project that we've been working on, that is about both sharpening the vocabulary, beginning to engage in conversations and structure the conversations in such a way that drives collective learning, is part of what this project is about. And I would say one way of describing it is creating circles, transformative circles of individuals who, through using the science of expertise development, which has a certain way of inquiring and developing skill and practice, but has not been practiced collectively. We're like, okay, what are the practices so that we're more skillful at developing collective expertise? And how do we bring the superpowers of artificial intelligence that can extend our ability to see further, to sense further, to engage further? How do we then use that to weave further? There's some amazing things, and I'll just use a final example of an ally in this project who was asking the artificial intelligence to describe who it saw him as and the story that he was on. And by amplifying the narrative of his own life and his own learning frontiers, using what was available through artificial intelligence, it just was a spellbinding amplification of his understanding of where he could go. And this idea that it's like whether you're doing it as a me or whether you're practicing doing it as a we, there's entire new frontiers to take on. So we're still in the incubation stages, but Me to We to All is definitely a project that ProSocial has sponsored and that we're practicing this co-waking up together. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Paul.
Yeah. I really appreciated that because I'm trying to learn more, Michael and Kurt, about artificial intelligence. I look in the news, and of course, there's lots of articles about, geez, this is a problem, and there's a danger and so forth. But I love you used it as an example where AI is helping to expand our understanding of who we are and what can be. And what came to mind when you were saying that is in the some of the Eastern traditions, and I studied with some Eastern meditation teachers for many years, and part of the growth of consciousness as a person moves from, say, more the me consciousness, which we could say is more egoically oriented consciousness, to what's often called self-realization. Self-realization is a movement more towards a we consciousness, where there's the experience of the implicit unity of consciousness of the person with the other person in front of them, or with, the tree. The universality of consciousness becomes a lived experience, perceptually known, gnosis, like with a G, that kind of knowledge. But then over time, that further blossoms into really an all consciousness. In this one tradition, it's called Brahman consciousness, because the consciousness that's being perceived, there's a knowingness. It's not only the perception of consciousness, but something happens to the mind itself, to the intellect, where the intellect as a tool makes a transition in understanding. And the entirety then of the universe itself, even though the person obviously isn't looking and seeing all dimensions of the universe simultaneously, but it is known and directly experienced as connected to the all of itself. So this to me is beautiful. This is esoteric knowledge. This is, let's see, maybe, well, you're giving examples of where science can be moving, and your efforts is to move us from the me to the we to the all. And the all is really a beautiful fruition. And I'll look forward to more of us being there.
All right. So thank you so much, Dr. Paul J. Mills and Michael Lennon, for joining us today in what has been a fascinating discussion. And thanks to our audience. I'm sure you were fascinated as well. If you want to find out more, please enjoy Paul Mills' book, Science, Being, and Becoming, The Spiritual Lives of Scientists. And Google Michael Lennon, Pro-Social World. That's Michael Lennon, Pro-Social World. There'll be a lot of stuff there. And also by watching their video together, which is at YouTube, which is entitled The Spiritual Lives of Scientists, Episode 2, Paul Mills and Michael Lennon. And be sure to enjoy the rest of the inspiring material on this year's 2023 Global Oneness Summit. So thanks again, and be safe and be well.
Thank you, Kurt. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Kurt. Thank you, Michael.
Hi, everybody. This is Ross Hostetter, and it's my pleasure to be hosting this panel as part of Humanity's Team's 2023 Global Oneness Summit. Today, we're going to be exploring the question of how a developmental perspective promotes oneness, and spend a really interesting hour unpacking a powerful and accurate way of seeing, interpreting the world, which I personally believe is essential to understanding if we're ever going to evolve collectively and peacefully as a species. So today I have two dear friends on the call, Steve McIntosh and Christopher Cook. And just to introduce these gentlemen just briefly, Steve McIntosh, JD, is a leader in the integral philosophy movement. He's been a friend of mine for over 15, now almost maybe 20 years now, Steve. And he's the author of a number of books. The most recent one was Developmental Politics, How America Can Grow into a Better Version of Itself. He's the co-founder of the Institute for Cultural Evolution, the director of its Developmental Politics Project. And these organizations focus on the cultural roots of America's political problems. Steve has written a number of books, and I can say that it is a tremendous body of work. I am one of the people in the world that has read all of them. The most recent one was Conscious Leadership, that he wrote with John Mackey and Carter Phipps. John Mackey is the founder of the Whole Foods chain here in the United States. And then he authored three previous books on integral philosophy, which were the presence of the infinite, evolution's purpose, and integral consciousness in the future of evolution. So Steve has been a thought leader for many, many years, and his innovative thinking has appeared in USA Today, in Real Clear Politics, The Daily Beast, The Hill, Aereo Magazine, The Developmentalists, and he's been on NPR, the Oxford Review, The Glenn Show, and many other podcasts. He is a writer and a social entrepreneur, and before he got into this business, he had a number of successful careers, including founding Now in Zen. If any of you have Zen clocks in your bedroom or living room, those beautiful Zen clocks, Steve is the developer of those. He also practiced law in one of America's biggest firms and went to the University of Virginia Law School, which I can say from personal experience is a hard thing to get into. Steve, they didn't accept me when I applied. And he also has, he is also the graduate of the Southern California Business School. He grew up in LA and now lives in Boulder, Colorado, where I live as well. We also have on the call Christopher Cook. Christopher is a friend of mine who is a very active man in the world. He's been active in the exploration and the application of integral psychology and integral philosophy and theory since about 1997. In 1998, I think, Christopher, you had a bit of an awakening at one of the foundational meetings of the Integral Institute and became enlivened with a personal commitment to enabling human emergence. And this is one of your enduring and essential inspirations. Chris is a hard worker and is applying both integral and developmental theory across personal and professional settings involving agriculture, drought recovery, investment management, education, healthcare, and a lot of other things. And he has developed a personal and cultural scanning system known as 5 Deep Vital Signs. In addition to that, Christopher, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Christopher, is a lineage holder based upon a lineage established by Claire W. Graves. And that morphed into spiral dynamics. And he has advanced that lineage with some conceptual frames known as psionics and full spectrum emergence. And they're frames of insight that offer a comprehensive framework. So he's based in the UK with his wife, Sheila. He leads a hub for the Savory Institute, which is a global grasslands regeneration nonprofit that I also work for. And I think that Chris and Sheila are working together towards an overarching purpose of imagineering regenerative layer and working with this company called 5 Deep. So that's basic introductions. Hope I didn't get anything wrong with that. Anything the two of you want to add to that? We have, I just want to say to the folks on the call, these are two incredible thought leaders and who have done amazing things in the world. And it's my privilege to call you my friends. And one of the reasons I set up this call is I wanted to share with a broader audience the developmental perspective that I think all three of us share. So that's kind of my idea. And Steve, I thought maybe I would just start with you with a question. You've been a thought leader and working for many, many years towards goodness, truth, and beauty. And I think you are one of the deep custodians of what we might call a developmental worldview. So I'm going to ask you the question, what is a developmental worldview and why is it important?
Sure. Well, to put it in as simple of terms as possible, I would say that this perspective, which is available without adopting a complete worldview. In other words, the developmental perspective is the ability to recognize that our culture and that human consciousness is under the process of evolution. In other words, we can see evolution is not just a matter of biological species, that the entire universe has been evolving for the last 13 billion years, and that this evolution continues in the realm of human history. In other words, that what's known as the noosphere and the noosphere, the realm of human culture and consciousness, that this is subject to its own kind of evolution. It can't be conflated with biological evolution or cosmological evolution, but it builds upon these previous structures, these previous accomplishments. In other words, we're using our biological bodies, we're using the periodic table of elements to uphold our matter, and yet we're going beyond these evolutionary gifts to build a world that hopefully is moving in the direction of the more beautiful, true, and good. It's not easy. It's not an upward escalator to the good. There's all kinds of setbacks. We solve one set of problems, a new set of problems emerges. But this history of humanity that we've gone through, that many of us are familiar with, it's kind of a living ecosystem of values. And one way of putting it is that there are structures of consciousness that are mediated by cultural evolution, by the evolution of human history, and that these kinds of consciousness are interdependent. And we can see how, for example, traditional religious consciousness, or kind of secular rational modernist consciousness, or progressive postmodern consciousness, that these are kinds of consciousness which arise from mutual commitments, right? Systems in the we space is one way of thinking about it. And being able to recognize this development, see it within ourselves, seeing it within our culture, within our politics, within our various forms of spirituality, and being able to step outside our own loyalties, our own value frame, and recognize that those who we may disagree with politically or even spiritually, that ultimately that there is a way of integrating the whole, that appreciating the entire spectrum, the entire kind of cultural ecosystem that lives within us, and that is ultimately about recognizing the opportunity to grow further, right? So one particular problem that I'm focused on is hyperpolarization, right? The political disintegration of social solidarity in the developed world. And from a developmental perspective, this torn social fabric can be explained, at least partially, as the result of cultural growth. And so the solution to our troubles, the solution to our lack of political will to deal adequately with the crises we face at this time of history, that's a matter of growing further. And so what does it mean to grow further? I mean, not just personally, not just in your character and your spirituality, but to participate in cultural growth, cultural evolution. This developmental perspective, you mentioned, it's part of a worldview. It's one way of thinking about it is this kind of cultural intelligence, right? So, everyone wants to be emotionally intelligent or socially intelligent. Well, being culturally intelligent is one way of thinking about using a developmental perspective to gain a certain sympathy and solidarity with a wider spectrum, right? So one way of defining how you can evolve your consciousness is to expand the scope of what you can value. And the developmental perspective provides this expanded ability to value a greater spectrum of value systems and cultural orientations. And I could obviously go on about this, but that's a mouthful, and at least I've said something about what the developmental perspective is.
All right. Well, there's a number of follow-up questions that I want to ask you, Steve, and that I want Christopher to weigh in on. But just to move our discussion one step forward and direct something to you, Christopher, I'm personally intrigued about one of the statements in your bio that you are the custodian of the work of Claire W. Graves. And I know that you've traveled the world with Don Beck, who developed spiral dynamics, and have taken this lineage further with conceptual frames of your own, which you're calling Solonics and full spectrum emergence. I just want to tell you how important this lineage has been to me. I'll just share with our audience a very brief story. I'm a lawyer, I'm a mediator, and I was once tasked with mediation of the dispute in the Dallas Episcopal Diocese that was having a huge dispute over the ordination of women and gay priests. And sitting in the middle of this, I was just lost about how to begin to approach this problem until I discovered the work of Claire Graves and later Spiral Dynamics, Don Beck, and the lineage that you are now holding. And it was like a revelation to me that the people in my room were not talking to each other, but they were talking from memes. And it was a classic setup where the traditionalist, or in Spiral Dynamics, blue meme, was having a fight with the postmodernists meme, the green meme, with modernism sitting in the middle. So there was these traditionalists that felt so strongly and so in such a heartfelt way that something very important to them was being lost. The postmodernists were saying there's so much here to gain and there's so much here that we have to protect. And modernism was sitting in the middle and saying, can't we just get along and run our schools and kids camps and preserve the multiple millions of dollars of prime property that we own in this diocese? And so when I realized that people were in this highly politicized situation, that people were talking not to each other, but from memes, I could begin to write out what they were going to say next with almost 100% accuracy. Before they even came out of their mouth, I could predict what they were going to say. And so it empowered me to really help in that thing and to get them off talking from memes to talking to each other. But with that setting, I just want to say that the work that you've been a custodian of for many years has been very, very helpful to me. And I guess I just kind of want to ask you the question. Can you tell us about the lineage that you're holding and why you've devoted so much of your life to it, and a little bit about how you're taking this forward?
Well, thank you, Ross. That's a big question. I've experienced many epiphanies. Some in the hot tub with Steve in his house in Boulder. So I love Boulder immensely. But I was in Boulder back in 1998, about 12 months or 18 months after I'd come across the work of Claire Graves and Spiral Dynamics. And I was in one of the initial meetings where the Integral Institute and the other activities around Ken Wilber were being organized. And it was a very profound conversation. And I remember that in that conversation, I felt myself, suddenly a commitment emerged through me, which was a commitment to human emergence. Now, how I've translated that into reality was in two primary ways, linking to your question. One, in the early days of working with Don Beck, I was always fascinated by his commitment to make sure that the first principles of Claire Graves' work would be held on to and explored and experimented. It was very much work in progress and still is. I believe we're still scratching the surface of what we need to understand. So in that process, I realized that to stay with the core principles of Claire Graves would be a very useful touchstone as I focused on application. So since that time, basically, I've lived an experiment, which is focused on application and that commitment to human emergence. And it's been a journey all the way, and so full of surprises. So just as Steve described that evolutionary process, it's been very much in the evolutionary experience. But what I've found over time is that the core materials, the core constructs that integral theory calls upon are valid and are useful frameworks to stimulate the emergence of the very thing that this conversation is about this evening. So I'm complete.
Okay, great. Well, I want to get into a discussion with the two of you. Our audience might have some questions about the words that we're putting out and what integral theory is and all of that. So the first question is, we have this body of knowledge where we understand that culture is evolving. Mm-hmm. It's evolving in ways that have kind of a start or a thesis, and then its opposite, its antithesis, and then comes to some form of resolution. So this developmental view that we have, and where we can see developmental stages, how does this help us? And how does this help us get along together?
Can I take a lead on that one?
Sure, Chris. Go ahead.
Okay.
Steve, I want to hear your views on it.
I think basically when we're talking about this work, we're learning to spot and interpret the patterns left behind as we respond to some prime directive or evolutionary impulse that is shaping the all. It's the primary dynamic. So as these patterns become revealed, the mind becomes more relaxed. And just as you described in that conversation, if you've got a framework where some of the patterns are available to you, the mind can then use that framework of patterns and themes to start to make sense and go deeper and go further into any conversation or any situation. So the frameworks we work with, let's call them theoretical frameworks and models and constructs, they, for me, expand. They create the space in which expansion of our awareness is increasingly probable. And that would be my opening in response to your question.
Well, Steve, I know that you've been working on healing the rifts in culture and are, profoundly dedicated to it. So tell me a little bit about what we have is going to help us get along.
Yeah. I think that I want to step back a little bit more in terms of the question of what's it good for, right? Why do you want to have a developmental perspective, or what is recognizing these structures of cultural evolution? How is that useful in the real world? And so I want to say first that it's useful in increasing your ability to have spiritual experience. And so in that sense, it's good for spiritual growth. Because if we can expand our understanding of what spiritual experience is to include the experience of intrinsic values like the good, the true, and the beautiful, then having a developmental perspective and stepping outside your own cultural bubble, your own loyalties or the values that you're most identified with, allows you to kind of tap into currents of values that you may have been put off toward, or you may not be able to, fully appreciate. So, for example, one of the things that progressive culture does is it reaches back and sees all the rich values that are available in the kind of tribal, indigenous communities, and brings the experience that's in some way been lost to the modern world back into the consciousness of our contemporary culture. But this developmental perspective goes beyond the retrieval of the indigenous insights that progressivism brings. It also retrieves the very important foundational values and wisdom of the traditional religious cultures that most of us who are living in the developed world that we're ultimately indebted to. It goes further than that. It appreciates that there's a sense of transcendence within secular rational modernity, right? That liberal values and the freedom of the individual and the opportunity for education and upward mobility, that these are a kind of transcendence that the rest of the world is still aiming for. And so even though we may look down on those or feel as though we've already gotten all the benefits that modernity may have to offer, there's a way in which preserving those important values that are in this earlier stage of development are crucial for the larger cultural ecosystem. And then, of course, there's in a sense, when it comes to appreciating progressive values, using progressive values, environmental concern, right, social justice, there's a way in which being able to step outside of that value frame helps you appreciate those values anew, right? It gives you a kind of a new ability because it helps you tease apart the positives from the negatives, right? Every one of these value structures has positives and negatives. And by liberating the positives from each one of these structures, it sort of accentuates them. It gives them more of their power, and among their powers is the ability to motivate and guide. Like energy itself, there's power and light. And power and light comes from value energy or value gravity. So how is a developmental perspective useful? I mean, it empowers you literally and enlightens you literally by showing you a vertical dimension of development and a richness of the world and where our opportunities at this time in history are to evolve further. All of those things become illuminated. And even though those are sort of abstract and kind of general and spiritual, they redound to the benefit of the individual in all kinds of pragmatic ways, just by developing your character and, allowing you to be more valuable to your fellows in this world.
Well, that's a great answer, Steve. And I want to circle back to something you said, Christopher. One takeaway from what you just said, Steve, in simple terms, is that we are enmeshed in oftentimes a cultural field, a mimetic field of people that are copying each other in their ways of thinking, in their habits, and their lifestyle, their values, and everything like that. And that the perspective that we're talking about allows a liberation from that, to see where we are in a spectrum of human emergence. And so we have it instead of it having us. And we can step outside of it and take that observer's perspective, observing the whole evolutionary span and dynamic. We can then be liberated from our smaller, cultural worldview and just begin to appreciate and value more and more. And that as we value more and more, we evolve spiritually and in every other way. Did I get that kind of right? Yeah. All right. Good. Well, yeah, go ahead, Christopher.
So, Ross, what you just described links to one of the phrases that I hear from those who come across this body of knowledge. Because remember, our role is really to create a space in which individuals can become introduced to and learn to utilize this developmental understanding. And one of the common phrases that I've heard so many times over the years is "Thank God I'm not going crazy." Because what we have to remember is that developmental process is alive and we're in each of us. And there are times when suddenly we find ourselves in a situation where relationships are changing. What used to be true is no longer true for us. And we're seeking to find some understanding that can help us navigate through. So thank God I'm not going crazy is often a phrase that I hear. And I've heard that now. I've been practicing and aware of that phrase since 97. I mean, let's go right the way back to that time. And I still hear it. And one of the reasons I work in agriculture so much is because I want to really understand and demonstrate the application of what we're talking about here in the most complex sector on the planet. And that's no disregard to anything around any other professions or sectors. But if I look at the oldest, deepest, culturally embedded and complex sector, it seems to be agriculture, and that is the space in which I had a farmer last year turn up, and his hands were so big he turned up in his overalls, sat in a class, never said a word. And I was, when you're presenting, you do like some engagement. He never said a word, and his hands were too big to hold the pencil. And this was some training in holistic management that you mentioned earlier. And in that introduction to that program, we have to help farmers differentiate between the holistic worldview and anything prior. So inevitably, I use stage development theory to provide those distinctions. And he came to me in the break and he just looked at me and he said, "Thank God I'm not going crazy." And after that, he never stopped talking.
That's a great story, Christopher. And, evolution does happen by to some degree, deconstruction of previous ways of knowing that one uses as one's identity. Yeah, and they get deconstructed, and it does feel like you're going crazy when you don't have those same. When you've given up your religion or you've given up some old practices, and they're no longer big enough to handle the complexity that is required.
Well, if I just link on that and link back to what Steve just said. I think one of the greatest benefits that I witness and also experience is peace of mind. Because when one's working with these developmental frameworks, they are really well refined today and very reliable. So whether I'm working with developmental dynamics, human, cultural, psychological, or with the successional dynamics of the land with the farmers, they are very reliable mappings. But what I think peace of mind comes in that here's a body of knowledge that has a predictive capability, which has a high degree of reliability, not in terms of predicting behavior or content, but predicting the what's next naturally, the themes and the patterns that will be utilized as we learn to grow into a new phase of our awareness and inquiry. And that means that, for me, one of the things I've learned over these years is that this is a place in which we learn to live through postulates. So we can start to hold a premise of the future and live with confidence whilst we then surf that developmental pathway and grow into a change that's already happened.
Wow. Yes. So this ties into one of the comments that you made earlier, Christopher, about the prime directive. I don't want to lose that. And Steve, I'd like your view about that. My understanding is that the universe, whatever we want to call it, has a direction. Okay. And that its direction is to evolve. And that is the prime directive. And to get on that path of evolution, which Christopher was just talking about in what he just said, kind of imagining or living into a future state and doing all the things that are necessary to make that happen. Tell me a little bit about the prime directive. Do you use that language, and is that true for you? And how do you feel it and work with it?
Well, I've used the term prime directive in a variety of ways. I understand that within spiral dynamics that has the discourse that has a specific meaning. I would interpret it as the call of the universe, right, to evolve, to be more perfect, as Jesus said, to be perfect even as my Father in heaven is perfect. So the idea that we can become better, that we have the potential to grow, this is encoded not only in our hearts, but in what we now understand about the development of the universe. In other words, for the audience of Global Oneness Day, it may be particularly interesting to hear about our perspective regarding this idea of emergence, right? That's central to Christopher's work, and the magic of emergence, the way something more keeps coming from something less, and the way that we are now witnessing in this time in history the emergence of a really powerful new truth. I like to refer to it as the new truth, even though we've understood evolution for coming on 200 years now. The more robust appreciation of evolution, how everything in the universe is evolving, and how the becoming is probably the best way to describe what this universe is. And now that we can see that time itself began, right, 13.8 billion years ago, that the new truth is a part of the beauty, that the truth, beauty, and goodness are really all the same thing, expressed in different ways. And so the beauty of the truth of evolution is that there's this structure of emergence, like Russian dolls, right? You can see it in cosmological evolution in the periodic table of elements, where the elements keep getting more complex at the micro level, and they keep evolving into planets and galaxies and more complex physical structures. And this same structure of micro and macro evolution, this nested sequence of emergence, then leads to the emergence of the biosphere, right? Another miracle. It certainly isn't explained in any kind of materialistic way. And then this structure of emergence continues, whereby the accomplishments of the biosphere keep building on each other, right? That evolution grows from within itself. And so that it gives us these incredible bodies, which in a sense are microcosmic expressions of the entire structure of emergence, right? Like hydrogen the first atom to emerge after the Big Bang, and hydrogen is only created at one time in the universe, and that is at the Big Bang. And hydrogen is the most numerous atom in our bodies. It's like the foundation of our physical reality. And we also embody practically all the steps of emergence that have led to the emergence of the noosphere itself and human consciousness. And as we evolve, as we begin to understand the structure of emergence in the noosphere, we can appreciate how there's this similar kind of Russian doll effect where evolution is, building within itself, transcending and including. It keeps, and this principle of the way the structure of emergence is constructed, the way it's interdependent. This is a profound principle about our own growth, about what's next. Because in the same way that all these sustainable levels of evolution have built upon themselves to bring us to this present moment, we can see this chain of transcendence and inclusion, which points to an understanding that in some ways, the degree of our transcendence is ultimately predicated on the scope of our inclusion. So we're called to evolve further. We're called by the challenges of our age to grow out of the dysfunctions which are keeping us from solving the crises that are in front of us. And if we begin to apply, if we begin to see the truth, the guidance, right, the spiritual teachings, if you will, of this structure of emergence, which is the universe of becoming embodied in us, then we begin to appreciate that this transcendence that we're seeking ultimately requires that we better include what has come before, that we better include modernity and traditionalism and the pre-traditional indigenous worldviews, that it's possible to create a grand synthesis, and that it's in this grand synthesis that we can appreciate a new vision of transcendence that has the potential to unite us at a higher level. Not all of us, but a critical mass of us that's going to be required for essentially the spiritual renaissance that we need at this time in history.
Wow, that's a beautiful statement, Steve. Super clear. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for that. So, Christopher, I'll ask you the same question about this prime directive. I'll just start by a personal observation. I feel the prime directive. Okay. Waking up every morning, there is this desire to get better and to include more and to know more. And it's inherent. I'm going to be 70 years old next year. It's not dying down. It's accelerating. It's accelerating everywhere. So, what do you have to say about this prime directive?
Well, I think it's one of the many ways in which individuals have tried to bring into words that experience you've just described. And so whether it's evolutionary impulse or prime directive, it's expanding us to invite us to gain an impression of the all, and this invitation to we almost run out of words, but for me it's more of a swelling than a linear path. It's this holarchic swelling that we seem to be involved with. But there's no doubt that these words, these metaphors, these similes heighten our awareness until we can start to get to that taste, that primary taste in our own unique way. And in the work that I've been doing, I've been very fascinated by the metaphors that we use and so on and so forth. And I really like the language of the universe is really a song. Okay, it's a song that invites us to sing that song, but also to create new songs that the universe has not yet imagined or created. So the way that I imagine that we are responding to that prime directive and all life forms is that in this moment we exist. And obviously that's a bigger story than just my physical form. The way I describe it today is that this prime directive or this evolutionary impulse really leads to what I would call standing waves of life forms. So just as Steve described, as I'm speaking to each of you, one way to imagine each of us is that we are standing waves, that everything that's ever existed or every process that's ever been created that's useful and carried forward over these last 14 billion years is within us. And ergo, as we become more self-aware, we can actually start to become attuned and gain an impression through our biological form and our interactions with local habitation on Earth, but more universal as well, stepping into the spiritual dimensions. We start to get a really good impression of the all. And I think that's really my sense of the journey, is that we're learning to grow into this bigger song of which we have an immense capability to gain an impression of. But as we get close to that point of convergence, arguably we're here to actually help co-create a new song, the next song. So I see that as I love Howard Bloom's phraseology, Steve, that we live in the universe of supersized surprises. I think, yes, it's a supersized surprise from the universe's perspective that we exist at all. But one of the things that inspires me on my journey is that there must be a reason behind this, because it's taken 14 billion years just for us to learn how to have this conversation on this Zoom call.
All right. So there is so much bad news in the world, but yet we're smiling and talking about a world that is yet to come. And it's a very hopeful conversation.
Yeah.
So can we talk a little bit about our reasons for hope?
Sure, I'll jump in.
Great.
A huge part for me, I see hope as part of a virtue practice. In other words, a character development, eudaimonia, right? Happiness, fulfillment, being the best person you can be. All of these ways of talking about personal development have a degree of, they've become cliches in certain ways, so we've all heard them so much. But one of the elements that I'm focusing on more and more in the last few years is this idea of virtues, right? That virtues are an ancient practice. They're talked about nowadays in positive psychology as character strengths. But the idea that our ability to actually perceive the good, the true, and the beautiful, in other words, to be moved by it, is partially dependent upon the practice of virtues, both ancient and modern, in terms of the way they're defined. I have an online exercise people can do called the Portrait of the Good, where they can discover their own sense of what virtues really define them or they want to be defined by. And among the various virtues, right, there's self-mastery and wisdom and courage and honesty and love. But hope is one of the virtues that's been around. Philosophers and wisdom holders have appreciated the virtue of hope as part of the suite of virtues that it means to have a good character. So Aristotle mentioned there's really only one virtue, right? And of course, courage is not the same as love. But if you think about hope as an indistinguishable part, an indispensable part, I should say, of a practice of holding yourself to being the best person you can be and developing your character, then it's not a matter of a bet. It's not like optimism. Well, I'm optimistic that we'll eventually overcome climate change, or I'm optimistic that all the forces of decay that we're experiencing in our society right now will be overcome. I mean, I think overcoming the current problems will just recognize another set of problems. So it's not as if humanity's going to be rid of our problems anytime soon. But if we look behind us and see that the universe has been evolving, and we also appreciate that we've made significant progress and in the last several hundred years in terms of the improvement of the human condition, and that all that progress in a sense is bound to create new gnarly problems that we are encountering now, like climate change, for example. So I still have hope in the face of the doom. Part of it is this developmental perspective allows you to step outside this progressive postmodern culture that so many of us are part of, and seeing that from the outside, appreciate how narratives of doom are very much part of the popular culture. In other words, that the joint commitments of progressive postmodernism are very much in this antithesis mode that you described, Ross, and for good reason, right? It's making progress in its own way, but the idea that we're, that we're near extinction, that humanity is doomed. There's so many people that I speak to in that culture who hold that view and who have no hope. I think that that's a mistake. It's a misreading of history. It's a misreading of our potentials. And I think ultimately, courage and hope, again, being only one virtue, are bound together. And if we're going to get through the challenges of our age, we're going to need both courage and hope. And we're going to be able to see the connection between those. And so, again, it's not a bet. It's a matter of recognizing that each of us are called in our own way to participate in evolution and work on problems in whatever calling we find. And that hope is an essential element of the ability to see what's next and to see how things can be made better.
Well, as you're speaking, Steve, I'm hearkening back to the day when I was teaching Sunday school, and one of the teachings, in the Christian tradition and Christian mysticism, is the faith or hope in things unseen. Okay, the faith or hope in things unseen. That, and as you're talking, Christopher, about this song that we're being sung into, and that we're going to learn to sing. It's something yet not fully formed and something unseen. And yet this developmental perspective that we have allows us to see the past stages very clearly, and we can see them, okay? And we can see how they've evolved on top of one another, and that we are in that process, and that evolution has made things better. Better. So I don't know, Christopher, what you have to say about what makes you hopeful. I'd like to hear that.
What makes me hopeful? I think the longevity of the process that we're witnessing gives me hope, but it's more than that. When I apply my understanding or become aware of my understanding of what we're talking about here in terms of developmental processes, I've spent the last 30, 35 years exploring the world, looking on the edges, on the fringes, to find out just what is emerging. And I don't just read about it, I have to go and experience it. And that's been quite a challenge for me. And it means also that when we're speaking about culture, if we look at most of the great innovations that individuals have come up with, they've virtually had to step out of mainstream culture to create their own microculture that enables them to expand their awareness into new spaces. So that, I think, is really what I've done over the last 30 or so years. But where it's got me to is that there's an important distinction that we as a species have, and that and again, to recognize the full spectrum. I've deliberately spent time with just about every stage of development that you can identify with. And one of the important distinctions I came across, and it was 97, 98, was it with a tribe of Indians in Peru who live at 16,000 feet. Now, they have to be pretty smart culturally, because if they get it wrong at 16,000 feet, they tend to die. There's no way back. And their balance between what they take from nature and what they contribute is the most refined framework on the planet. And one of their shaman, or they would call him a Mephisto, had a very important saying that had a big impact on me. And it was really a build upon what, beyond hope, I know I have a certain hope in an uncertain world. And that brings me taking my responsibility for my contribution towards the future. And the Kero have a really important distinction between intent and intention. So if we hold an intent that there is no doubt And in that space, it's as clean as we can be, that invites interactions and experiences that won't always be sweet and rosy, but will be exceptionally challenging. But that intent, like a touchstone or a compass heading, let's call it spiritual north, seems to keep us on track. And very often that distinction between intent and intention may or may not happen. But if you have intent, there is that degree of certainty where we're probably free to be clean as we can be, responding to that evolutionary impulse, and avoid getting in the way through our doubts, fears, and other considerations. It's not to say that I'm blind to the realities. You know, we do have. There's no guarantees that as a species it's going to be plain sailing. We've got immense power now, and some of that power in the wrong hands can be used for good or for ill. And I'm very, very aware of that. But I do believe that one of the most significant contributions that we each bring to this time is to be able to access that certain hope in an uncertain time, and then be free of any of the constraints to truly experience and gain a clean impression of what's next naturally for each of us, but also what's next naturally beyond the civilization that we've grown habituated to in present time.
Well, you know, we're at about the 10-minute mark. We only have about 10 minutes left on this call. And there's so much more that I would like to ask you, especially Christopher and Steve, about these reasons for hope, how we prevent regression, and how we continue to move forward. One of the things I just heard from you, Christopher, is this cleaning up process that is necessary in order to be ready for the future. And I will say that what I've learned from the two of you and from your many books, Steve, which I would recommend to anybody to read, is that clearing up this construct world and not being fuzzy in our thinking, to be clear and bright in our thinking, and have this sword where we can clear up constructs, find out ones that are more benign and more useful than others, discard ones that are no longer useful. It's an immensely useful process.
Yeah.
To be able to do that. And that's one of the things that I think the work of Integral and Developmental Perspective, the work of the two of you do so well. So I just really want to acknowledge that. This can sound to some people very intellectualized and very heady.
Yeah.
And it's got a very deep heart.
Yeah.
It's got a very deep heart. And I will just say that I really appreciate the two of you and how you've devoted your life, you know, this heartfelt presence to taking on this construct world and cleaning it up and helping people think better.
Well, for me, this call in itself, or this interview, this panel itself, is part of that journey. We're coming back together, you know, and converging to a place where we'll each take something out of this and stimulate our next stage. And what I think that one of the byproducts of using these frameworks and these points of view is it leads us into conversations where, in a moment of inspiration, someone will provide a comment or make a statement that then becomes the vehicle for the real adventure. And I think one of the qualities that we need to really remind ourselves about in this call is that we have to be prepared to be surprised. And so much of the work that I've done over the years has been stimulated, yes, by an initial awareness of these frameworks and learning the language around it. But it gets us to a place where it's the interaction with others and their comments that become the inspiration. One of the you mentioned the epiphanies that Ross, that you described. I've had so many I can't count them. But one that comes to mind in this story here is that I was working in the water industry. I'm an engineer by background. How on earth I get into this work, I don't know, but it's purely because I've learned to follow the whispers. And I was working with a water scientist who I still work with. And this is, 35 years of experience with him. And I asked him, how did he know that a particular water treatment process was working? And this was oily water going in one end of a reed bed and potable, clean water coming out the other end. And I said, how do you know it's working? And he took me around the corner, away from the prying ears of my professional colleagues, behind the reeds. And he said to me, remember, Christopher, the human body is the most sensitive instrument in this universe. And he walked away. So it's that kind of throwaway statement that augments my reshaping and reframing that I've experienced using some of the theories and the constructs that we're talking about. But it's that comment that really stimulates the commitment to the ongoing practice.
Got it. Yes. All right. Well, we've just got a few minutes left, and I want to cover two things if we can. Steve, I'll ask you this. What I want, we're going to have several thousand people on this call. And if there's something that you want to share with them, in kind of a nutshell that you think would be a great takeaway, I would like to hear that. I'll just do a little lead in. Steve, I was hiking with you one time, and I think I asked you, a question like, if there's one thing that you could tell that that the world needs to know, what would it be? And my recollection, this may be 10 years ago, you said, well, I know that consciousness evolves. Something like that. So I'll just start with you, Steve. Is there, something that, this audience, this group should know or hear?
Well, sure. If I had two words, I would just repeat: consciousness evolves. That's certainly one way. That's still good after 10 years. That can be cryptic, I admit. I think for purposes of this audience and this podcast or panel, whatever it is, I think the most valuable thing that we could focus on for a minute or two would be the idea of oneness itself, right? In other words, one of the challenges of our age is that our agreement about what is truly transcendent, right? What is truly kind of the center and circumference of reality. That this is something that's lost to our age. Almost every other age of humanity had a clear and definite concept of oneness, whether it was God or emptiness or any of the other traditional teachings. Modernity, 300 years ago, the Enlightenment broke out of that in important ways and really followed truth, right? The truth of science, the truth of philosophy, the truth of engineering, the truth that has brought us the modern world. Of course, that vision of transcendence had its limitations, which has brought about our current age of a kind of rejection among many of the best and the brightest, a rejection of much of what's come before, and the seeking of transcendence in new ways, the seeking of transcendence through environmentalism or anti-racism or progressive spirituality, all of which have their connections to transcendence, if we can use transcendence as an umbrella term. Talk about it. I think the proposed agreement and the idea of oneness as maybe what we can agree upon. Maybe we don't want God talk. Maybe we want to be inclusive of non-dual forms of spirituality. And oneness is, I think, a great way of building agreement about the reality of that which is transcendent. But I also I don't want to mistake oneness for wholeness. In other words, so many teachings within progressive spirituality partially in reaction to their place in history, right? They're pushing off against previous religious structures, previous theistic structures, embrace non-duality in a way that can sometimes exhibit its own fundamentalism. And so I want to say wholeness in the good, the true, and the beautiful, a wholeness that recognizes both emptiness and sonship, that recognizes that the world is certainly partially an illusion, but part of it's very real. And the good, the true, and the beautiful, the spiritual experience that's in this world makes it real, and it makes the self real to a degree, at least in its process of growing. And so I would just say that our understanding of that which is transcendent is in the process of evolving. And as it is evolving, it acts as a kind of capstone of the higher form of culture that we need to make a world that works for everybody. And I would just invite people to give some consideration to the idea of transcendence and appreciate that it's not some abstract belief. It's the heart of really what life's about, and indeed the source of fulfillment in every way. So there's a lot more to say about transcendence. I'm writing the next book on it, but at least that's some of the thinking I'm doing on it.
All right, Christopher, I've got a couple closing comments I need to make, but you have about 1 minute. Is there something that you would like to convey?
Be prepared to be surprised. I want to build on Steve's consciousness evolves. Be prepared to be surprised, but would be my additional piece. And the linking to with Steve being here, what I would invite the listeners to consider is embracing the sweet spot of the Trinity. It's that meshing point of these constructs, the beautiful, the good, and the true, that for me is the ultimate place to surf this open wave of human emergence.
Wow, that's a beautiful thing. All right, so I want to close with just a couple of things. It's my privilege to know you two as friends, and a privilege just to be able to call you up and say, "Hey, you want to get on this call?" And it happens, right? And so it's been a deep privilege to do that. I have put in the chat links to your website, the Institute for Cultural Evolution, and also the 5 Deep website. And I guess I came to Boulder 17 years ago just to start to hang out with guys like you, and have achieved it. And a lot of this transmission that we're talking about happens just kind of by being together and by hanging out and by listening to each other, hearing each other, knowing, seeing, and loving each other. And so that is the links that are in the chat will give folks a spot to land. And I would strongly encourage people to just kind of come and see, and begin to metabolize this kind of conversation and this way of thinking and this way of managing complexity and the problems of our world. So I'll end with just some appreciation. Steve, appreciation for you. I've known you for a long time, and you have depths that we haven't even started to touch on this call. I know that for a fact. And I've just been in such appreciation and awe over the years of knowing you about the sacrifices that you've made, the personal sacrifices, the road less traveled that you've taken in order to be a custodian of a great new thought tradition in the world. And I just want to appreciate you for it. And it's a privilege to know you.
We're in this together.
Yeah. And Christopher, we just met in person recently. I think we probably met cosmically a bunch of times before. We were in Portugal, and suddenly here was this guy standing there smiling at me. And he said, "Well, this guy understands where I come from. He understands all my constructs. He's got all my code language." It was kind of like meeting who everybody wants to meet on their first date. And it was like a privilege. So I want to thank both of you. On to oneness. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, both of you.
Okay.
Welcome, everyone, to this panel of our Global Oneness Summit 2023. Our panel today is entitled Transforming Our Lives, Co-Creatively Empowered by Unitive narrative, a subject that's very close to my heart, and I know to the heart of my dear friend and colleague, Dr. Robert Atkinson, who I have the great pleasure of joining us today. And there is just the two of us today because our other dear friend, our beloved Dr. Julie Krull, couldn't be with us. So today's more a conversation, and I'm looking very much forward to it. So I'm going to begin by really expressing where I feel we're at now, insofar that how scientific breakthroughs and evidence is now converging with universal wisdom teachings, indigenous teachings, spiritually based teachings and traditions to enable a new and unitive narrative to be created, to be articulated, and for it to potentially be able to underpin and frame transformational change in the world. And I'm so looking forward to hearing Bob's perspective on this. But before we go any further, I want to share a little bit more about Bob's incredible journey, background, and expertise. Robert Atkinson, Ph.D., is an award-winning author, educator, and developmental psychologist, a 2020 Gold Nautilus Book Award winner as co-editor of Our Moment of Choice, which I was very grateful to contribute towards, and which Bob did a masterly job of helping to co-edit. Its subtitle is Evolutionary Visions and Hope for the Future. He's also a 2023 Silver Nautilus Book Award winner for A New Story of Wholeness, an experiential guide for connecting the human family, which I can wholeheartedly recommend, and a 2017 Silver Nautilus Book Award winner for The Story of Our Time, From Duality to Interconnectedness to Oneness. He's also the author or co-editor of 9 other books. With a Ph.D. in cross-cultural human development from the University of Pennsylvania and a postdoctoral fellowship at the University of Chicago, he is Professor Emeritus at the University of Southern Maine, an internationally recognized authority on life story interviewing, a pioneer in the techniques of personal myth-making and soul-making, and a director of Story Commons, founder of One Planet Peace Forum, and a member of the Evolutionary Leaders Circle. And I too, I'm a member of that circle, as is Julie. I'm a cosmologist, a futurist, a planetary healer, previously a senior international businesswoman based in the UK, and author of 7 books, including the award-winning and best-selling The Cosmic Hologram, and most latterly, The Story of Gaia, and also co-founder of Whole World View, which I co-founded in 2017, to serve the understanding, experiencing, and embodying of unitive awareness, and for which the unitive narrative and the way that Bob and I and others have worked on this and brought it into the world to serve transformational change is one of my great joys. So here we are. I'll begin by sharing some of this leading edge science that's converging with universal wisdom teachings to enable a unitive narrative to be drafted. And in that regard, it couldn't really have happened until very recently. Spiritual traditions, universal wisdom teachings, indigenous traditions have taught us for millennia, that we are meaningful, purposeful, co-creative microcosms of our universe, that there is no such thing in our universe as separation. And for many, many years, we lived our lives like that. Indigenous traditions still do, showing that we're part of an interrelated, interdependent, inseparable web of life that not only includes our biological relations, but our relations throughout the cosmos, the sun, the moon, the stars, the rocks, the waters of our planetary home. But over the last couple of centuries, the scientific paradigm has moved away from that perspective. And while it's brought great technological developments, and indeed, those have enabled us to see at tiny scales and at larger scales throughout our universe, it's moved more and more into a worldview, a paradigm, a narrative of materialism and separation. And now that is being turned on its head. And instead, latest discoveries at all scales of existence and across numerous fields of research, from cosmology and physics to biology, systems, whole systems theory, informational theory, and much else, is coming together with compelling evidence that's showing us instead that the universe that we see, its appearance of energy and matter and space and time, are real, but they are not its fundamental reality. Instead, its appearance arises from deeper levels of non-physical and intelligent causation, literally cosmic mind expressing itself as our universe. And so, perhaps the most fundamental discovery of these times that's enabling a new and unitive narrative to be shared is that mind and consciousness aren't what we have, but literally what we and the whole world are. It's revealing a universe that began 13.8 billion years ago, not in the apparent chaos of a Big Bang. We know it wasn't big, but it wasn't an implicit bang. Instead, our universe began in its most minute form, incredibly fine-tuned and ordered. And so rather than a one-off event of a Big Bang, it was the first moment of an ongoing big breath. And as space has expanded ever since, and as time has moved forward from past to present to future, that out-breath, that ongoing out-breath, has embodied meaningfully informed realities, meaningfully informed interdependent relationships, has evolved again with purpose and meaning from simplicity to ever greater levels of complexity and individuated self-awareness, from protons to planets and plants and people. That is the new story of our meaningfully existing and purposefully evolving and unified, crucially non-locally unified universe, to show we're literally inseparable. We are each unique, and yet we are inseparable microcosms and co-creatives of its evolutionary impulse. And I'm able to say that, and I'm able to write about this with all the evidence to support it, because we now have such compelling evidence. And we also now, with 2022 Nobel Prize for Physics being awarded to decades of research that has shown the truth of this understanding of a unified universe. Physics Nobel Prizes aren't given for contentious discoveries. They're only given for settled science. So we now know that we have the settled science of this new and unitive narrative. We can trust that it can underpin and frame us in our collective moment of choice. We can trust that it offers us authentic hope to come together, to link up and lift up and light up and level up, to support such transformational change in the world. And we can trust that it enables us to heal our relationships within ourselves, with each other, with our planetary home, Gaia. And we can trust that it is an invitation from our entire universe to wake up, to grow up, to show up, and to clean up, to become its co-evolutionary partners. And with all this coming for us so that we can understand and experience and embody the promise of a unitive narrative and the behaviors that it calls us to, I'd like now to pass over to my dear friend, Bob, to share with us why he believes such a unitive narrative is important and what it means for us in these turbulent times, but also times of potential wonderful emergence. So over to you, dear Bob.
Thank you so much, Jude. It's really wonderful to be here with you and have this conversation with you. And as you said so well, it really does all begin with wholeness. And that's kind of what I came to after a lifetime of working in folklore and mythology, comparative religion and psychology. What I found is that there is a deep story that we all share as members of the human family. And during that time of my studies and work, I've developed, as you refer to, a protocol for personal myth-making, soul-making, and life storytelling. And I've come to recognize that there is a universal pattern shared by those ways of knowing that transforms our lives and keeps humanity on its evolutionary path at the same time. It's a pattern that's embedded within our unconscious, that guides our evolving consciousness, keeps our focus on the wholeness of all things, and brings many separate paths to wholeness back together as one. This is a unitive pattern we're all born with that connects us all. One of the problems, though, is that this physical, temporal world we live in sets so many things in our way of recognizing this wholeness that a regular, periodic process of transformation is needed for our progress and evolution back toward this wholeness. And in the unitive narrative statement itself, Joseph Campbell is quoted as saying that the myth of the future will be about the entire planet and everybody on it. Campbell also used the term monomyth to describe what he brought together as the journey of the hero, because he used that term monomyth because it is the one story following a universal pattern that all the world's cultures share and have in common. So the concept of the monomyth is parallel to what we're referring to as a unitive narrative, in that both express humanity's common biological and spiritual heritage that is leading us to a realization of our collective wholeness and unity. So maybe a few definitions to get us all on the same page would be a good place to start too. From my background in mythology, folklore, I use myth as a metaphorical representation of a truth to live by. I use story as a weaving together of a sequence of events that may or may not be true. I use narrative as the form, structure, or pattern that a myth or a story is told in. And then we come to unitive narrative, which is really a truthful, personal, or collective story of living into the wholeness of existence all around us, or simply a narrative bringing about unity. Now, there's an interesting story that illustrates this quite well, I think, and this is a storyteller's history of the world that shows how we fell from this original wholeness, what this has brought, and where we're now headed. There was a time when people gathered around campfires, the center of community life, to share stories that embodied the values and principles they lived by. These stories held the community together and gave them a shared purpose. They were unitive narratives, essential to their individual and collective well-being. Then there came a time when communities expanded, spread out, became more diverse, and experienced conflict and disorder. Out of this discord emerged divisive narratives that maintained separation. Today, as we approach a consciousness of global integration, a new story of our wholeness is needed to frame this interconnectedness. It's time to come together again through unitive narratives, to share our own story of living into wholeness. So we can see from this storyteller's history of the world how stories evolved over the millennia, and that nothing is more vital right now than a healing vision that guides us back to our original innate wholeness. And at the end of my latest book, A New Story of Wholeness, I have a short meditation that I'd like to share with you now that really also brings this into focus, and I think will help us all regain that original and reclaim too that original wholeness. In the beginning, there was wonderment. In the beginning, there was contentment. In the beginning, there was harmony. In the beginning, there was peace. In the beginning, there was wholeness. Now and for all time, may all beings live in wonderment. Now and for all time, may we all live in contentment. Now and for all time, may all beings live in harmony. Now and for all time, may we all live in peace. Now and for all time, may all beings live in wholeness. In all our thoughts and actions, may we all remember to look upon all things with the eye of wholeness.
Thank you, Bob. That was beautiful. I could feel my heart gently open as you shared those words. I could feel just breathing more easily, more peacefully, just by sharing those words with us. So thank you for that. And also, I was also wondering about, the point you were making about unitive narrative. And you were talking about ages and how, our human journey has progressed, and there's been ebbs and there's been flows. And you and I have spoken quite at length of what's called the axial age. And the axial age began around 2,500 years ago. And it began with these new ideas about what it means to be human. The earliest ideas relating to the great religions really came through at the beginning of the axial age. Judaism, Islam, Hinduism, Zoroastrianism, Christianity, all of those, as well as the Eastern traditions and Buddhism, of course. And those ideas came through, and for all of them, they were, I think, in different ways, still seeking, as you so beautifully put it, for communities to find meaning and purpose in our lived lives and our lived experiences. But over those 2,500 years and progressively, and certainly the last few centuries, our worldviews began to become much more secular, and in that sense, more separated from that deeper connectivity to our soul levels, our deep consciousness, our deep relationship with the whole world. But, now with a unitive narrative, with the opportunity to write a narrative anew and based on the scientific evidence that converges with all wisdom traditions, we can have, as I mentioned earlier, it seems to me, the opportunity to actually embark on, as you so beautifully put it, and I absolutely stand alongside you with this, the dawning of a new unitive age. And, the axial age took hundreds of years to work its way through into a wave of change. But now with our global communications, with our connectivity on a global scale, it seems to me that, with the authentic hope and the empowerment that a unitive narrative offers us, we can come together to make those changes, to enter into a unitive age much more rapidly. And of course, we need to, given that the appearance of separation has become essentially a collective dis-ease, and therefore has driven our behaviors accordingly. So I'd love to hear what you feel in terms of the sort of changes, the sort of ways in which a unitive narrative can empower transformational change. Because I know I'm working with you and with many others on initiatives regarding unitive economics and unitive education, which we can perhaps come back to in a few minutes. But I'd love to hear your views of what are the key areas that you feel a unitive narrative can really empower and inspire us for transformational change.
Well, yeah, thanks, dude. That's such an important piece that you just brought in there about the really the evolutionary flow that we've been experiencing, not only forever, but especially in the last century and a half, or however far back we want to go. It is an ebb and flow process, as you said, and we've come to the point today where time is getting short, and there are things that have come along that are speeding up the process for us, with us. And I do think that identifying and focusing on the unitive narrative is really one of the, if not the first and most important place to start. Really carrying that on and so that people can recognize that we are entering a unitive age now. And so the unitive narrative is fundamental to that. It's the foundation as well as the framework for that. A unitive narrative embodies a pattern, as I alluded to earlier, that by its very nature brings about transformation. And this is seen again through mythology, rites of passage, mysticism, psychology, and bringing in also the point and the fact that we are the storytelling species. Our identity is totally tied to stories, the stories we tell and the stories we live by. They are the foundation for everything we are and do. So a unitive narrative empowers not only our individual and collective transformation, they extend to and influence every other aspect of our lives and society as well. So beginning with a unitive narrative is the natural kind of organic way to go, because that's who we are. We are the storytelling species. And so at the same time, we're beginning to recognize many other expressions of a unitive worldview along with unitive narratives. And as we enter humanity's unitive age, we will see more of the deep desire and commitment to carry out our lives in service to the whole. And shifting our focus rather from the part to the whole means moving away from outcomes of disunity toward outcomes that bring about unity in everything we do. So there are a number of interesting examples that we can think of that are in the early stages of this process of doing that, and that will also transform our every aspect of our lives too. So we can think of justice. Typically, justice separates victim from the perpetrator, but it's meant to maintain the inherent balance of life. So unitive justice is justice that brings about unity. Another example, healing typically focuses on the ailing parts of us or what is ill. But again, healing is meant to make the whole, to make whole again. So unitive healing is healing that brings about unity. And we can go on and on. You mentioned unitive economics already, which I think is a really key piece to this whole process. And that one, especially because unitive economics will not only bring about unity, at the same time, it will have to eliminate the extremes of wealth and poverty. And we can go on and on, with ways of knowing. Knowledge is typically separated into distinct, separate ways of knowing. Yet all ways of knowing are really about helping us understand the whole world we do live in. So unitive knowledge would seek to bridge divides and bring about unity across supposed boundaries like science and spirituality. And we see that happening more and more today already. We can go on and on. Unitive language that brings about unity. Even one of the biggest and maybe most important eventually that we'll get to is unitive governance. Governance that's meant to bring about unity. So
Absolutely. And what you're describing is when we look through a unitive lens rather than through a lens of separation, everything changes. It literally is like being in a dark room and turning on the light bulb. We see the wholeness. And the thing that I really appreciate about the unitive narrative in the way that we've worked with many others to bring it forward and are serving it in the world is it also harmonizes our inner being with our outer doing. It really brings all of these fractured, fragmented aspects of our psyche and perception into that wholeness. And it brings us into that wholeness where, yes, we are unique microcosms of the whole world. And so we have a unique voice, and yet we are inseparable microcosmic co-creators of its reality and its potential for evolution. So what a moment for us to come together. And one of the things I love working with some of the leading change makers with economics, which is part of my background, is transitioning from the current state of economics, which is really based on separation and all the inequalities that you spoke to, and going through a process essentially of resetting, reforming, regenerating, and transforming. And that process and progress really is a dance, because when we change our worldviews, we change our behaviors. And when we change our behaviors, there's a feedback into our changing worldviews. So it seems that, moving from the current state of economics to a unitive economics is such a foundational aspect of our progress into this unitive age. And the other one that I'm really loving involving myself with as well is unitive education, how we educate our young people, and also how we realize that a unitive education is an education for a life well lived, and from the very youngest to the very oldest of us. So it seems to me that with the ongoing big breath of our universe now is inviting us. It's breathing its evolutionary impulse through us. And that breath and that flow has been what's enabled all of these discoveries, all of this movement in our awareness, all this remembering that's enabling us to come together. Founded, underpinned, framed, inspired, empowered by unitive narrative. So Bob, thank you so much for being my fellow traveler and companion on this incredible adventure. And I thank all the folks at Humanity's Team and the Global Oneness Summit and Joel at Share Wisdom, who's looked after us so well, and everyone who's taking part in this. And when I co-founded Whole Worldview 6 years ago to serve unitive awareness, its understanding, experience, and embodying of it, the invitation with this unitive lens is now to act local, feel global, and think cosmic. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
So our universe began 13.8 billion years ago, not in the implied chaos of a Big Bang, but as the first moment of an incredibly fine-tuned and exquisitely ordered and ongoing big breath. People breathe. Plants breathe. Planets breathe. Our entire universe breathes. In its first moment of the ongoing big breath, our universe began, as the ancient Vedic sages would have said, as the first moment of the out-breath of Brahman, the god of creation. And as ever since, from that minute beginning, space has expanded and time flowed forward, that ongoing big breath has been the universal impetus, impulse to evolve from simplicity to complexity and ever greater levels of individuated self-awareness, perceived interconnectedness, and ultimate remembering of interbeing. Our universe began not with light, but actually with sound. Our universe was too hot at those first moments, that first primeval epoch, for atoms to combine and so for light to shine. But what happened for the first 380,000 years of the evolutionary journey and purpose of our entire universe was a primordial Om, the sound again that comes to us out of the wisdom of ancient India, the creative sound, the Om, that in our universe's case lasted for nearly 400,000 years. But in doing so, the pulses of its sound began to pulse the first energy and matter into early structures that would eventually, when the universe expanded enough and cooled down enough and atoms were able to form, to then create and form into stars and galaxies. So several 100 million years later, which in fact the James Webb Telescope is starting to really give us some extraordinary understanding and perception and visual images of, the first stars and the first galaxies began to form. Now, right in the beginning, really, there were only the simplest of elements, primarily hydrogen, with some helium, a little bit of lithium, and a tiny bit of beryllium, those really lightest elements, but primarily hydrogen. But when the first stars formed and came together, their bodies, as it were, of hydrogen came under such gravitational attraction that they heated up sufficiently to begin a process called star nucleosynthesis, which means that hydrogen came together to form helium with the helium that was already there, came together to form heavier elements, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and onwards, right through the periodic table of elements, up to a point where with each reaction, not only were heavier elements created, but more energy was released. But it came to a point where that process of energy release fizzled out, as it were. And from then on inwards, more complex stellar processes would, over many hundreds of millions and billions of years, nonetheless, go on to create all the elements, all 94 natural elements of what we now call our periodic table. And remarkably, many billions of years later, every single one of those 94 natural elements are embodied in our planetary home, Gaia.
So over several generations of stars that lived and died, and in many of them, the largest ones, when they came to the end of their lives, they didn't just sort of cool down into embers. They ended their lives in incredible explosions, but explosions that, rather than being destructive, seeded the space between stars with these elements, this elemental abundance. So over several generations of stars, by about 5 billion years ago, in our galaxy, and around 200 million years, light years from where we are now, our planetary solar family system is now, there was an interstellar dust cloud. And this beautiful image is just being released by NASA from the James Webb Telescope. And what it shows is such an interstellar dust cloud, gas and dust, where all of those elements from those earlier stars, together with ice, water ice. Can you just imagine this in the deep depths, very cold, but still just a little bit higher temperature than the surrounding space? In these interstellar gas and dust clouds were birthing clouds. They were birthing clouds of planetary systems such as ours. And what they gathered, as I said, was all the abundance of the elements, the natural elements that had come to these places of birthing from the dying of earlier stars. Ice, water ice, not as crystals, but a form of ice that isn't as sharp as crystals, but nonetheless ice grains, tiny ice grains that themselves had a huge part to play in what was to come. And prebiotic molecules, complex organic molecules, the very harbingers of biological life. And we now know from something called spectroscopy, where we can look at the light from such clouds and we can see what elements are there. And so what we know now is that all the building blocks of biological life were already in such clouds. And in our case, in such a cloud 5 billion years ago. And also magnetic fields sort of shepherded the structures within these clouds, brought together all that was going to be needed for planetary systems to then be born, and bathed in ultraviolet light, sufficient light that it nurtured such genesis, nurtured such emergence, not too strong, not too weak. Everything was just so, in order that when around that time and nearby another exploding star called a supernova did explode, and its shock waves shocked that interstellar dust cloud from which our whole planetary system was born into a gravitational collapse. But again, perfectly, because had those shock waves been more powerful than they were, had they been less powerful than they were, we would not be here. Either the cloud would have been dispersed and destroyed, or it would have collapsed so quickly that it wouldn't have had the time to form a planetary system stable enough to give birth to biological life and eventually to us. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to invite us into an experience, and each module we're going to be doing this. We're going to be either inviting ourselves into an experience, or I'm going to offer a guided attunement, a visualized attunement, really relevant and attuning with what we've just explored. So in this module, we're going to actually be invited to attune with the big breath of our universe. The big breath, the ongoing big breath that's lasted now for 13.8 billion years from that very beginning of our universe, and instilled our universe with meaning and evolutionary purpose. A big breath that has given life literally to our entire universe. And as we go through this course, you'll notice that I'm using the word describing life as far more than the biological organisms that we often associate life with. For me, and in this class, I'll be sharing the evidence and the perspective that indeed was that of ancient wisdom teachings, indigenous wisdom teachings, that all in existence is part of a living universe. And we'll see progressively how our living universe is profoundly, fundamentally conscious and exists to evolve. So in this experience, I'm going to invite you to literally attune with the big breath, the universal big breath that continues to flow through all of us, through our planetary home Gaia, through our planetary solar system, through our galaxy, through the entirety of space and time. I just invite you, as you do so, to consider how the big breath of our universe has brought us to this point of planets and plants and people. Ancient Indian sages perceived our universe manifested as the breath of Brahman, the god of creation, and prana, their word for breath, describes both our physical breath and the universal life force that pervades the entire universe. And now we know that our universe did indeed begin nearly 14 billion years ago as the first moment of an exquisite, fine-tuned, ordered, ongoing, meaningful, and evolutionary big breath. And as part of that ongoing universal breath, every moment as we breathe, we're an innate part of it. I invite you to find a peaceful place, preferably outside, and perhaps to sit beneath the branches of a tree, whose own breathing out provides the oxygen we need as we breathe in. And then to relax and rest yourself. Close your eyes or perhaps soften your gaze and allow your breathing for as long as you like to gently allow yourself to flow with the universal breath of life breathing through you. Sense your own breath as you do. Sense the breathing of the tree in whose shade you rest. As you feel your body resting on our beloved planetary home Gaia, feel her breathing. And if you may, just take that breath outwards without limits and feel yourself dissolving into the breath. Feel your own body, the miracle that is you. As the interstellar dust cloud from which our planetary system was birthed began to collapse, it formed this is a sort of an image, but something like this, a beautiful disk of rotating, spinning material with a central, what would become our sun, but at the very early stages, it wasn't hot enough to shine and radiate, but nonetheless it was forming at the very center of this beautiful disk of rotating material. And as you can see within the disk, there's sort of areas where material is gathering. Those areas would be where planets would later form, and actually over a remarkably short period of time, maybe even tens of millions of years. But when that happened, our solar system that I spell with a U as in a soul, a conscious matrix of sentience with our sun, Sol, at the center, and then working the way out the various planets, Mercury, Venus, Earth here, third rock out from the sun, but far, far more than that, of course, Mars, and then the asteroid belt, many, many, many smaller pieces of rocks that were not able to form an entire planet. And then the massive Jupiter, the largest planet in our solar system. And then Saturn, the next largest. Saturn's so light that if there was a cosmic ocean on which Saturn could be placed, it would float. It's lighter than water. And then out to Uranus, also with very, very subtle rings, and then Neptune. And beyond that to Pluto, which, you know, me growing up was and remains a planet, but even now is being reclassified as a planetoid, a smaller planet called a Plutoid. And there are many other bodies further out still than Pluto in the far distant realms of our solar family. But we here, Gaia, Earth, are in what's known as the habitable zone, at a just right in terms of distance from Sol. Too close in as Mercury is and Venus is, it's too hot. Further out where Mars and the asteroids and Jupiter, Saturn, it's too cold. But where we are, around 93 million miles from the sun, is perfect. It's called the Goldilocks zone as well, after the fairy story about the porridge and Goldilocks and the three bears. The porridge wasn't too hot and it wasn't too cold. That's where we are. And the reason it's so perfect is that it allows water, and we are a water planet, to be liquid. And that is crucial for the nurturing of biological life forms. We think there may be some oceans on the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. And below their frozen surfaces, there may be biological life. That's going to be an exciting exploration in the coming years. But Gaia as a planet relies on our entire solar family for her and our stability. So, for example, we know that Jupiter, the presence of Jupiter, acts as a custodian for the inner solar system where we are. Jupiter sweeps up a huge amount of incoming debris and rocks from the outer solar system that would otherwise cause havoc on Earth, on Gaia. Also, Saturn, we know, is at such a perfect position relative to our orbit that Saturn helps to hold Gaia's orbit stable. And of course, we have Sun and Moon, our Sol and our Luna. And Gaia really forms a threefold trinity system with them. As I mentioned, we're the perfect distance out from Sol to nurture biological life through liquid water, but also the level of light and heat we get from Sol. But also our beloved moon, Luna, which is the largest moon in relationship to its planet in the solar system other than Pluto, also is enormously helpful, necessary, in fact, to stabilize Gaia's location and orbit. And with the tides helps to sort of spread nutrients through our oceans. So Luna also is crucial to biological life on Earth. We also orbit Sol, not in a circle, but in what's called an ellipse. And that ellipse varies, the orbits vary over long time frames. As you can see here, we have what's called precession, where Gaia wobbles on her axis a little bit, and that lasts from 19 to 24,000 years. We have a tilt. She's not absolutely upright, but she's tilted towards and away from Sun, depending on what time of the year it is. And that tilt, the angle of that tilt varies over 41,000 years. And also eccentricity, the orbit itself moves, it sort of breathes in and breathes out as an ellipse, varying from 100,000 to 413,000 years. And what this does is it creates an enormous abundance of environmental opportunities for Gaia and for her entire sentience and all the life she supports and enables to emerge and evolve. So these are called Milankovitch cycles, after the Serbian scientist Milankovitch, and they're vital again. They're stable enough, but they're variable enough to give us enormously beautiful cycles and variations and opportunities for evolutionary potential. So isn't our beloved Gaia beautiful? Blue-green planet, very fragile planet. I mean, in this image, you know, you can hardly see the atmosphere that gives, you know, that enables all biological life to exist on the surface of Gaia. It's so thinner probably, well, you know, the sort of like an apple skin over the surface of Gaia, and yet vital. But also Gaia is far, far more, and her sentience is far, far more than her biological life forms, because her entirety, as was sort of, you know, revered by the ancient Greeks, who gave her the name of Gaia as the goddess of the earth. And also James Lovelock, the planetary scientist who coined the term Gaia hypothesis probably 50 or more years ago now, and has just passed over at the age of 103. But Jim saw the entirety of Gaia as an interconnected, interdependent system. And so, you know, now from my perspective, taking that even further to a sentient system, not just a system that interconnects and is interdependent, but is innately sentient in its entirety, in her entirety. So all the biological biosphere, the waters of her hydrosphere, the air of her atmosphere, the fires and the rocks and the minerals of her geosphere together form what I call the Gaia sphere. And that it's wondrous how incredibly they connect, you know, they work together, literally together as an entire sentience. So over this last period of time, since the birthing of Gaia, you know, her entire evolutionary journey has continued from the prebiotic molecules that we spoke about we shared in module 2 that existed, were already formed, were already coming together in interstellar dust clouds before Sol and our planetary solar system was even birthed. From then, as Gaia was born as a planetary home and a water planetary home, very quickly she began the process of being a biological mom to her biological children. And we now know that a great deal of those, the abundance and the harbingers and the building blocks that enabled that to happen probably came from the interstellar dust cloud and were part of her birthing process. And soon after her birth, rained down lots and lots of water, lots and lots of complex organic molecules, just ready for her then to birth her biological children. And over the 4.4 billion years since her birth, close on probably 4 billion of those has seen this evolutionary ongoing journey from simplicity to complexity that has led from those organic molecules to the first single-celled biological organisms, through to the complexity that is now embodied in ourselves. And the point is that her entirety, you know, the entirety of her Gaia sphere is interdependent. We see here a beautiful forest, but until recently, it really wasn't appreciated by scientists, although the indigenous communities certainly do, just how the ecosystem of a forest, or indeed any ecosystem, is innately relational. Suzanne Simard, who's done some wonderful work with what she calls mother trees, shows that in forests there are indeed maternal mother trees that look after the forest. And beneath the soil, within the soil, there's an incredible diversity of microorganisms that again all work together, and including with the roots and the fungi that form what's called a mycelium network that connects everything under the surface. There's as much happening beneath the surface, unseen to us, as there is above the surface. Everything is interrelated and dynamic and co-evolutionary. So really, this has been a very brief, journey through our planetary home's incredible, almost miraculous emergence to us. And here we are. And perhaps to consider that we're not just human beings, we're Gaians. We are both children of Gaia, but we also now have the opportunity to wake up, to grow up, to remember that we are Gaians, and so evolve to become her conscious co-evolutionary partners, because her evolutionary journey has not ended. It is ongoing. And I hope and I trust and I invite us all to consider that as Gaians, we have a responsibility to help that process, to serve that process as well. So I'm going to invite an experience that's essentially based on us being Gaians, and that is to attune with water. I mentioned we are a water planet. It looks as though Mars and Venus were originally water planets, but Mars was too small and Venus was too close to Sol to enable that to continue. They may have been able to birth very basic biological organisms, but it's Gaia that is perfectly positioned, perfectly sized, perfectly supported in being a home, a nurturing mother to all her children. So water is both fundamental to her emergence and evolutionary journey, to our emergence and evolutionary journey, and in fact, to our entire universe's evolutionary journey. So I'm going to invite us to really attune and experience the miracle that is water. And so we are beings. We're beings of water. We are comprised of about 70% water, living on a planetary home whose surface comprises around 70% of water. The hydrogen in the water of our bodies is almost as old as our universe. And much of the water itself, both within us and the waters of Gaia, is as old as our solar system. The composition of the water in our bodies is akin to Gaia's ancient oceans. And when we cry, whether with joy or with sorrow, the tears we shed are droplets of Gaia. So I invite you to honor universal water in whatever way you feel called to. It might be as simple as consciously drinking a glass of beautiful, pure, cool water with gratitude. It may be appreciating its vital nourishment as you water your plants. It may be the pleasure of enjoying a hot or cold shower, indoors or out in the rain, or even swimming in fresh or salt water. I invite you, perhaps before we meet again, hopefully in Module 4, to experience water as perhaps you've never experienced it before.
Well, hello and welcome, everybody. This is Ken D. Foster, and I'm the host today for the Global Oneness Summit. Today, my guest is Steve Farrell. And for those of you that don't know Steve, let me give a brief introduction. Steve Farrell attained the pinnacle of success as a Silicon Valley entrepreneur and founder of 2 high-tech companies. Then he pivoted to lead Humanities Team, a global nonprofit helping people everywhere awaken their interconnectedness through the platforms such as the Humanities Stream service. Steve has a new book out. For those of you that don't know, I'm excited to introduce him with this book. It's called A New Universal Dream. And this details his journey from a young entrepreneur to a life of service to humanity. Welcome to the program, Steve. I'm so happy to have you here.
Ken, thanks very much for being here with me. Looking forward to this program.
You know, I'm honored to be here with you, Steve. You've done so much in your life, and the Global Oneness Summit is just another pinnacle that you have co-created with Neale Donald Walsch. I'm just honored to be here with you. So I'd like to take a little dive into your new book, and why don't you tell us what was it that got you started with this book? What was it that fueled you to get into writing this?
Has a lot to do with what this Global Oneness Summit is about, which of course it's about. This is a summit that's in its 14th year about oneness, and this book is a true story of me during my journey from a kid 12 years old living with a divorced single mom, 6 sibling, and a little 1,300 square foot home, probably the kind of home most of us grew up in, to then finding myself 13 years after leaving Northern Virginia, where I grew up and went through college, finding myself at the center of wealth creation in Silicon Valley, really being in the right place at the right time as I was launching a couple of businesses, and then being called to conscious living and launching Humanities Team with Neale Donald Walsch in 2003. And then here 20 years later, with working with all of these colleagues and partners, talented people, Ken, like yourself, Garth Catterall, I won't go on. There are many leaders who work side by side with me every day now, supporting people on this conscious journey. So isn't it interesting? The book is about my own journey into conscious living, leaving Silicon Valley, being called to it. I believe that many others are being called to conscious living now. And this is actually why I wrote the book, was to support people on the conscious journey. On the one hand, it's a delicious journey, and all of us that are navigating this path would say I wouldn't leave it for anything. We're deepening into it. And on the other hand, there are these extremely challenging, very arduous moments where the worldly noise is loud, family, friends, everybody saying, what in the world are you doing? And I wanted to write a book about this journey, tell the story, and again, support people, especially for when these arduous, challenging moments come, and to share kind of what that looked like for me, how I got to the other side, and hopefully support people that are dealing with these same kinds of things.
Well, Steve, I can imagine your family, some of your friends, you're telling them you're at the pinnacle of success. You're running, and created multi-million-dollar companies. And you're saying, well, I'm going to leave this all behind. I'm going to go work for humanity. I'm not sure how you said it, but I got a feeling they were like, what? What are you doing, Steve?
I tell that story. And there were actually other moments like that in the book, but there was that moment precisely, Ken, where my brother flew out, who loves me dearly as my whole family does. And because he cared deeply for me, came out to say, Steve, you're holding a lottery ticket. You've got a lighter in the other hand. You seem to be bringing the lighter over to the lottery ticket. This scares the heck out of me. Is this something you really need to do this? And it's only because he cared so much about me that he came out to share. And he wasn't the only one. There were family, friends, coworkers, partners. A lot of people felt that I was making a big mistake. But here's the thing, and this again is part of the book, is I believe in order to live the life that we all want to live, we have to follow that still small voice. we have to be guided by that voice that is within, and we have to tune out the worldly noise. And it can be very challenging, and we can doubt ourselves. But where that voice is persistent, where it's loud, where we're given a vision, we're always given provision to get to the other side, to get to the top of the hill, to get to the success that we were born into this life for. So again, this is part of why I share the story. And also my partners and colleagues in humanities team have worked side by side with me for so many years to create all of this support for people on the conscious journey. Now, as you know, we have this conscious streaming platform that is translating in over 75 languages. Wow. And this is because we have such a bright, committed, devoted team that's saying, hey, let's help everybody that's becoming conscious get deep in their consciousness, stretch into the fullness of their own conscious journey. So I get to tell that whole story in this book.
That's awesome. Well, as we discussed before the program, I'm in the process of doing a bike ride from San Francisco down to San Diego. And I'm doing that to raise money and awareness for the Challenged Athlete Foundation. But what you said I thought was profound during that piece. And that is, the giving side of that, there's so much satisfaction when we really step up and we get out of ourselves and we start to give. In the book, does it go into depth around that, about how you changed, how you transcended maybe some of your own limitations and into who you've become today?
Yeah, so the premise of the book is that there's this universal consciousness or presence that animates all of life. Now, we've probably all heard this kind of thing before. Chiropractors share this kind of thing. Others do too. Universal consciousness animating all of life. It probably even on some level feels true as people are feeling into it. By the way, this isn't just a premise. I'm going to call it a promise as well. Now, then there are other premise and promises that link to this. The second one is then that we're actually designed to be a part of this one body, that the body is whole when we awaken to it and live fully into it. And that's a promise. And then the third is that the more that we give ourselves away, or you could say be in service to this body, which is life, which is the earth, which is animal and plant life, the better we feel. So there's some cliche to this, right? Give yourself away, the better you feel. But cliche just means it's been said over and over and over again. We've heard it, which means, maybe there's some real truth to this. And of course, coming back to your bike ride, Ken, we were sharing before we were coming on the program, isn't it true? I mean, here you're getting out of bed at 4:30 in the morning to practice and ride and ride and ride. And then you've got this ride that's unbelievable from San Francisco to San Diego. I mean, it's a massive thing. You're giving yourself away huge. And how do you feel?
Inspired, uplifted, on purpose, joyful, every day. Yeah.
Absolutely. Oh, so there you go. I mean, it's true.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just wondering too, and of course, I know in your book, you talk a little bit about the challenges that came up, because for me, there was a lot of people saying, no, you're crazy. Don't do this. This is nuts. 5 days, a 5-day ride, 100 plus miles a day down, every day back to back. It was crazy. But, like you just said, it brings something out of us. In America today, we have a crisis of loneliness. And really, loneliness, from my point of view, is a soulful crisis. It's a crisis of lack of purpose, lack of direction, lack of service. And I think you, of all people, have been able to bring that to the forefront. So let me ask you this. How do we live consciously so that we do feel that sense of joy and connection and love?
Yeah, so I work in humanities team with near-death experience people, with mediums, right? That's part of conscious living, lifting the veil. So, and I've worked with these men and women for some number of years. the veil has been fully lifted to all of us in Humanities team. And as you know, we've created incredible masterclasses that even go into this topic. So where we deeply understand this topic, we really deeply understand life, that this is not, when we talk about conscious living, this is not that we're just, in my case, the son of Joe and Linda. They were the airport terminal. Yes, indeed. They delivered me here to the earth. But I came from, just as you did, just as every viewer, all 8 billion people on the planet, the earth itself, animal and plant life, we came from source, from this universal consciousness. We actually like to use the term the divine in Humanities team, a spiritual term, because as we journey into conscious living, what we understand is that it actually is a spiritual universe. And even the scientists are affirming this, which means that it's an energetic universe. Energy equals spiritual. And if it's energy, that means then we're going to set our vibration point low, where we're sick and it's dense and we're confused, or high, where we feel great, walking on water, so to speak. I mean, just joyful, right? And when we set it very, very high, we even become a healer. When we understand that that's ultimate reality, okay, that and the Rumi quote that the whole ocean in a drop, which means the properties of that universal consciousness become our own, because we're a cell in the body of it, so to speak, right? The scientists would say we're sovereign to that one body. So where we deeply understand that, it's just a completely different world that we're living in. The ultimate reality is that I'm here in my lifetime, which is everlasting, for a teeny little chapter of my overall life. And the question becomes then, with all of what's going on in the world, and it's quite challenging out there, what am I, Steve Farrell, going to do with this life? You know, at the end of my life, what am I going to be really pleased with myself about? Well, that's an easy question to answer, which is back in the middle 90s. It's why I lost my appetite for launching and growing businesses. I was very clear, being some serial entrepreneur, you know, and in the 8-figure world, private jet world, with what's going on the earth today, I was going to be a very unhappy camper if this was the continuation of my journey. And so this is why, and the voice was there, Steve, there's a bigger role to play. There's more that you can do. You weren't born to be here. So I listened to that voice. And so I then launched Humanities team with Neale Donald Walsch in June 2003. And here we are all these years later, again, with these magnificent partners and colleagues that work alongside me, where we're supporting others on the conscious journey. And I can't imagine that there's anything more important or urgent than that right now. Let me just finish with a few quick things here. Science is affirming this again. Nobel Prize for Physics. We could just have a whole hour just on science affirming this as well. You know, most of us grew up with a good book, right? You're made in the likeness and image of God. Come on, what do we need beyond the spiritual and the mystical and the science to believe this and to live into it? So what I would turn the whole question around, Ken, that you shared with me, and say, with the evidence that's here, how could we possibly go on living our lives as though I'm just a body and nothing more?
Well, Steve, once we know that, there's a piece, and I believe that's in this book. In fact, I believe it's your whole message, because I can know that I'm a child of the Most High, a spark of the universe, a divine piece of the atom. You know, I can know that, but the missing link is the vision. Without the vision, the people perish. So talk to me about what the new universal dream is all about, that vision.
Yeah,
that's
so that's
the book.
The universal dream is where we know ourselves as a cell in the body of this universe or multiverse. The James Webb Telescope is saying, wow, it is so big, so huge. There's so much going on, things being born, stars dying, right? That we're actually a part of that universe that's expanding. So, and where we know that there are highly evolved beings. UFOs have been around forever, and we just kept marginalizing, oh, you know, UFOs, come on, you know, until recently. And now it's like, of course they're here, right? There's evidence everywhere. So these are obviously highly evolved beings from other parts of the universe that are here visiting us. probably supporting us in some way. So the new universal dream is where we, through our daily practice, feel into what is so, our oneness with this universe around us, our wholeness. And wholeness can be more expansive than oneness, where we get into this, where we can see that we're all bringing our contribution, our gifts to each other, right? And they're quite different. Ken, your gifts are different than my gifts, viewers' gifts, where we're all really understanding that reality is this oneness, this wholeness, where we're all living into it, where we're bringing our gifts because it feels so good, because we understand that the more we give of ourselves, the better we feel. One, it's an incredibly delicious way to live our life, and we could spend a whole hour talking about that. But two is as more and more of us are living consciously together, we get to that Malcolm Gladwell tipping point thing, right? The 8%. It's microcosm, macrocosm. Right now, the macrocosm, we look out our window, isn't so good. It's pretty challenging out there. Why? Because most of us are still walking around like I was in the early 90s, pretty unconscious, not really clear maybe about this whole thing of conscious living, of what it is and the science behind it and how to live into it. But as more and more of us really understand the journey, come into the journey, deepen into the journey, wow, not only do we start living deliciously, but the whole world around us begins to tip. And I do believe, as our mission in humanities team is to make conscious living pervasive worldwide by 2040. That's in 17 years. That might sound aggressive. Actually, a lot of people would say impossible, but I believe that there are many people that are starting the journey, furthering into the journey, many that are actually quite well along in the journey, and that we can do this and are doing this.
Well, I believe you're right. I believe that humanity is being uplifted and upshifted by people like yourself, myself, people that are living consciously. Let's talk about that for a second, because you mentioned wholeness and consciousness. How do those two concepts work together to uplift oneself into that vibrational space that we're talking about, where you're feeling joy, you're feeling happiness, you're moving, your life is shifted? Let's talk about that a little bit. And how do you portray that in the book?
Yeah. So consciousness is, let's go back. Einstein, spent a good deal of his life talking about consciousness, right? 102 years ago. And in 1921, he said, the greatest illusion in the world is the illusion of separation, right? And then the quote that so many of us could almost recite word for word, where he says that there's this optical delusion, as he called it, that when we look out in the world, we have this optical delusion that creates kind of he says, prison for us, that causes us to have an affinity for those closest to us, the person we're married to, our kids. And he said, our job must be to free ourselves from this prison and to embrace the whole of humanity in the earth. Most people have heard that quote, right? And then another quote that came along after that, where he said, let me just make sure I've got this right. No problem can be solved at the same level of consciousness that created it, right? So with all of these things going on out in the world, he's saying, we got to elevate consciousness, right? So humanities team actually is all about these things. So this optical delusion, therefore we bring in the mystical teachings, the spiritual teachings, the science teachings that say it is an optical delusion. He's exactly right, 102 years ago. And maybe it's time, that's a long time ago, maybe it's time we all really pay attention to that science and say it is an optical delusion. Maybe it is a prison for us. Maybe we need to free ourselves from that prison. So the streaming platform that we've created, Humanity Stream Plus, which now is being translated into over 75 languages as we're bringing our new masterclasses online. Wow. So this new program that Neale Donald Walsch and I created, called The Art and Science of Living Consciously, it's all about what we're discussing here. It's a brand new masterclass, and it's being translated into over 75 languages. And we said for the first time, we'll let people name their own price for this masterclass, because we'd like all 8 billion people on the planet to go through this masterclass. And we don't want to have anybody say, I'd love to go through, but I can't afford it. We say, if you can't afford it, then go through for free. So Humanities team is devoting huge resources, and we're a small nonprofit, to this aspect of raising consciousness and supporting people as they deepen into their conscious journey. Now, you said, well, how does that differ from this wholeness thing? So this wholeness thing is when we live into it. Okay, so it starts with becoming aware, right? Educating ourselves. But the next step is awareness alone is like going out to a restaurant and it's a Michelin dinner. You got a 2-star restaurant. This whole table is laid out with this magnificent food, and you don't eat anything. It's like, oh, this isn't right? That's not delicious living. So the whole idea is to, after we understand, oh, it's real, it's true, let me live into it. That's then the next step. Actually, let's embody this, let's express it, let's live into it, let's eat the meal, right? This is where it starts getting really delicious. Now, as we eat the meal and start living into it, then we realize, just like here, can we use ourselves as an example? You with your broadcasts and media appearances and all these things you do around courage, writing books, all of these programs. Well, you're giving your gifts freely, right? Let me give my gifts to the world. And then I was called with Neale to start Humanities team and then work with all of these magnificent others that hold the vision, that are saying, hey, let's support people on their conscious journey. So we're going to our station in life. Now, every reader here, likewise, has their own station in life that they're called to, where they're giving their gifts, they're contributing, they're helping the world get conscious, they're supporting others and supporting this earth that needs our attention too. This is wholeness, where we're all doing it together, where a whole body is now we're healthy cells in the body of Earth. Actually, it's the whole universe, but the Earth is the primary thing we're attending to here. And the body gets real healthy where we're living into that wholeness.
I love that. Well, listen, before we get too far along, I'd like to ask you how people can get a hold of the book. I know there's people going, I want to buy this book. Where do they buy the book at, Steve?
So you can go to a newuniversaldream.com. A newuniversaldream.com is where you can go to learn more about the book. The first 4 chapters are opened up there. You can read them for free. By the way, all of the revenue from the book and actually any speaking appearances that I do, all of that goes to Humanities team. I don't get a nickel from the book or from speaking appearances. So it's all, we're all right together. There's no Steve going off separate from Humanities team. We're here, again, for one reason. It's not a career, it's a calling, right? The calling is what we're talking about here. We believe in it so deeply. Actually, a lot of us would say we were probably born into the world right now just to do the work that we're doing. So you can read a little more about the book there at a newuniversaldream.com. Open up the first 4 chapters, and this is kind of neat. Don't forget this part. If you buy the book, which is right now, it varies from around $15 to around $17 on Amazon, other bookstores too. Be sure to save your receipt and enter your receipt number there on the website at newuniversaldream.com, because we give you a masterclass I created called Conscious Leadership with 16 modules. We give you that masterclass for free when you enter your receipt number. So don't forget to do that.
That's awesome. All right. Well, we can go deeper and deeper with this book. I want to know one thing on the book. Give me one more principle that kind of changed the way, even while you were writing that book, you went, oh, I've got to say this to the world. What is that? What's that principle that you want to share?
Well, I brought in this whole near-death experience and afterlife thing right earlier. So the world is awakening. We are lifting this veil. I think within 10 years, certainly within 15 or 20 years, but I think within 10 years, it'll be clear to everybody how life really works. It is a spiritual universe. It is a vibrational universe. The two actually go together. Don't miss this opportunity to really live it fully into your true self. we all are made in the likeness and image of God. It actually is true. It's not a little Sunday school thing for 5 minutes. I grew up in the Catholic Church, was an altar boy, it was a little 5-minute thing. It's not a little 5-minute thing. I'm going to call it your God self. And what I mean by that is not, oh, we're some, big, huge, powerful God on our own. I'm bringing this into the context of a universal consciousness that's animating all of life. So there's this, what you call intuition, these thoughts, these experiences, this still small voice, all of these things. This is the one that we call God or the divine that's speaking through you, that's putting a vision there for you, that's then providing the provision that takes you to that higher ground. This is where, we can all say that we're giving ourselves away and we're feeling fantastic the better we feel. We can all live that life. I tell the story, by the way, in my book of a guy named Ken Behring, who was a billionaire. And he even owned an NFL team. So, I mean, wow, like off the scale, right? And Ken had all the toys, 150 antique cars, 30,000 square foot mansion, the wine bottles, all of this stuff. And you know what he said? He said, he lived to 92, passed away a little while ago. But he said, until 80, he just really couldn't quite get there. And then he started the Wheelchair Foundation, which gives mobility to people all over the world. You put one wheelchair in a home where there's lack of mobility, and not only does that person have mobility, but all the family doesn't carry him around all day, creating that as a chore. They're all given mobility. And he said, wow, I found it, my last 12 years of my life were my best years. So, hey, let's all tell that story about ourselves.
Well, I love that. And, one of the things I love about your book is that it helps us to start to realize the potential that's within each and every one of us. It helps to bridge like you were mentioning, the delusion is very strong here. It's very strong. But when we can let go of that identity crisis, thinking that we are our things, our cars, our houses, our wives, or whatever, that's who I think I am, and really tune deeper into the soul of oneself, then everything starts to change. Steve, we're almost out of time, my friend. So I guess, you've answered it in so many ways. I'm going to ask you to come at it another little point of view. You've got half minute here, I guess. If you only had one thing to tell humanity today, you're looking at me, you're going, Ken, this is the one thing I want you to know about your life and what it can be. If you know this, your life is going to change in so many ways and get so much better. What is that for you?
Yeah, in my book, I share the story. I said I grew up with 6 siblings, a single mom, divorced, little home, right? My guidance counselor and others said, Steve, you're average. You just, you're really average, very average. We all kind of grew up that way. That's just bunk. None of us are average. We all have unbelievable potential. Everybody. People ask me now, well, Steve, that's you. And like, hey, excuse me, look, I was the middle kid growing up, with a divorced mom. And my guidance counselor said I was really average. So don't, where people want to say, well, yeah, you did it. And so your thing is extraordinary. Look, you read the book. This is not true. We all grew up the same way. We all heard these things where we were marginalized and so on. It's just not true. We all have unbelievable potential. And let's just breathe into it, live this fullest life. And at the end of our life, go, man, I put it all in, and this chapter was a good chapter.
I love that. Extraordinary begins one day at a time. All right, Patricia, Steve, thank you so much for being here. Well, hello and welcome everybody to our wonderful panel today. We're talking about the new consciousness of business, and I'm your host today. My name is Ken D. Foster. I'll be introducing the panel in just a second. For those of you that don't know me, I'm a transformational leader. I'm a best-selling author. I am also a business strategist and have been a life coach for about 28 years. I also have a show out there called Voices of Courage, which is syndicated currently in 185 countries on radio, AM, FM across the United States, and also on 26 TV networks around the world. So I hope you'll tune into that sometime. Voices of Courage, you know. We have an esteemed panel today, and this summit in this panel is again what I believe the panel will help you to really take your understanding of how business and consciousness work, what the new consciousness of business really is, and we're going to give you practical ways to bring this into your company, into your life, so that you can become more aware of what's available out there, become more esteemed in your own evolution of what you're accomplishing in your world of business, and be able to share this hopefully with other people that you know, to be able to uplift and upshift the consciousness of the world. We're all making our little difference here today, and I believe it may be a big difference for some of you. So let me introduce my first panelist. His name is Steve Farrell. A lot of you know who Steve is because he is the co-founder and the worldwide executive director of Humanities Team, which is a nonprofit based in Boulder, Colorado. The organization is focused on helping people throughout the world awaken to their deeper self and the interconnectedness of everything in the universe. Steve is a member of the Evolutionary Leadership Circle, lives in Boulder, Colorado, and with his wife, Stephanie, two teenage children, and their dog, Sadie. Steve, say hi so they know who you are.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for the kind introduction there, Ken. And it's great to be here with this very esteemed panel. So thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Steve. Next, I'd like to introduce is Paul Hutchinson. And Paul is the co-founder of Bridge Investment Group Partners. Bridge now has over $48 billion in assets under management. He has been the recipient of many awards, including the Ellis Island Medal of Honor. He's the recipient of the 2022 International Medal of Freedom. He's been knighted by the Prince Lorenzo in the Order of San Martino. He's been granted an honorary doctorate degrees from 12 universities. He's a recipient of the Race Award from Harvard Business School, and there's a list of a whole bunch more that I'm not going to read. But Paul is also the primary investor and executive producer of the film Sound of Freedom. If you haven't seen it, I recommend you see that film. The film highlights the story of the former Homeland Security agent and the rescue of over 120 victims in Colombia from a child trafficking organization. It was one of the largest child rescues in history. Again, it's called The Sound of Freedom, and I hope you'll check out Paul. Paul, say hello to everybody.
Hi, guys. Ken, thank you. Thank you for having us here on your show.
Great to have you, Paul. And also, but not last but not least, of course, is Dr. Anthony Crinini. Dr. Finance, as he is known by many that know him. He's the world's leading financial scientist and survivalist. He's a fifth-generation native of Philadelphia. Dr. Crinini is a former finance professor of several universities, a former financial planner, and an active investor in diverse marketplaces. He's also an explorer and an international keynote speaker, and has traveled around the world speaking at various aspects of finance. He's an award-winning author of 3 #1 international best-selling books. All right, let's get to this, guys. Well, we're talking about business and consciousness. So I want to throw out to the panel, and feel free to speak if you feel motivated, or we can go in an order either way, but let's see how this works. So the first question I like to just kind of throw out is, how can businesses integrate conscious practices into their operations to create a positive impact in society today. Who'd like to take that one?
I'm happy to jump in, so I'll just start with this one. So the boardroom, my experience, Ken, with this, a boardroom is entirely different when we talk about a conventional business and then in the conscious business, where we're defining conscious business is this, where there's a universal consciousness animating all of life. There's one presence, an omnipresence in the universe, of which we are a part. Omnipresence means it's everywhere and in everything. Where the business is truly conscious and conscious in that framework, it's an entire, in that boardroom discussion, we're talking about how our product or service, whatever our organization has created, can be nurturing to families, to communities, to the world around us. That's actually the primary thing we're talking about. And yes, there's a consideration of cash flow and you've got your income statement and balance sheet and these things. But the primary thing that we're focused on as a conscious business is actually serving life, if you will, out in the community and out in the world. So now in a conventional business, and my background is Silicon Valley as a technology executive, it's entirely different. That boardroom discussion is if we want to get lift on top line and bottom line, and we're talking all the strategies that are going to give us lift on top line and bottom line. And yes, we may carve out a little time somewhere in that discussion for conscious kinds of practices, but it's going to be thin. And especially if the business has got challenges that are significant, it'll be very thin or non-existent. So when we talk about then how does conscious business differentiate from conventional business, is just in my at least in the businesses that I've operated, these are entirely different things, a conventional business versus a conscious business.
That's good. Okay, well, let me throw that out to Dr. Credini and also Paul Hutchinson. What's your take on that? What is, we can talk about what is consciousness businesses, but also what are practical solutions we can integrate into business today? And is it even being done? Paul, why don't you take that first?
For sure. Thank you, Ken. The word I like to use is the word win. Win, win, win. When you're in a company and the primary focus is all about money and dog eat dog, then it's the wrong energy all around. People need to understand that we truly live in a world of abundance, and you can create massive amounts of wealth for yourself, your family, your employees, your investors, everybody, while creating massive amounts of good for the world around you. The problem people have, and it's a differing in understanding of economics itself. Some theories of economics, you open up an economics book and the definition is the division of scarce resources, which is a fallacy. There's enough resources where every one of us could have all the food we could ever eat, all the clothes we could ever wear. The problem is that we think that we somehow live in a world of scarcity, and therefore we make decisions in our business and our decisions when it comes to dealing with other people that is on this competitive plane rather than on a creative plane. A company that is working in a true consciousness focus is understanding indeed that every one of us are truly connected, and that if I'm doing a disservice to other people, I'm doing a disservice to myself and my customers. And even if you make money in a way that is out of integrity, that is hurting somebody else, every dollar you have, even when you have it and you're spending it, it's a cankerous dollar. It is something that came from creating pain in others. And so how I like to explain this when I'm speaking on this subject of changing your mindset of economics is this. Imagine there's 10 families on an island, and every day those 10 men go out and they go fishing, and they fish and they get just as much fish to feed the entire island. Now, then what happens is two of them start focusing, meditating, and all of a sudden they come up with this beautiful idea of a net. And they get together in collaboration with their wives and they're sewing this net, and then boom, they're out there, and now two guys can catch enough fish to feed the entire island. Now, a dysfunctional system would tax those 2 men 80% of their fish, and the other 8 would sit around. A well-functioning economy, one of them would get better at building boats, one would get better at building huts, one would get better at educating the children, and lifestyle as a whole increases because of the creativity of those two and the understanding that it's something that we can all benefit from when it's a true win-win-win. So changing how you see the world in terms of scarcity versus abundance, I believe, is step one. And as part of that, understanding that everything we do to our fellow man comes back on us. So if we can create a true win-win-win, that's the answer.
I really love that. Yeah, that's just definitely going down the stream that I thought we'd go today. Dr. Kunini, what you want to plus that at all, or what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, Ken, thank you. Brilliant answers, by the way, from Steve and Paul. And I want to thank you again, Ken and Steve, for inviting me here today. Just real quick, Ken, if you don't mind, I just want to clarify what is meant by consciousness in this regards.
Well, in this regard, we're talking about the awareness, the perception, the understanding that we're really all connected, and that life is I think, as Paul just said, what we do to ourselves, we do to others, or what we do to others, we do to ourselves. We're all connected here. There's an awareness, there's a consciousness that permeates all of us, and it's at the core of each one of us. As even the 2 Nobel Prize winners that were just given the prize in 2022 for the entanglement theory, right? They're showing everything is connected, right? So that's what we're talking about.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Ken. I appreciate you. I concur with what Paul and Steve said. Just to add a little more, I would take it to the level of what we just experienced, COVID and the great pandemic depression. I would say that one of the most important things for business to understand is that look at it from the customer's perspective. So customers are coming in here to support the businesses. And if you take, and this is what Paul was adding on, if you take in consideration the customer and take care of them and look at it from their perspective, how you can benefit them, then in the end they're going to actually come back. They're going to tell all their friends. They're going to tell their community. You'll win no matter what. So it's very important to focus on helping yourself, but also helping the community, putting the community first. I liken it to Bob Berg from who wrote The Go-Giver. He always says, make the bullseye the priority, and that is serving others, not money. So don't make the bullseye money, make it serving others. And if you hit that bullseye, then the reward would actually be getting money. So the reward should be getting money, but the bullseye should be the target of helping other people. And that would connect us all. If we were all doing what Paul said, and we're out there trying to help each other, this person will do the netting, this person will help the children out. Someone's going to have a different job. All across the board, we all win. And it's all from understanding the dynamics relationship between customer and the actual entrepreneur themselves. So
I love that. And I think it's, as this discussion progresses, one of the questions I want to ask everybody is, and thank you for that answer, Tony, is what stops this mindfulness, this consciousness, this awareness from being integrated into our companies right now? What do you think is stopping it? I know we might have the standard, there's greed or focusing on just the money, but there's a deeper level here of things happening. I want to know what your take is on that, Steve. What stops us from bringing awareness and consciousness into our companies right now and really making the shift that we need to make?
So, I'll bring in 2 things. 1, education, and 2, misconceptions. So education is just when we talk about this world, this universe, actually, that's deeply connected, you could call it a universal consciousness or intelligence that's animating all of life, or a divine energy of the universe of which we are all a part. That could be very foreign to a lot of business people. The science of that is not understood. So education is kind of a starting point of, looking at the science, you mentioned you brought in this entanglement, which was the Nobel Prize for Physics in October of last year. 3 people won the Nobel Prize for Physics last year for entanglement. Entanglement, if you look up this in a dictionary, says you've got 2 things that could be on opposite sides of the universe. There's no physical connection, and they're deeply affecting each other. Now, most of us didn't grow up and go through school, high school, college, and after understanding that science, that we understood the Newtonian science, everything's separate. The Einstein thing where we see an optical delusion, right? We feel separate from each other, from the earth, from the divine. This is how most of us grew up. So this conscious education where we maybe have read of these mystical traditions and what sacred text says, and then more importantly, in business circles, we go and dig into the scientific research that's saying that what we're talking about isn't some new age thing. It's actually ultimate reality is what we're talking about. And again, many scientists are affirming this now. So, and Humanities Team, our 501c3 nonprofit that creates the Global Oneness Summit, if you go to the website, it's with a Y, humanitiesteam.org, in the top left, it's got programs. And if you pull down navigation, you'll go to free programs there at the bottom. And we've got lots of free programs that bring in this science, including from Nassim Harriman and Gregg Braden and Bruce Lipton and others that can educate people on this whole deep interconnection, this oneness of the universe, where we're seeking then these wins that Paul is bringing in. Why? Because we're actually, the fence posts get moved out. It's no longer just me and my wife and my 2 young ones. We can live that way if we want, because we have free will. But the science is saying we're actually a part of this whole tapestry, the universe. Most of us are paying attention more just to the world that we live in, so the earth and the 8 billion people here. The science is saying we're actually deeply connected with each other. So, and where there's connection, just like when you're married, connection equals responsibility, right? Where there's responsibility and we're mature, that equals positive action. So the science is saying we're going to move our fence posts out, feel the connection with those around us, want to build win-win-win, take responsibility and take positive action. Not for all of it, because we can't do all of it, but something we can do. All of us can go to our own station in life, and we can do something even though we can't do everything. Okay, so that's the education part. The misconception part is I find that many people misunderstand the incredible opportunity in conscious business. When we're out serving life first, building these wins with everybody, seeing the sacred, so to speak, in people, the communities that we operate in a word which isn't used very often in business, is love. It's love. You're basically you're opening your heart. You're a loving person with your employees, with customers, even with vendors who are treated not so great in conventional business circles. When we do this, when we create a culture that's truly conscious and people feel it, and it's not just a time management system that we're walking around with task lists and things, but we're really listening and hearing people and wanting to involve people, which is what you do in a conscious business. Your conscious business soars. It's how I was able at a fairly young age to financially retire so that I could do this work that I've been doing in Humanities Team for more than 20 years. There's an incredible opportunity for conscious business, but people don't often see that. And in fact, they think it goes the other way of, oh my God, I bring in these conscious practices. What's going to happen to my business and my cash flow and revenue and profitability? When it's really just the opposite is my experience.
Well, we have a lot of, most businesses we were raised in, and my mindset was competition, right? We'll do whatever it takes to beat the guy, beat the next company, at their game. How do we shift that, right? And, let me throw that out to Paul. How do we shift that? What I'm hearing you say, Steve, is we first of all, there's an education about this, right? We have to educate the benefits of shifting into consciousness. But Paul, I'm wondering what your take is on that.
I think Steve is spot on, and it starts with the changing our perception of the why behind it. I tell people, let's put it this way. I realized a long time ago when I was first starting my companies that if I worked really hard, I had decent results because I worked my butt off. But if I worked really hard at my business goals and I tried to have a powerful positive impact in the lives of others in my charity work, I had enormous results in my business goals. And very seldom were those results directly tied to what I did in that business, but it was tied to the good that I was doing from a philanthropic standpoint. And you sit back thinking, well, there's not a relationship. Yes, there is. When you understand that everything is connected, when you understand that principle, then you'll realize why I had massive success here while I was doing work here. I'll give you a few examples. There was a big radio talk show host named Glenn Beck that wanted to launch his anti-child trafficking campaign from Bangkok, Thailand. It was going to cost $100,000 to get him and his team and everybody there to film it. And I knew he had millions and millions of eyeballs, that it would make a difference in this my focus to eradicate trafficking. And so I thought, you know what, the foundation we were working with at the time, we had a lot of grandmas that were donating to $5 a month, and it was kind of sacred money. And so I thought, you know what, I'm going to pay for that. And myself and my business partner, Don, we paid for that. We flew to Thailand, did all the filming, et cetera, came back. As my wheels touched down in the US, as those wheels touched down, 2 voicemail messages popped up on my phone. 2. One of them was from one of the founders of the largest hotel chain in the world today, saying, Paul, I'm interested in putting another $10 million into your senior housing investment fund. And the other one was from the fund that runs one of the biggest gas station chains in the entire country, with even a bigger number. And those 2 voicemail messages, multiples exceeded what I just invested, quote, donated to this charity in making a difference in the lives of those children. So I tell people I'm not that charitable. I just need help running my companies, and God and the universe, whatever you want to call it, does a way better job than me. And so what it is understanding the actual physical rewards, not just, hey, I'm going to feel good, which is true. You know, you make a difference in the lives of others, you change your mindset about how everything works, and you make decisions in your company in a way that takes into consideration the fact that everything is truly related, not just other people, but your connection with Mother Earth itself. Everything is all connected. When you understand those principles and you exert energy into benefiting the lives of others, even if it's outside of your business focus, then you'll receive financial benefits. I've seen it. I had a mentor in my early 20s. He said, Paul, if you make a decision today where not just 2%, which the average person gives to charity, but upwards of 10, 15, up to 20% of your money and 20% of your time goes to making a difference in the lives of others, he said, your financial rewards in your business will be so much greater. And this is my first kind of, okay, this doesn't kind of make sense, but I trust you. And so I was earning $2,000 a month. So giving away 20% of that, that's like living on $1,600. That was hard enough at 2,000, right? But by doing so, I believe that's what made all the difference. How does somebody become a partner, let alone a founder of a multi-billion-dollar real estate investment fund? You're not a University of Utah dropout, right? The statistical probability of me being where I am is 0. The only way that I can understand it is that this connection in all things, and that decision that I made to dedicate a significant percentage of my money and my time to making a difference in the lives of other people, and that understanding that everything is truly, truly connected. So and answer to your question, when business owners realize that they can get benefit to the bottom line by approaching it from this vantage point, then in fact, even just the understanding that it's not just your actions, but it's your words and your thoughts that are creating. I don't think it's the law of attraction. I believe it's the law of creation, where all of these things are creating all the time. John Pennington, the co-founder of the fund with me, he tells this story all the time. He says, yeah, they said, could you see it in the beginning? And he said, no, but Paul could. He said, we'd be sitting in this little office so small that we would bump elbows when we turned around, and we'd have a little project. We needed $25,000 by Friday, and Paul would be on the phone calling, trying to get that. And then halfway, he'd hang up a call, and he said, Paul would turn around and say, John, I'd put my little pinky by my mouth. And I'd say, John, we're going to be $1 billion fund someday. And I put my pinky there. And he's like, Paul, we just need $25,000 by Friday, right? But it was that visualization, realizing that our thoughts create, that was able to lay that foundation for what we created today.
I love it. And, let me reel it back into, there's a lot of people that are just learning some of these principles. We're talking about contribution. We're talking about service. We're talking about how everything is connected. And, I can assure you, there's, folks like me that last year decided to volunteer my time to co-produce this summit, the Global Oneness Summit. The rewards have been tremendous in financial rewards, new relationships, traveling in different parts. I've been invited to travel all over the world by different people I've met through the summit. Just that contribution alone, everything starts opening up in great ways. Right now, this year, I'm riding a bike ride from San Francisco down to San Diego, starting in October. And, I'm 624 miles. Well, I'm raising awareness for an organization called the Challenge Athlete Foundation, which we've raised collectively now $1.9 million for that. This is the organization that gives prosthetics to children who have lost their limbs, right? The giving of that alone, not only you feel good about it, but the relationships, the new, there's so much coming into my life as a result of that. So I think that's interesting because it is all connected. We are all connected, and it's time that businesses get that on a much greater level. Dr. Canidi, what's your hit on that?
Ken, excellent points by Steve and Paul as well. I want to pick up where Steve left off, though, because there was a whole journey that we could have took from there. He said about education, right? Like you asked him where it can start from, and that's an important part, and that's my contribution here, because I was a professor for 10 years, and so one of the ways we can improve through education is that what is taught in school. So as a professor, 6 universities, I probably graduated thousands, if not maybe 10,000 plus students in that course of time, and went on to become MBAs. One of the things that really bothered me in the beginning was the way they defined economics and finance. So my first book, The Necessity of Finance, this was over 10 years ago, when I tried to define finance, and I made this book for my finance students, it opened up a journey which led into all my other books and discoveries. But the point was, I want to give you a quick definition, then I'm going to get to the point, right? So the definitions I discovered was for finance was it's the science of management of wealth for individuals, groups, and organizations. And it sounds so simple, but the reason it's important is because it's different than economics, because it's the same thing almost, right? The science of management of wealth for nations and its divisions. What they teach you in the universities is the number one goal is to always maximize wealth. Maximize wealth. It is very important. You got to make money. If you're a profit organization, you got to make money. If you're a nonprofit organization, you still got to make money. You got to pay the bills. Here's the problem, and this is what I added as I taught for 10 years. I always said what they told me to, which is right, but it slightly could be better. You maximize wealth and do it ethically. Now, that's a whole gray area, right? What is ethics? And we won't get into that. But the point being here is, how do you start educating folks about being consciousness in the businesses? Well, it starts with what they're being taught from square one, right? Yeah, they're coming out as MBA graduates. They're thinking the goal is make wealth, make money, make money. That's all they're being taught. But make money ethically. All we got to do is insert that one word and we can solve a lot of problems. If we could just focus on that while we teach in school, just that one part, I think, can improve at least 10%, I would guess, if you could throw a number out, of all graduates. And some of them will become Bill Gates and will become our next Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk. So I think that's an important concept to really dive into. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Tony. And, it brings up, we in our business today, many times we do it at the expense of our people, our environments, ourselves, and what you're talking about, what's ethical, I think, a simple way to answer that is, would you pollute your mom's, your mom's food, or you pollute your mom's coffee, or, would you pollute, where your mom swims, or or would you you get it. I mean, we're going down that path. So let's talk about a little bit about conscious capitalism. Okay, we're not talking about socialism here, we're talking about conscious capitalism. And what that really means, Steve, I'm going to start with you. Conscious capitalism, what it really means, and how we can apply conscious capitalism to organizations today, to be able to bring more awareness to what we're doing. Let's just talk about that. Steve, what's your hit on that?
Yeah, well, first let me just say, boy, Paul and Tony are bringing in just lots of this is a great panel, lots of great wisdom here. So I know viewers are getting a lot out of this program. So the opportunity here in this area of conscious business or being a conscious entrepreneur, first, just some of the points I think that Paul and Tony are bringing through, where we're setting out to make a bunch of money. My experience is we don't make a bunch of money. It does not work out well. I was part of the Young Entrepreneurs Organization. I was an officer in the YEO. Then I was part of the Young Presidents Organization, also an officer in YPO. The people that were setting out to make a bunch of money, and that was more YEO, which is a younger group, it didn't work out. We're focused on the wrong thing. I mean, these points that Paul and Tony are bringing through is the whole idea here is that we're using our vision, our imagination, to look out into the marketplace at opportunities that we can develop, where we can build a great company, provide great services, have incredible employees. My businesses were in Silicon Valley. So, and in Silicon Valley, I started my first one in 1990 when entrepreneurship wasn't so big. When I left IBM, everybody thought I'd completely lost my mind because, again, entrepreneurship wasn't so big. We had to hire the top engineers and salespeople in technology to scale our business. The first one and the second one. The first one went to about 175 people. The second one to about 725 people. Now, Cisco Systems and Apple Computer and all of these technology companies were hiring the same kinds of engineers and salespeople that we were. And there were even then well-known companies. Everybody wanted to work for these companies. So, but a conscious business is a special thing. Again, we're putting different words around it. I love the win-win-win story Paul was telling here earlier, because people can feel that where it's an authentic conscious business and where you're out to build a great business. In our case, technology, designing these global networks for large organizations, designing them, installing them, supporting them. And then we're out adopting. South San Francisco at that time was kind of the poor kid on the block there in Silicon Valley. It since has become, I think there's more wealth there. But at that time, South San Francisco High School was just scraps on the table. And all of the surrounding schools were drawing the best faculty away, paying them more money and stuff. So we went in and adopted the South San Francisco High School. And we weren't asking for anything pro bono. We just helped them with their network and helped in all the ways that we could. Did this with some other organizations too. It's part of what you do as a conscious business, this notion that we're connected. There's a need here. We see the need. It's not about just making a bunch of money. In fact, myself and the other co-founder, we paid ourselves way below what our best employees were making. It never was about the money. Where we're visioning that way and building an organization that way, wanting to create a great company where we see the connection, even I'll call it the oneness, where love is its basis. I threw out my day planner in the mid-90s. I'm not recommending people do that. because they work real well for most people. In my case, I needed to throw out my day planner because I was so wound down around the tasks and things that I couldn't quite open my heart very well and really listen and really hear people because I was too task focused. So I threw out my day planner so I could really be present, really, really hear what people were saying. And this sounds kind of crazy, but I was afraid when I did that I was going to crash my companies because I felt like I had, better control over things with my day planner. And I really thought I might be throwing away my whole investment when I threw that day planner in the trash. Now, for me, what happened, we were already growing well, and then we hit hyperbolic growth. Why? Because again, when you stop and think about it, where you're really present with people listening, they can feel your heart energy. Their good ideas are being put to work. And that's just with employees. We could go to customers, we could go to vendors, et cetera. I mean, it creates a magic, really. This is how we were able to hire and retain top employees in Silicon Valley in the first company and in the second company. And now I'm in a nonprofit, as you mentioned, I started it with Neale Donald Walsch, who wrote the Conversations with God series. And I've got these incredible partners and colleagues that I work with that are all amped up because we build a culture, where we're doing this together, the kinds of things that I'm talking about we do together, and it makes us amped up. We get out of bed, run out of bed. Warren Buffett's got this Dancing to Work or whatever book. I'll bet I dance to work, even more than he does. I'm not creating a lot of financial wealth, but I'll tell you, I bet I am, because there's this whole, we're talking about making conscious living pervasive worldwide by 2040, so that kids, and future generations can have a sustainable and flourishing world. Man, there's nothing I want to work on more than that. I'll stop with that because I don't want to go longer here. But so there's a lot of opportunity here.
Well, I love what you're saying, Steve, and I think we're all aligned with that. So if it's not about the money, then we have to go a little deeper into what it is about. And we're talking, some of the practical pieces that I think some of the organizations I work with is they're getting really clear with their core values. They're getting really clear with their purpose. They're getting clear with the meaning for the organization and the meaning for their employees. They're getting clear with that as leaders, that they're the ones that are guiding their employees to grow, to evolve, to understand the principles of consciousness. So, Paul, I'm going to throw that out to you. What are you seeing businesses change in this area? And are these principles really practical in making money? Because I know, money is important too.
So there is a direct relation to your bottom line when you are operating at that frequency. I'll give you a few examples. The company that I founded, we early on were the #1 performing real estate fund in the country in this space. Now, just so you know, I left them in 2017 because of the fact that we had some misalignment in where things were. But in the beginning, very much so. In fact, early on, we had apartment complexes that we were buying that were not very well managed. Now, a lot of these were B-class apartments, and they had a lot of Latinos that were moving in from different areas. Now, we looked at them, we thought, okay, what really needs to happen here? If we were leading from the heart, not from just the checkbook side, but if we're leading from the heart, what does that look like? What do they need? What do they need? And truly putting yourself in somebody else's shoes, saying, okay, so we brought in the English as a second language program and the bookmobile, and we took this big huge space that was being used for main office area, and we said, you know what, we're going to take a big portion of this and have tutors coming in and helping some of the kids. Now, we're not putting gold towel rods in a B-class neighborhood, but we're making it a safe place to live, and bring in Taco Tuesday, the tennis court areas. Our people that were living there, they weren't playing tennis, they were playing soccer, right? So we took those tennis courts down, we put soccer, and we made it a great place to raise their families. And then we take them from 60, 70% occupied to 97% occupied. And at that point, hold that, stabilize it, and sell it off. So it's a win for our tenants. It's a win for the banks because we have the cash to be able to bail them out when they couldn't manage these things. It's a win for our employees. It's a win for our investors who are getting a great return. So in truly leading from the heart, in putting ourselves in other people's shoes, that made all the difference. Now, moving forward, I retired in 2017 to focus full-time on philanthropy work. And then that company ended up getting bought out by a public company and growing way bigger than I even imagined to what it is today. Well, my focus at that point was in full-time, what can I do to help the children in eradicating child trafficking? I was serving on the Make-A-Wish board, et cetera. And I'm writing a book that's called Are You Listening with My Hand on My Heart? Not are you listening with my hand on my ear, but are you listening with my hand on my heart? And it talks about how every single undercover rescue mission that I was on, I wasn't following logic and protocol. We were following something way beyond us, this beautiful voice from the universe, from God, that was leading us in places that would keep us safe and finding the children, etc. And I talk about in there how in leading in business, by doing as Steve said, getting rid of my day planner and saying, okay, I'm going to lead from the heart. I'm going to get quiet every day and listen to what's speaking to me as to what I should be doing, who I should be calling. When I got a message in my mind, in my heart, that said, okay, call this person, I did it immediately because I knew there was a reason I was supposed to call this investor, whatever else, and it worked very, very well. In fact, what transformed my life was way back at 14 years old when I came into my dad and I said, Dad, how do you become successful? How do you make friends? And he gave me two gifts. He gave me a book by Dale Carnegie called How to Win Friends and Influence People that changed how I saw other people, and realizing that if I could be truly, genuinely interested in them, it made all the difference. And the other one, he gave me Brian Tracy's audio program called The Psychology of Achievement. And it helped me realize that if I change the way that I think, and I realized that there is a greater power beyond our five senses that is governing everything that we're doing, and in doing so, in operating from this creation standpoint, I could create a life of abundance or a life of scarcity, a life of happiness, a life of pain. And so everything in those companies and everything in building the foundation was all built around that principle of learning how to listen. And I think that's what consciousness is all about, is connecting from a spiritual standpoint with everything around us, with each other, with the universe, with this beautiful earth, and understanding that everything that we do comes back and affects us in some way.
I love that answer. Thank you so much for that, Paul. That was beautiful. And yours too, Steve. That really is, we're all connected here. One of the areas that I found to bring to help us to move into a more conscious area is we really have to, as business owners, move from a place of the old ways of doing business and some of the fear-based models into a model of courage, right? It takes courage to do what we're talking about here. And, you know, one of the books I wrote just a couple of years ago, it's called The Courage to Change Everything, Daily Strategies and Essential Wisdom to Awaken Your Inner Genius. So I'm going to shift it a little bit because I think there's some soft principles that need to be employed to be able to move the needle for these organizations to be able to understand that, you know, if you start looking at some of the soft principles that maybe we're talking about today, and also practical ones, it's going to really encourage not only less turnover, more profitability, more happy consumers and more happy employees. You're going to have a greater sense of joy and happiness within your own self because you've actually changed the lives of many people by your own conscious creation. So Tony, Dr. Tony, let's talk about that. You know, you've interviewed so many, I don't know, hundreds now of some of the top business owners in the world. And, you know, they've got a lot of different ways they've created success. But what are maybe some of the soft principles that people are employing to really shift the consciousness of their businesses out there?
Well, thank you, Ken. Great question. Yeah, I've been reviewing some of the interviews I've done the past few weeks and just trying to put a lot of things together. And one of the interesting things, Ken, is that I think we are making progress. The fact that we have this summit right now, and we're sitting here for people that have a very high success track record in many areas of life. We're all here, and we're just spending an hour talking about consciousness and bettering the world. And this is going to be streamed out to millions of people. Like, this probably wouldn't happen maybe 50 years ago or 100 years ago, even 10 years ago. So, I mean, I look at this alone as a testimony to the progress of this whole conversation, right? So, yeah, all the people I've interviewed, for the most part, I would say every one of those are highly successful entrepreneurs that are thinking the way we're thinking. It's just a matter of educating people more. But real quick, I just want to focus on the opposite. Like, I think that if we don't start thinking this way, let's look at that perspective for a second, right? If we don't start thinking this way, we're going to have a problem. We have a society, we're becoming more and more globalized. My last book, The Survival of the Richest, the whole point of that, and there was many lessons, it was a 500-page book, but the idea behind The Survival of the Richest is we are the richest species. Humans are the richest species. And if we are to survive on this planet, we got to start acting as one, as a unit. We got all different countries, China, Russia, US, for example, biggest countries in the world, not getting along with each other. And we're doing things that are not in humanity's best interest. So just looking at those examples alone, it's common sense to the average person, just get along and we'll all be better, right? I think it's the same idea at an individual level. Like, you just look at the neighborhood. If we all look at one localized neighborhood, next door to my house last night, someone broke in. All right. So I live in Philadelphia, one of the craziest cities probably on this planet right now. And all kinds of things are happening. Imagine that if everyone was just operating in sync, kind of like what Paul was talking about earlier. We're all doing different things and we're all helping each other out. How much better would it be? That's one neighborhood. So you expand it out to the world, and we're all finding ways to fill in the puzzles of things that we don't normally, that we might be great at, the next person might not be, so we can make the society better, to make the world better. It would solve so many problems. The solution's so easy. It's just a matter of how. So that's my contribution to this conversation. I just want to look at the opposite. What happens if we don't, right? Like, we're running out of Amazon forest. We're running out of natural landscapes and all that great stuff that we appreciate, good air. And if we don't start fixing problems soon, it could be a problem. So that's why I think it's better to focus on how we can make this planet better, and start locally. Start in your own neighborhood. Go and pick the trash up on the street. You see someone threw a bag of McDonald's under your car or in the middle of the street, pick it up, throw it away. Takes 2 seconds. Don't worry about whose fault it was. So that's my thoughts. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you. Thank you. That's beautiful, Tony. Steve, how can businesses navigate what Tony's talking about, right? How can we navigate the ethical dilemmas and make conscious choices when faced with conflicting interests?
Well, so here's the thing is I haven't ever felt like there were conflicting interests, honestly. And again, if you listen to this whole panel and what everybody's coming back and sharing, where we really know that we're, a part of the one, we could use in spiritual language, sons and daughters of the divine, that because there's the divine energy of the universe, it's omnipresent, right? So everything, the planet, animal life, plant life, the 8 billion people here, we're all part of the divine. Where we really come from that place and understand we're on an eternal journey. This is a very small chapter, this one lifetime, this chapter that we're living. And as we know, this world has huge challenges right now. Individual challenges, right? We pick up the paper, evening news, sense of isolation, weariness, anxiety, and more. And then the collective challenges, the drumbeat of extreme weather now, right? Global warming, Ukraine war, all of these things. So this is a unique time on the planet. and we're spiritual beings. We have everlasting life. I could talk about that just because I work with mediums and near-death experience people all day long as part of my job and humanities team. But I'll just net it down here to say, I know with certainty there is no such thing as actual death. There's only death of the body. I work with too many people saying the same thing and have said the same thing back to antiquity to know that that's true. So where we're coming from that place, living into the fullness of that, that we were sent here in this lifetime. We actually, I think, put up our hand and said, I'll go down to planet Earth. I'm going to be part of what is unfolding there. Anthony's bringing in, this, look, what can we do? How can we be of service? We've got children, there's future generations. We see this, right? We see this. So where we got vision and as an entrepreneur with a conscious business, that's part of what our gift is with our team, is we have that capacity. We have a vision. We see, there's these needs that we want to fill. And if we fill that need, we're going to create better communities, better homes, a better world. We're going to support this younger generation, so that they have the same opportunities we had. I'm in the boomer generation. So honestly, I can't remember a situation with any of these companies or this nonprofit where I said, now these two things are in conflict. If I do this, there's a moral dilemma, as I'm driving profits. And if I do this, I'm not going to drive profits at all, and I'm just going to get to some, sort of ethereal destination. They always have come hand in hand. That's the whole. You were hearing these stories told over and over, and I love the fisherman story, right? I mean, everything actually will separate out for the common good. We just go to our station in life. We listen to that still small voice. Okay, I call that following your soul's calling. And this is, and you brought in courage earlier, Ken. So this is the big one, not just for conscious business, but for us on the conscious journey, where we train ourselves, even our family, coworkers, they say, what are you doing? Why are you leaving business? I'm sure Paul had that. I did when I left Silicon Valley. Anthony, I'm sure you too. We know why we're leaving. There was a still small voice that told us to leave. There was something bigger to do. We could have more impact. We could get more reach. We could, these future generations, we could support better going to this other station in life. So no, I don't ever find a conflict between these things. I find that the universe is at my back, where I'm doing one thing, I'm doing the other. My experience is that we actually drive revenue and profitability through these conscious practices, where people really experience, where they really feel this conscious business in the way that we're discussing, an open heart, listening well, all of these things that we're bringing in that we naturally do where we're living consciously.
Thank you, Steve. That was beautiful. And man, you've said it. So this has been an amazing panel. We've really covered a lot of things. Paul, if you're courageous, which I know you are, but if you're courageous, what's that courageous message? We've only got a couple minutes here. So
here's what it is. I'm going to speak boldly. I recently created something called Liberating Humanity, because I was so frustrated over the last 10 years of seeing the darkest part of humanity with the child trafficking and the things that we had to witness there. And I thought there has to be a better way. And is fighting fire with fire the only way? And I realized, no, if that was the end link in the chain, the abuse of a child, I don't want anybody to ever get close there. And so in order for us to break that chain, we have to back way up, and we have to ask ourselves, what needs to happen with humanity as a whole to fix that? And it's simple. It's the same thing we're talking about here. We need to start to look at each other as the divine light that is in us, and understanding that we're truly connected. If you love yourself, if you remember who you were before you came here, and the purpose of your divine calling here, and you loved yourself, then you would never pass on that kind of pain to other people. It's massive amounts of generational trauma that is driving these kind of challenges out there. And so the answer to that is not just going in and pulling out kids like what you're going to see in the Sound of Freedom movie. It's instead, it's going home, looking in the mirror, loving yourself, listening to that still small voice, feeling what your calling is, hugging your kids, creating that bond within your family. That will solve the problem. So I have 100% come into this new divine calling in my life, which is to use my voice and my experiences to say, okay, now I have your attention in terms of the rescue missions. Now let's talk about this. What needs to change from a global consciousness standpoint to fix that and everything else, like Tony was saying?
That's a great question to end on right there. I've got 1 minute for a wrap up with Steve and 1 minute with a wrap up with Dr. Anthony. Steve, let me get your 1 minute. You actually got about 40 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, underscore and highlight what Paul just shared. So who you are, capitalize that, who you are. If you've read the Conversations with God books, there are 9 of them, throughout the series, who you are, it's always capitalized. It's telling the reader, understand who you are. Look in the mirror. You are part of the divine energy of the universe, of divine presence. And when we really live into that, then that's when the magic happens. All of the kinds of things that we're talking about. So this is the opportunity in business and lives, in our homes. Yes, this is it.
Okay, Tony.
Yeah, Ken, just super quick on, we're talking about courage, right?
Yeah, what's your courageous message for those that are listening right now? You got about 40 seconds.
Yeah, super quick, Ken. So, you are the courage expert. And by the way, that foreword was by Stephen Covey, folks. Check that book out again.
Thank you.
Yeah, so courage, basically my message is this. Just, if you have an opportunity to speak up, courage is one of the most important qualities to be successful in anything in life. Like if you don't speak up, as they say in the speaking world, a mouth closes, a mouth that's not fed, right? It's the same idea in business. Like if you don't speak up, you see something wrong, then that problem will never get fixed. So find the right opportunities and take the courage to solve those problems. Thank you.
I love it. Thank you, Al. And thank you.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, Paul, I like if you're free, I'd love to reach out to you sometime. You and I are definitely looking out with this.
We're on the same path, Steve. Same path. In fact, I don't know if you guys have ever met Caroline Corey. She did a movie called Superhuman, but she actually has found a lot of scientific evidence behind this oneness and this consciousness, et cetera. And she interviewed me last week on one of her shows. But I'd be very interested in collaborating, Steve, with you. So I don't know if we're on that email chain together, but I'm.
I could definitely do the introduction if you're not, and get both you guys connected. And also, Paul, I'd love to interview her on my show too. So
I would love that. She would be honored for sure. That would be great. She's magnificent.
This wouldn't have happened without Anthony Cernini. Tony, thank you so much for introducing us to Paul, and hope you continue to prosper with everything you do too, man. Yeah, Steve, this is great. Thank you for showing up. I know you guys are all busy like crazy, so this is I love it. Thank you, Al, and thank you all of you for this amazing panel discussion. It was great. Make sure you go see The Sound of Freedom, and make sure you sign up for the Humanity Stream and watch the Global Oneness Summit. All of our shows on the summit are amazing. Go check out Dr. Anthony Cernini. You can Google him. He's got these amazing books out there that'll support you. And also, if you want to step into courage, I want you to ask 3 questions, right? I want you to ask this question. If you were courageous, what are the 3 action steps that you will take today after listening to this summit? Again, what are the 3 most courageous steps that you'll take today after listening to this panel's discussion? All right. Hope you'll take those steps. We thank all of you for being there, and thank all of you for joining me today.